Hello, good evening, good morning. Hello, everybody. It's me, Hank. We're doing a show here tonight. Welcome to winnersandlosers.twitch.tv, the only source for internet content. Thanks for dialing in. James and I are going to do some SuckProfessoring. That's a YouTube channel where we do TV show reviews and video game stuff and movie discussions and shot-by-shot recaps. Been tons of videos up there. So James and I are going to get on Zoom. No video of us, although I do want to do that soon. However, we are going to do like probably take a look at this movie, look at some footage of this movie, the trailer at least, and maybe some other stuff about The Wolf of Snow Hollow, a groundbreaking film, which you'll be excited to hear about. But I'm just explaining since, we don't, I'm bad at Twitch. I'm new at Twitch. Let's just say that. I've yet to learn. And this is our first time incorporating James and myself. I've done one Zoom call and it worked. So I'm assuming that it's going to work. But I just want to prepare you, my dear patient listeners, for the possibility that this is going to be a little messy here in a second. So you might hear James, you might hear me. Hopefully you'll hear both of us, and we'll get kicked off nice and easy. But it could be just us fumbling around. But then if you hear us both fumbling around, then it's probably working. So if it doesn't work well, I'm going to mute the audio and let the shrimp play, so you'll still be able to watch the shrimp while we work on it without the audio. All the audio comes off the computer into the streaming thing. So if we have to fart around a bunch, it's kind of ridiculous, then you'll just hear us having a fight and, it gets violent. Fur everywhere, pubes on the ceiling. It's ugly. So here, let's go in. We're gonna see if James is online here. So I really should have done this before. This is not something you're supposed to do when you're live. Here, let me go. I'm in Zoom. And hello, caller, are you there? Hello, caller. James. James is connecting to audio. Let's see if it connects. Hopefully we hear his voice. Hold on, turning up the desktop audio. Let me turn off the music. Sorry. James, unmute your microphone. I'm joking.
You hear me?
Of course. Hang on here. God, Jesus, why is this already? I didn't do any real prep. I mean, I did. I made a. I've been making video. We've been working on stuff all day, and then just time runs out, and suddenly you have to get at it. So I don't see Jane. I do. It looks like he's trying. I don't see his.
You hear anything now?
Oh, hold on, James.
Hello.
I hear you very distantly. I can hear you.
Let me try something.
Say something, James.
Anything now?
Okay, hang on. I think you're coming through, but I'm not getting your volume in my ear. James, are you there?
Yep. Hello.
What the hell? This could be my. I hear you so faintly. Hold on. I'm seeing. I think you're coming through the stream nice and strong, but I don't think I'm getting you because this fucking. My. Ooh, there it is. James.
Nope. All good now.
Nope. Try again. Let me just hear you, buddy.
Hello.
10-4, breaker 1-9. James. Bonjour.
Yep.
Oh God. Oh Jesus. The fuck. That was so loud. Sorry. I was. That wasn't your fault. You're not doing anything. Oh fuck. Okay. James. Hello, James.
Hello.
No.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
All right. You've been playing Phasmophobia a lot lately, and I know that that's problematic for everybody. All right. Wonderful. I think you're working.
Sweet.
Let's see if anybody. We've got 2 viewers already, so we've already broken records.
Oh.
No one.
One of them
else...
is me, so I apologize to the other person.
I know. One of them. I don't think one of them is me. But if the other viewer is on and you're getting any issues, please, or let us know how the sound is coming through. I'm sure I've got my bad audio coming through. That's been the thing lately. All right, hold on. I'm turning up my volume just on my mixing board, but that's probably going to add to the electrical interference signals and shit. And I really got to do a lot of resetting this whole monster setup that I've got. Maybe my phone charger that is a battery thing is no, it's not even plugged in. All right, sorry, James. Okay. You still with me, buddy?
Oh, yep.
Okay, cool. Let's switch over. Dude, Rotten Tomatoes isn't working.
Really? I mean, it's working on my phone.
It worked it's like partially working. I'm getting a gateway timeout, and I turned off ad blocker. Let's look at it. Here we go. Look at that. Can you see it on? Well, you'll see it in a second on Twitch.
Oh yeah. There's a little bit of a delay, but I'll see it.
Damn it! What the hell? Of all, like other sites are working.
Yeah, I just refreshed it on my phone and no
I
problems
don't
yet.
understand. Maybe I can do the mobile version or something. Is there if I put an M in front of it? No.
Actually, yeah. When I tried to refresh it now, it is giving a little bit of trouble. I mean, I know what the review is there. I just don't know the little blurbs of what reviewers might have said.
I know. Well, I know. I want to show it on our video that we're broadcasting to the entire world. What the fuck? Of all times. I mean, I know the movie industry is struggling, but I don't think Rotten Tomatoes would be down. Something that we have to work out is getting it. It might not work. I want to show if it doesn't work, we'll just have to exclude James from the video, but that's not cool. I want to be able to share with you my screen on Zoom. I've never really done that though. So do I just hit share screen and I can pick a program? Oh, that works pretty well.
Yep, that should work.
Is that all it is?
Yep.
And then do I share sound with you?
I think you would have to if you wanted it to come through the feed to me.
That would make sense. We'll see if it also screws up. Oh God, now it's nothing. Oh, wait, no, you talk. James. Okay, there you go. Oh, I know what I got to do. I got to turn off the filters because I think you're going to be fucked up. It's going to mess up the way it...
Yeah, this is interesting because I can see on my computer screen your screen being shared, but I don't see it on the stream.
That's fine. It's not a stream yet. Okay. I'm just getting... Yeah, that's okay. We're going to switch over to that.
So why the goat porn?
The goat porn? Because it's the greatest of all time porn. Okay. Hang on. Let me turn off... Oh, I don't have those filters going. My filter... It should be on, though. Where are those... Oh, weird. Why would that be off? I then... All my... Okay. Sorry, hang on a second. Noise suppression off. That's just for my microphone, though. I don't think that should be yours. You should sound fine. Okay. Yeah. I'm super paranoid because I know that... Okay. All right, man. So are you seeing the Wolf of Snow Hollow trailer on your screen?
Yes, on my screen, I see it.
Beautiful. All right, let me switch over to that, and we'll see if we can get the audience in on it. That'll be fun. Thanks for putting up with all this shit, everybody. This is exactly not how you win over a whole core of people, but that's all right.
Imagine
learning this
Oscars
stuff.
were like this.
Yeah, this is exactly the people in the orchestra pit just started fighting and hang on, let me Premiere Pro. Okay, but most importantly though, I need to get James and myself on the shot, so we can't. Okay, I'm turning off a shrimp. I am turning on an image. Already have Hank and James. And there, stream. See it? Oh wait, shit, it's too big. Hold on.
Not yet.
You get so there's a little delay. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. Where the hell? I was working on my woodworking stuff all day today, so I
Okay, now I see it.
Too big.
The heads are gigantic.
Heads are too big. I know. I'm fixing that. Transition. Okay, heads are smaller. This is not the red rose time. This is SuckProfessor time. So let's let me get a different media source here for the background. Background SuckProfessor dark. That's the good one. That's good. And all right. James, tell us about Phasmophobia real quick. I know that's a game you're going to be playing later tonight.
Oh yeah, it's pretty much one of the first high quality horror co-op games that I've ever played that has a replayability factor. So what it is, it's essentially, it capitalizes on the whole ghost hunting genre. Whether or not you believe in that thing,
well, who
I
cares
personally
about that part?
don't, but it doesn't really matter because you can kind of suspend your disbelief, jump in, and have a lot of fun. So
I don't believe in Tom Hanks, but I watched Cloud Atlas.
God.
Yeah.
So basically what it is, you start off with a team. It has to be at least 2 players. It goes up to 4 different players. I believe 4 is the cap. But you start off in a van. You collect and buy equipment like EMF readers, journals for ghostwriting, sound equipment, sound trippers, or whatever you want to call them, like sound detectors. And you canvass a house looking for the presence of a certain ghost. And there are multiple different types of ghosts. Each one will present 3 distinct pieces of evidence. So you have to stay alive in the house long enough to not be murdered by the ghost, while also safely collecting enough evidence such that you can pin down what the ghost is. Meanwhile, you're also trying to collect objectives. Some objectives would be, detect a temperature lower than X Fahrenheit on the temperature gauge, or take a picture of dirty water because the ghosts apparently like to turn sinks on and produce like muddy water in the sinks.
Wait, the sinks spit muddy water out, or they put out clean water and then they like bring mud in from outside and they mix up a batch?
Yes, it comes out muddy. So say, for example, you're walking around the house with creaking floorboards, and then in the distance you hear a sink start running. Well, you know the ghost is over there.
Okay.
You may not be able to see it, but that kind of guides you towards where you need to go.
All right. Wow. Okay. So it's very atmospheric.
Oh, extremely atmospheric.
Yeah.
And when the first times you play it, it is genuinely terrifying.
Right.
But now I played it so much that I run into the house without my flashlight on, yelling, "Hello, demons!"
Well,
so it doesn't bother me anymore.
But you speaking into the ghost is actually part of the game, right? Like you're actually supposed to talk to it. Like
the thing that makes this game so different is that it utilizes your microphone. So even if you're not talking over the walkie-talkie or you're not talking in local chat, it is listening for everything you say and it is reacting to it. So much so that when you start the round, it tells you the name of the ghost. And I'm not saying like Banshee Oni. It's like, this ghost name is Mark Robinson, which is kind of funny. But if you use the ghost name, it will anger the ghost and it will drain your sanity faster and attack you faster. And if you use profanity to the ghost, profanity angers the ghost as well.
The ghost doesn't like profanity?
Does not. The ghost is like right next, one from my own heart. Does not like it.
You okay? Well, Rotten Tomatoes is suddenly working. What the hell? That is so weird. With ad blocker still going, I was assuming it was like trying to fight me on my ad blocking. Something went on with that. That's crazy. So it's not working. Sorry, buddy. We had a breakthrough. It sounds like the game is pretty popular though, right? People are excited, and I mean, it's
the potential
a lot of replay ability
for fear and for hilarity is just through the roof.
Oh, all right. Sounds like a good. I should add that to my resume. So we're let's see. Well, let's talk about Wolf of Snow Hollow. This is a treat of a film. Let's go. I'm going to go back to, or I can just bring the browser into where we we'll go back to the we'll switch back to the full screen here. Sorry, I mean the split screen. This one here, because now that the Rotten Tomatoes is working. Well, as we've just revealed, I actually meant to show this later. Screwing everything up. I wanted this to be a reveal, but Rotten Tomatoes gave it 89%. And audience score 74%. So that's people generally really like this movie. Those are pretty high numbers. If someone said, "Do you want to go see a movie?" and I was like, "What score is it?" and they're like, "Those scores," I'd be like, "Fuck yeah, that sounds pretty good. Let's do it." I like wolves, snow, hollows. It's all fun. Right, James?
Yeah, I was pretty stoked for this movie. I watched the first maybe 10 seconds of the trailer just to see if it felt like something that I'd be interested in.
Yeah.
And it did kind of tick that box for me. I didn't watch the whole thing because I didn't want to lose out on the experience of the full movie.
Right.
So I kind of went into it somewhat blind, but enough to know that this is a journey that I wanted to take.
As everybody who watches on SuckProfessor knows, I'm a big proponent of limited information going into a movie. You know, take the labels off your cans, and it might be pineapples. You never know. That's a line from Look Who's Talking, with starring John Travolta. Anyway, so yeah. So should we play the trailer, or should we talk about it and then play the trailer? Maybe we should do the trailer first. What do you think?
Maybe the trailer would be a good move.
Yeah, that way people can kind of see where we are. So all right, let's flip back to Premiere Pro. I've got it all loaded up in Premiere. That looks like it's going. Okay, so if the sound is screwy, I'm going to reset it. But overall, it shouldn't be. And I'm optimistic that this is not going to be all screwed up here. Let's get it bigger screen. We could make this a bit smaller too. Sorry, I know it's a little clumsy here. I know I can full screen it too. All right, here we go. This is the trailer for... Oh no, we've already lost a viewer. It's just... We're doing this for you, James. Just you.
Sweet.
We're just doing this for you. You're the only viewer right now. But it's a recording. That's okay though. It's a recording for SuckProfessor or something. We're gonna put it on there probably. Oh, hey, that was you make a comment. Don't mess with me. Don't be a ghost. Don't be a ghost in the actual thing here. All right, let's play it. Let's see how it works. Here for the Wolf of Snow Hollow. Which we're going to talk about. So first, welcome Butternickles. Hello, thanks for tuning in. It does have an interesting font, doesn't it? No, not Fargo, obviously. I just feel like I have to answer every comment. It's going to get hard when there's millions per second. Yes, all right, James. I had some flashbacks, some emotional trauma. Like I had some trauma brought back to the surface just watching that trailer. I hadn't seen the trailer before I saw the movie. So James presented this movie to me as, hey, Butternickles, hi. You're the viewer tonight. Welcome. Say hi to James, by the way. James is on the phone.
Hello.
Yeah, you can. Butternickles, as we know from, she, I think, found us through SuckProfessor way back in the day. So you presented it to me as like, hey, let's check out this movie. And I trust your judgment. You know, we don't completely, like every movie, that's fine, of course. I'll never forgive you. But no, I joke. So I knew nothing other than that you thought it might be worth our time and worth watching. And so I was like, cool, yeah, let's try it out. This could be great. Could be cool. And where do we start? Do you want to just say, give an overall, should we do a summary? How do we do this?
I mean, we should probably mention that what we're going to talk about will be drastically spoiler in nature.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no doubt. We've already, I think we've telegraphed that we may probably weren't fans of this, but yeah, we're going to definitely break it apart. So if you don't care about the spoilers, everybody, you should know that.
And this is definitely not up to Westworld standards. I'm
no.
Sorry.
Would you say it's better or worse than Westworld season 3?
Probably. That's a tough one. I probably enjoyed it more than Westworld season 3 simply from a comedic standpoint, because midway through the movie I was enjoying it by hating it, if that makes any sense.
Okay, yeah. The time didn't actually feel wasted because it was so it was a puzzle of, I hate using the word hate. I'm not that's too strong. Yeah. It doesn't deserve hate. I respect anybody who made a film. This is the guy's second film. Right. So it sucks to like shitting on them, but then again, that's what a movie. I mean, we're just sharing our opinion and stuff. So,
what I could say is I respect Jim Cummings. I respect his persistence, his tenacity, his work ethic, what he accomplished, how he was able to be writer and director and star of the show.
And poster designer.
Yes, and poster designer. So I do genuinely give him credit for all that stuff because he did something that I could never accomplish had I wanted to do the same thing. But I do question choices made in the story and in the production and acting of the movie.
Okay.
So
perfect.
When I say I hate it, I meant that I was disappointed in it, not that I have any slight against Jim Cummings or the other people in the movie.
This isn't the same as hating people who cage children and treat, this isn't that kind of hatred. That's what I reserve hatred for. So
we don't know he wasn't involved in that, so we can't write that off.
Well, that's probably a deleted scene. Yeah. So Butter Nichols, by the way, says, "Hi, James. I'm a Westworldly foundling." I think she's indicating that she found us on SuckProfessor from Westworld stuff.
Oh, cool.
You know what? Okay. We've previewed this quite nicely, and that's actually a really nice chance to take a quick detour, if this is okay. I know this isn't a great... Some fucker is on my chat. I'm going to kick these people out.
Well, that's my dad.
Yeah, I'm going to kick your dad out. Get back to Mars, you piece of garbage. How do I even do... Okay, hang on. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
no, I don't
Every morning he'd wake me up with the smell of pancakes and the words, "Want to become famous."
Mm-hmm. Want to become famous? Many followers. Ha, ha, ha. Pretty girls. Pretty girls. That's how my dad used to put us to bed. Ha, 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 oh, crap. Now I'm on my own. That's how my dad used to put us to bed. Oh, God. I hate being so bad at this. Video...
Getting like feedback now.
Yeah, I know. I just because I went to. I'm playing the stream on the computer. Sorry, everybody. I'm playing the stream on the computer. I don't. Sorry, everybody. Oh, hold on. There. Okay. Good. God. Stream manager. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. What the fuck? Can I just click on their name? Here. Oh, okay. Report. All right. Sorry, I found it. Spam. Next. All right. I reported whoever that was. Oh, I would feel so bad if I accidentally reported Butter Nichols, like I was just moving too quickly.
That would be a disaster.
What now? Okay, back. Well, this is a stupid interface. I have to go next. What the fuck?
Can you imagine? I accidentally reported 100% of my audience.
Yeah. This is so weird. Oh, I gotta answer more questions. Attempts to scam other community members. I don't know. Sending, whatever bot. I just go away, please. See, now I want to report the report system. Thanks for letting us know. And block, close. Okay. All right.
You
wonderful.
made the world a safer
Oh, cool.
place.
Butter Nichols reported too. Thank you. We are all doing our part. All right. Oh, God, that totally threw me off. Okay, so real quick, though, since Butter Nichols mentioned Westworld, and we're about to really get into our Wolf of Snow Hollow discussion, but I did actually spend, this is actually, James, why we were a little late here. I didn't budget my time well today, but I wanted to get us to a point where we could play this little tidbit to remind everybody some of the nice memories that James and I have created with each other. And for some of the people who watched us over the years, I think it's not a thorough. This is probably going to be an evolving project. But also, this is also what pissed off a lot of people too, because we certainly upset quite a bit of people out there. So without further ado, I present you with with Hank and James, a retrospective. Can I have some in memoriam music, please? John Williams. John, wake up, John. John Williams is dead. All right, see, that's why it's bad. All right, here we go. Ready? Playing now. You're watching SuckProfessor. You're watching SuckProfessor. Hello, everybody. It's me, Hank. I'm joined by
James.
Hey, buddy. We're taking a journey into deep, scary space. Sir, hello, everybody. It's me, Hank. I'm joined by
James.
Hello, James. Good sir. The band is back together. Talking TV shows. Westwood World. Hello, everybody. It's me, Hank. I'm joined by
James.
James in Wonderland. So we're talking about this theory we developed. Joined by James, my favorite film buff of all time. We're doing a shot by shot. What is this called?
Trailer breakdown
Of
Alien Covenant.
Where the aliens become nuns.
Yeah.
We're talking about Lady Bird. Joined by
James
Kazaya. Hello, buddy.
Hello.
Welcome to Taboo, Episode 7, Season 1. I'm joined by
James.
Joined by
James.
I'm joined by
James.
Oh, howdy, James.
Hello.
Hey, cowboy. Joined by
James.
Look out, everybody. He's dangerous. He's got a bolo tie. So, I'm joined by
James.
Hiya! That's the cowboy language, James. I'm joined by James, my favorite handsome cowboy in all the land. That's you.
Okay.
I'm joined by
James.
Hey, James, cowboy James. I'm joined by
James.
Hey, dude.
Hello.
Hey, you're watching SuckProfessor. Hello, everybody. It's me, Hank. I'm joined by
James.
What? I had fun watching it with you.
Yay.
So let's get to... Shut up, James. I'm doing the intro part here. No sleeping. All right. If you start nodding off, I will poke you in the ear with a wet finger. And
Alrighty.
How did it get wet? Well, you'll be asleep and you won't know. It won't be my spit. It'll be worse. Okay?
God. Right. Now, I wouldn't go so far as to say theory. I would say, parallels, tributes, homages, references, little tiny tidbits that kind of sneak into Westworld that seem to be directly correlated to the world of Alice.
All right. Calm down, Pat Sajak. It's a fucking theory. Okay? Here we go. Looking pretty good with your mustache there, big fella.
Yeah.
I say see Ladybird. Oh, by the way, James, your bandolero, you're looking fucking intimidating. Have you been combing your mustache? Because it's looking really good. All right, Anchorman, Zoolander, Dodgeball 3. Terrible. Is it hard to drink your morning cup of Ovaltine? Hey, everybody, welcome to... You want to hear what it's about, James?
I am all ears.
All right, spoilers.
Yeah.
You okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So Lady Bird is about a teen girl who is trying to figure out where she wants to go to school.
And what kind of mutant powers does she have?
Are you excited?
Oh, yeah.
You ready?
Yep.
Are you sitting down?
Yes.
Right where I want you. We'll probably talk about that later, too, because James and I are a couple of big, soft, cushy tushies, aren't we, James?
I wouldn't use that word, but sure.
Wow, that was fun. I was literally doing that while loading up the OBS and loading up all this crap in the thing. So I was way distracted. So it's obviously a bunch of stuff there that needs to be fixed, but that's not bad for 10 minutes of work. Hey, Butternickles, I actually was thinking about you when I did all that. I was looking, there's so much more. I know there's a Westworld clip where I smashed James in the head with a hammer. It's very funny. I want to find a bunch of that stuff. The cushy tushies. It's exactly the mushy cushy tushies. So, thanks for enjoying it. I hope it's good. Yeah, cool. All right. So that's our that's our Westworld. I'll refine that process. James, you there? Did you have a reaction?
Oh, no. I am still here. It was actually kind of weird because halfway through it, I thought that it was over and you started talking and then I was about to respond and then I responded. So that was a little bit of a mind bend right there.
That's all right. Yeah, this is weird. I mean, this whole, everything about it is goofy. So, okay, let's get back into the Wolf show. That's fun. Well, what about there's so much on Suck. There's hundreds of hours of us yammering about TV shows and even more video game hours. It's a whole world of stuff over there. So it's nice to be back on the channel, isn't it? James, tell them what they should do. Smash that. Bell.
Yes.
Smash that. No, I get so awkward and uncomfortable with every bit of this. Wolf of Snow Hollow. What?
Should we give like a brief recap of what the movie's about?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. Also, let me just clarify. Oh, shit. Oops. Sorry. James and I have normally done this stuff together, like sitting on a couch, and this is our first time, I think. Well, we did it one or two, like remotely when I was traveling, but usually it's a little weird doing this on the Twitch. So this is actually going to be a little bit of adjustment for me. So I don't know why I had to get that out there. I just wanted everybody to know about my emotional register right now. Go ahead, James. Give us a little recap.
Yeah, so basically the movie itself is billed as being a thriller comedy, I would say. But the movie doesn't really establish itself up front as a comedy. So Hank and I both went into it not realizing that this movie was intended to have a comedic overtone or undertone, which of those words is more appropriate. So we got into the movie, and it opens up with what can best be described as a grisly murder of a young woman by a large, towering, werewolf-looking creature. And she's being torn to pieces in front of a house by this creature who is standing on two legs, must be at least 7 feet tall, and is growling and biting and clawing and just ripping her limb from limb. And we find out after the fact that the wolf not only completely mangled her, but it made off with entire parts of her body. And I don't want to, get too much into that, but it took very sensitive areas of the body, ripped off arms, and the coroner is describing it as a vicious wild animal attack. The footprints are of a wolf, the bite marks are of a wolf. So we're only left to believe that this is some sort of a mythological werewolf creature, and it's got this really dark air to it about the film.
Yeah.
And then shortly thereafter, Hank and I are sitting here watching it, and all of a sudden they go into this montage, and it's like it's like this weird sing-song comedic circus music is playing as the sheriff, who is the star of the whole thing, Jim Cummings, the writer, director, and star,
and poster designer.
Yes, and post designer is going about investigating this thing while also dealing with the fact that he's a recovering alcoholic. So we see him at his AA meetings, and then we see him dealing with a building amount of stress as the community pounds down on him, looking to him for answers to find out what is killing young women in the town and to stop it. And he devolves into this very aggressive, violent, yelling, abusive character as he dives back into alcoholism. But this is all done at the same time that the story's tonality has shifted to this sing-song, weird comedic thing. So it's completely confusing to me at this time, because while he is a decent actor, I don't find anything endearing or comedic or likable about his outbursts and screaming and abuses, and it just doesn't fit. It's like pieces from multiple different movies thrown into the same pot and then shooken up. It doesn't really resonate.
Yeah, it does. As regular watchers of SuckProfessor know, I'm not great with remembering details, so I didn't remember the opening with the killing with the girl. But as you were speaking of it, I do, and I remember thinking this could be a pretty good psychological thriller. I don't expect a movie to reinvent or to be completely innovative. I'm totally fine with a movie that is sort of a standard story done well, right? The hero's journey, such and such, but the cop who's got a few problems. The cop, his dad, by the way, played by Robert Forster. It's his final role. He had I actually, one of the Rotten Tomatoes reviews said that they thought that Robert Forster deserved better than this.
Yes,
his final role. And so I was kind of optimistic about it. I was thinking, okay, I'm going to give it a chance. I'm open-minded here. Let's see. Okay. All right. This is okay. The alcohol thing. That could be explored for some interesting stuff. And it was, as it got going, like you say, it suddenly switches into that strange, montage part. I wish I had that on video. That was we should have recorded that and played it.
We were looking at each other like, are you seeing this?
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Am I crazy?
It was like an editor was trying to get fired and they snuck in a part of the movie that didn't belong or something. It was so tonally bizarre. It just didn't make any sense. It was inappropriate for the thrust of the story that they'd established, and the grit and the grizzle. There's totally a room for a humorous dark comedy like Slither, or that one where Kathy, what's her face, kills her family. It's a dark comedy. I'm sure there's a shit ton more examples. I'm too stupid to remember any of them, but I'm not, and I don't think you're saying either that comedy and horror shouldn't mix. I think it's a really great mix when it works.
Oh, Shaun of the Dead, one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, for sure. But this had no idea what it wanted to be. And we're starting to get that sense pretty quickly. But nevertheless, there was some interesting shots of the trees. There was some stuff that was worth looking at. I mean, it wasn't all complete. Like, I don't know. Go ahead. You can
Well,
take up.
another thing that kind of caught me off guard was that as we progress through the movies and he delves further into his alcoholism, starts losing more of a grip on reality as more murders pour in, we're introduced to the victims of these eventual murders. And in each case, with some notable exceptions, I think at one point we find a man that's chopped up, stuffed into a garbage can.
Yeah.
But aside from that, of the victims that we are focused on, they are all, oh, shoot.
I just got a LA County COVID alert. Yeah, I know.
Jesus. Well, that's scary. Anyway.
Welcome to Trump's America. We're getting pandemic alerts. This is beautiful. We're the dystopia.
Yes, I've been in my
official.
house for the past 8 months. I'm aware.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, I've been breathing into my underwear for 8 months. I'm pretty sure I'm aware of this.
But the thing that struck me as odd is that every single one of these victims is presented in what seems to be a deliberate display of the color red. The first woman is wearing a bright red jacket. The next woman is wearing a red ribbon around her hair. And when I say a red ribbon, I don't mean like a subtle red ribbon. I mean one that is like flowing down to her mid-back from a giant ponytail in the back, and one which is in your face due to the choice of the camera angles. It's literally her back with her giant red ribbon pressed up against the lens of the camera with a double over-the-shoulder shot of the police in front of her.
Yeah.
Or not the police, but the other characters in front of her. So it's like there's something. I kept thinking that, okay, this is a werewolf movie. There is something about the color red that is making the wolf drawn to these particular people. And there's something about that that's making it choose which body parts to take from each one of these. And I was getting like Jeepers Creepers vibes. So I was like, okay.
Meaning it's like assembling parts? Is that what?
Yeah, maybe something like that, like a Buffalo Bill, Silence of the Lambs, something like that, but with a werewolf, because we know it's a wolf for a couple of different reasons. The first reason that we know it's a werewolf is it's growling like crazy when it's attacking these people. We get to see it attack them from the perspective of the wolf. Then we get to see the wolf standing up on two legs in the moonlight. So we know it's not a human because it's got these like weird wolf legs that a human legs could not fit into a suit like that. That has to be a wolf. And we know it's a wolf because it's leaving deep indented wolf footprints, which I guess you could fake. But the coup de grace is that it's leaving giant wolf bite marks that the coroner has identified. So we know this isn't like some fakery. This is absolutely a werewolf that we're dealing with.
I'm trying to find that picture. I know that there's a shot of that you're talking about where we see it standing.
And the other thing that was really interesting to me while watching this, and I'll talk more about this a little bit later, but the character of the sheriff, the main character, has a very distinctive dental pattern that I have not seen in any other person. He has like his upper teeth are kind of recessed upwards and his canines are coming down in a much more pointed way. It creates this appearance that he is clearly the werewolf, but he doesn't know it yet, and that he is transforming and killing these people, but he's unaware of it. And there's even a scene where he is going through a bunch of stress and he is like pulling at his teeth, and he pulls one of the teeth out, which seemed to me to imply that he is undergoing a partial transformation, that his body is being ravaged by the constant changes to and from wolf.
Yes. I even asked you because I was like, why are his teeth pointy? Like, is that a subtle it didn't seem like that quality of prosthetics was in the budget of this kind of movie. And I was like, oh, is that his real teeth? Is that, but because it's so obvious, at least in a misdirection kind of way, that's what they're going for. At least that they might do that they would want to hint that it's actually him having this issue. I actually forgot about them pulling the tooth out apart. Your memory is always unbelievable. It's always so impressive.
I must say that I agree that anytime I get candy, I pull the red ones out first and eat those.
Yeah.
Red is always the best.
Well, who doesn't? Yeah. I mean, yeah. James, you should have seen James at Schindler's List. The floor was littered with the non-red.
It's funny you should mention that. Because I was going to say this earlier, then I thought, I probably shouldn't do that.
You shouldn't.
But what I was going to say is that montage that came up, to me, it felt like watching 5 minutes of Schindler's List and then having your banana guy walk in. It was like, what is happening?
Yeah. I'm getting a message here on this thing that says, please move this window away from the shared application. That's funny. Like, what the hell? That's weird. Do you see that?
I do not see that.
Okay. Yeah, it's at the top of it. But it's okay. Interesting. So I wonder if that's just like built into some websites when it knows that it's being sent out. That's so weird. I mean, I get the copyrights of this are all just nuts. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I got derailed there. So you brought up his teeth, and where were you going with that?
Well, it seemed like the teeth was an obvious sign to me that he was the character that was transforming into the wolf. It seems like I'd never seen anyone with that particular look before.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking, okay, these are prosthetics. These are intentionally there. This is a foreshadowing little nod to the fact that he's the wolf. But then I started thinking halfway through, it's like, wait a minute, maybe this is an intentional misdirection. Maybe Robert Forster is the wolf because he's the accomplished actor. He's the one that people respect. And
right.
You would expect him less because he's the father and he's much older.
And his whole character, at least the way they presented him, was like he's kind of the old sheriff on his way out. He's obviously knows the whole town. He knows the lay of the land. So like him being the wolf would be kind of an interesting twist. And maybe he's been recently possessed, or maybe he's always been the wolf, or maybe it's like the It thing where he's on a 30-year timer and this is the way that it happens, or there's some haunting
years.
I know, but like just some interval that's not like every moon, like when women turn into wolves. I'm being sarcastic. I'm not. I don't. So Robert Forster, though, his sort of a backstory is that he is almost more messed up than his kid. The guy, I think you already established though that the main character is the son of Robert Forster here. And the heir apparent to the sheriff of the town. I think
Nepotism
it's probably
at its best.
Yeah, well, sure. Yeah, definitely. That I inherited my dad's trait for being bald and stupid. No, I'm not. My dad actually still has all his hair. What the hell's wrong with me? But Robert Forster, then he has like an emotional breakdown. Like he like his whole the joke, it was sort of a joke, is that he is putting up a facade of strength because he can't let anybody know that he's got some kind of like terrible heart condition or something. So as soon as like the press goes away, because he's got to answer questions because the townsfolk are giving him shit and like there's reporters or whatever about the murder. As soon as like they were behind closed doors or something, he immediately goes, "Oh God, oh jeez," and he like kind of turns into sort of cartoonish, takes this like Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing, and you're like, well, this guy's extremely he has like an anxiety problem or something. It's weird. It just didn't register very like organic, as if like it just was like, what? Why? It's like he's two different people, and neither one of them should have any authority over anything. It didn't seem, something was goofy about that. So go ahead. Your turn.
Well, I mean, it wasn't just that he had anxiety and things. What it turns out is that he's actually in failing health.
Yeah, like a heart thing or something.
Yeah, he has a heart murmur.
Chest, yeah.
Yeah, and he's constantly, and I can talk a little bit more about that too, because I might know a thing or two about that.
Feel free to share what you like.
Yeah. Oh, well. It turns out I found out a couple weeks back that I was having some breathing problems. Didn't know what it was. Thought I had COVID. Went into the doctor. Turns out my mitral valve is shot. So in the next couple of weeks, I've got to have a valve replacement surgery. Woohoo!
Oh, valve replacement surgery. That's big.
Yeah, and at
small.
first I was like, oh, that's no big deal. They'll just use like robotic assisted tools and stuff, and they'll go in there and they'll fix the valve. They take the oscillating saw across the sternum, crack you wide open, and then go in.
Well, you don't know for sure that's what they're doing though yet, but you suspect.
Yeah, they've told me they are. No, they are.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So
okay. I knew it was a
that's
chance. I didn't know it was.
Yeah. So
confirmed.
A while ago, I kind of mentioned, oh yeah, I'm going to have some time off. Going to be like 3 months off work. That's why. It's not going to be a pleasant 3 months.
Yeah.
So
right. Yeah. I'm looking forward to being your nurse. You are going to be laid up. So they're really going to just hack you wide open and find maybe the valve is in the garbage can where the wolf threw away the body. And
maybe. But all that boring stuff aside.
Well, it's not boring. I think I can speak for everybody listening that we're wishing you speedy recovery. It's a scary thing. I know that's a routine. Luckily, like enough people have fucked up hearts over the last decades that the procedures are very high percentages for survival and recovery. So going to be good, but it's also going to be tough. It's a tough thing, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something I was born with it too. It's not like I was, out shooting heroin between my toes or something
Well,
and messed
even-
up my heart.
Sure,
I mean,
even if
I
you
did
didn't
do that, of course, but that's
Right.
not what contributed to it.
No matter how you might have arrived at it, it doesn't mean it's you aren't worthy of our thoughts and our rares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a worst case scenario, I will guarantee haunt this apartment.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
will
great.
find my way back, and I will just throw things all over the place. You think you turned the stove off? Nope, I turned it back on.
It's just-
That's me
I-
calling it.
I'm not constituted for horror movies or anything because I have this overactive anxiety reactor in me, so I can't do horror stuff. And I don't. And great, I'll be haunted by it. You already have the skin tone of a ghost.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shrink down, crawl into the shrimp tank, and just start kicking them all over the place.
Can you do the noise? Will you
wanna
do the
make the
noise
most
to
of-
me?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I can't top that. I'll have to practice it for when I enter the spiritual
Right.
realm. But
And if I watch a laser disc every 7 days, you'll crawl out of a well
Yeah.
and come at me or something.
no, but I mean, in all seriousness, it's a super, like you said, super routine. The mortality rate is less than 1%. It's the mental stigma of knowing what they're going to do
Yeah.
and having to wake up with drainage tubes in your chest and your sternum cut wide open. And
Yeah,
that's the part I'm not
messed up, man.
really stoked for. But, I know it's for the best. I know I'm going to feel better. I know if I don't do it, I am going to die. So it's
Yeah.
kind of silly to be anxious about it because you have to have it done.
Sure.
There's no choice in the matter. So why fight it? Why worry about it? It is what it is.
Indeed. Well, fighting it would be just suicide. Like that's not. It's obviously not okay. We don't want that. You go with it and you do your best to manage the material, like the stressful parts, the surgery itself, the dealing with the hospital stuff, the annoying health insurance bullshit that we all have to deal with if you're lucky enough to have it, which you are, gratefully. The COVID pandemic makes it so much worse. I can't come with you and touch my cheek to your forehead to make sure you don't have a temperature like my mom used to do when I was sick.
Yeah, I mean, they will not let any visitors.
No
COVID.
visitors. So you got to go into a hospital for like how long are you in? Like 4 days? The 2
They
or 3
say
at
on
least?
average just between 4 days to a week, depending on how quickly you bounce back from it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we're all pulling for you. I'm going to be helping as much as I can. I'm going to keep you really drugged up so I can play PlayStation 5. Haha, gotcha.
Yeah. And the good thing is that there's only 3 things in life I'm afraid of. It's heights, needles, and being cut. So I got this.
You do. You you chose not to have it done on the roof.
Oh, and then the 4th one, waking up in an unfamiliar place.
Right.
So this is totally my wheelhouse.
Yeah, totally fine. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. All right. So you have a little familiarity with the heart issues, so that we're connecting to the movie review that we're doing here.
So the next absurd moment that happens in this movie is we're trying to figure out who the werewolf is.
Mm-hmm.
And we get this weird cutaway to a man with a wolf tattoo, and the camera kind of pans up, and he's at like a burning pit or some sort of a pit where he is. I think it's a burning pit. I want to say that. And we see body parts in the burning pit, and he's standing over top of it like he's getting rid of evidence. So like, holy crap, here's the werewolf. This is the man with the wolf tattoo that's doing this stuff. He's got body parts. I mean, you don't just have body parts unless you're a bad person. I mean, body parts that aren't your own.
Right. Yeah. And you should really only have the ones you're born with, unless you're
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rare
you could be a collector, I guess.
Rare
but,
exceptions. Yeah, or maybe a donation, like,
it's all about consent.
Yeah. I would write yeah. Go ahead.
So at this point, we're like, okay, the story has now told us who the werewolf is. Now it's a matter of figuring out more about this character and figuring out why he's collecting the body parts, what his motive is, and how he can be stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And then before you know it, Robert Forster is suddenly dead from his heart murmur, and this guy is on a autopsy slab who just died. I don't know if he had a heart attack or what killed him, but the man with the wolf tattoo on his hand is now dead, and yet the werewolf is still at large. So it's like, wait a minute, who was he? Why did he have the body parts? Was he the wolf? If he's not, are there 2 wolves? I mean, what the heck is going on?
Yeah. So the mystery is expanding, but the bigger mystery is, why did they release this movie?
Yes.
Where are we now? About halfway through the story, at least in our weird shambling way of going through it. We're a good hour into the movie at this point, 45 minutes or so, right? I mean, we've seen enough of the movie where James and I had already shared multiple looks at each other. Like, is this like, I kept even saying, is this just before the color grading was done? Like the shots don't look matched properly. The tone of the color was like strangely a little sepia tone. I don't know. I was picking up on that, and I mean, I'm a professional video editor. I'm not a color gradist, but I still have an eye for that. Could be completely wrong too. I'm full of shit all the time. But the audio was goofy. I don't know. It just didn't seem finished. It just seemed like this was like a cut you would have and then send it off to the executives for review, and then they'd be like, "Oh my god, we wasted all of our money on this garbage movie." Like, what the fuck? The whole tone was bizarre. Go ahead. What?
I just realized your screen still says starting soon.
Oh shit! All right, sorry everybody. We have already
now we
started.
gotta start over.
All right, that was just a good rehearsal. Hold on here. There it goes. Perfect. So the what do you say? The guy with the tattoo dies, and now we're wondering who the wolf might be.
So now we're like, okay,
and the townspeople are getting more nervous.
Yeah, so like, okay, clearly Robert Forster wasn't the werewolf. Clearly the man with the werewolf tattoo was not the werewolf. So who is it? And then we get to this weird grouping of scenes where the police are collecting materials that were found on the body of the victims, found on or around the body of the victims. And they're returning them to the next of kin or to the, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I think it's Jim Cummings, the main actor, the sheriff, is in a library doing research, and he comes across it's like this small little metallic, almost like something you would expect to see like pushing through leather or sewing implement, something like that looks like it's attached to like sewing, like I can't think of any better word than to say it's some sort of sewing implementation.
Yeah, it had kind of
there's
like
a word for it that I'm trying to pull out, and every time I reach for that word, I just bring back the word sewing. So I'm repeating myself a lot. So
that's working for me. It's okay. It was to me. It was like a good way to describe it is like if you've ever watched a lot of Star Trek, it'd be like something one of the doctors would have. It'd be like a future scalpel.
Yeah,
like a tool for some sort of precise, a metal tool for some sort of precise working on skin. It clearly had some pointiness to it, and we know what it was eventually, right?
Yes. So he gets I'm assuming he gets an idea that he has identified what this is, and he goes to. Whoa.
That's sorry. Fucking Windows. I didn't. All right. I'm working on a thing here. It's okay.
So he goes to a particular individual that he suspects might have some involvement in these matters.
Yeah.
And he goes and knocks on the door of the local taxidermist guy. And I believe he does that because he recognizes that this tool is a tool of taxidermy.
Well, when does he get a hold of the tool?
This is the part that's really unclear.
Because I know the end of it, or near the end, where it's like the linchpin to the whole thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's entirely possible that I'm missing things, that I'm misremembering or completely failing to remember certain large subplots, because I was using a lot more energy trying to figure out and piece together what I was experiencing as I was experiencing it. So I could have missed some critical things. But should we go on with the visit to this house?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm only remembering like 15% of it. And then Butternickles, we're gonna respond to your. We're not ignoring you there. Thanks for listening. It's okay.
Oh yeah, Ricky Lindholm. Wasn't she the sheriff's deputy?
Yeah, she was. Yes,
I think she was.
And she is in a comedic duo called Hall and Oates, which does like fun, playful songs with I used to know their name, and I think she used to do a podcast too.
Yeah, and to kind of go back to what Butternickle said at the very beginning was that it did feel very, very much like they were trying to capture the aesthetic and the charm of Fargo in this movie. So I think they were kind of going for that, but they never quite hit the mark.
Yes.
But anyway.
Yes. Like it wanted to make like look how irreverent we are. We know this is a monster movie, but guess what? You're in the hands of a master. Okay, everybody? Come along for a wild ride. And so go ahead.
One thing I should mention is that there were some witnesses to the murders, and the witnesses were saying it was a large wolf. It was like 7 feet tall, and there was even a scene where the wolf attacks two people in a car, and the wolf was like running up to the car, slamming into the side of it, shaking the car, moving the car, sliding it around. It has extraordinary strength. And I think the sheriff eventually shows up and chases it off. So the sheriff knows how big this thing is. He knows how strong this thing is.
Yeah. We're looking at it right now. You'll see it in the stream in a second. Waiting.
Yeah, I don't see it quite yet.
It's all right. It's okay.
Good
Keep
old
going.
delay. Yeah, there you go. There it is, right next to the car.
Yeah.
And it is a formidable beast.
And at one point, it was up on top of the car.
Yeah. It's clearly not a human.
Clearly.
So we get back to this store or this house, the taxidermy guy, and the main character is questioning him. He's like, "Oh, where were you? Here's some, were these? I can't remember exactly what he asked him, but the door closes and he goes, "Oh, just one more thing." He kind of pulls a Columbo on him and says, "I noticed that you're hunching over to answer the door. Would you mind standing up to your full height?" Because the one thing he knows about the wolf is that it's like 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
And there's this scene where the taxidermy guy starts standing up slowly until his head is like almost obscured by the top of the door. He's a super tall dude.
And he's kind of a skinny mini guy. He's like a bunch of
very tall,
spaghettis.
lanky guy.
Yeah.
And then they exchange this glance between each other, and then he bolts out running. The cop runs in after him. There's a struggle, and he ends up taking a large butcher knife and stabbing the sheriff like through right below his sternum and lifting him up and almost pinning him against the wall with this giant knife.
Yeah.
And during this, the sheriff is just like blood is gushing out of his mouth. He's bubbling blood everywhere, choking on it. He is clearly a mortal wound. He is not going to survive this thing. And he gets thrown on the floor, and the taxidermy guy runs into the next room. Somehow he being Jim Cummings' character, manages to stand up, puts his hand against his chest, which I don't think he would be standing up at all, gets his gun and starts chasing after this guy. And as he gets to the back door, he can see that the taxidermy guy has put on part of the werewolf costume except for the head, which confirms for us that this was never a werewolf to begin with. This was an actual man, which we'll get into. That's hilarious, by the way. It's not on the stream yet, but I'm seeing it.
Oh, yeah. James can see I'm sharing a screen with him.
So,
okay, go ahead. Keep talking.
So, at this point, he doesn't have the head on. He has the suit on, and he just screams at him like this, like "Rawr!" that kind of thing, and then runs off into the woods. And Jim Cummings gives chase into the woods.
But at this point, the guy's basically in a Halloween costume, and he's tall and lanky, and he's running off into the snow at night.
So stopping at that point, not going any further for the time being, we now know it was never a real werewolf to begin with. So please explain to me how he was able to bend his legs backwards to fit into the wolf costume for those kind of legs, how in the world he was able to rip people limb from limb with his wolf costume, how in the world he was able to do that and convince a coroner that these wounds were consistent with a wolf, how was he able to growl the way that he did during the attacks that we heard, how is he able to create giant, gaping, gashing wolf bites when his wolf head is nothing more than a taxidermized static wolf with a non-opposable mandible, whatever you want to call it?
Right.
How is he able to have the strength to rock a car the way that he did when he attacked the people inside?
To jump up on top of a car, to break a guy so badly that he's busted into a garbage can.
And how does any of this have anything to do with a man with a wolf tattoo who had the body parts in the burning pit? None of this makes. And the guy right there, you can see on the screen the chopped up body in the garbage can. What was that all about?
I thought that was actually well done, just in terms of the sheer physics. To think, because I actually used to work with these big brute canisters. They're really powerful. They're really good for storing aquarium water.
I thought you were going to say I used to work with chopped up bodies.
No, I literally, one of the tools of my former trade was doing big buckets, and a garbage can's a big bucket. And if you use a shitty big bucket, it'll split eventually. These are made for like holding and being good. So anyway, point being, this whole sequence where they come up to the thing, and they don't show it in this trailer here that we've got, but they do show the head like wedged up against the chest. I mean, it was pretty grisly. Like they could have leaned into that. They could have leaned into the gross and the the mystery and the horror and the violence and the grittiness, and they could have, and his alcoholism and his dad's problem and his dad's death and the, with maybe the occasional funny moment thrown in, but the tones, or they should have leaned into all the humor and the quirkiness and the guy with the crazy attitude and just blowing up at his employees and freaking out and being super intense and very weird. I'm sorry. I'm just starting to go off on a tangent there, but yeah. So now we know who the killer is.
Yeah, and did we even get a shot of why he was taking the specific body parts that he was taking? I mean, was there like a Buffalo Bill Silence of the Lambs scene where there was like an assembled human body skin suit or something like that? I didn't see anything like that.
I don't.
Did I miss it?
No, I don't recall. I mean, other than that, him being a taxidermist was, I think, something that I think that was basically why he. Maybe we missed it though. Maybe we didn't get into the reasons.
But why a wolf? Why that way? Why anything?
Yeah. Oh, right. I don't know. It it was all just so weird. Oh, look at this.
There's the guy with the tattoo of the burning pit right there, where he was burning the bodies.
Yeah.
Body parts.
Right.
Who
what was that?
He? What was the deal?
And there was a misdirection shot where they show like a wolf running into a trailer, and but this guy had pet dogs that were big, like huskies or something, right? Isn't that all that was?
Yeah.
It was a very sloppy, because it didn't connect to the lore. It wasn't like he was an apprentice wolf that wanted to get, back into the game or something, or, it was so weird. And he killed. So did they ever do anything about this guy who was killing and burning bodies? I don't
think they ever do resolve the tattoo guy.
Yeah.
If they did, I completely missed it. But, kind of moving on to the next part.
Yeah,
he chases the guy out into the woods. And of course, he's been mortally wounded, like egregiously wounded, yet he still manages to go out there. And I think he fires off a shot or two, doesn't really hit. And then he's rolling around in the snow with the giant werewolf guy fighting. Mm-hmm. Of course, he stands no chance whatsoever. But the cliche thing happens, and all of a sudden the wolf is about ready to deal the final blow. And then boom, boom, boom from the back, it's Ricky. She's there. She like incapacitates him. He's laying on the ground, breathing heavy. And then Jim Cummings stands up and empties like 6 rounds directly into his face. And you see the whole thing. It's not gruesome, but it's like little bullet holes start appearing in his face.
Right.
So, and then the epilogue is basically Jim Cummings is no longer the sheriff. He's off doing something else with his daughter and his family. And I forget what her name is in the movie, but Ricky Lindholm, she's now the new sheriff. Yes.
She seemed to be the only sort of level-headed, competent one in the entire thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, she was great.
Yeah.
But, aside from her, it's like I can't say that there was much else that made sense or felt redeemable about this whole thing. Like right now, knowing that he's a man in a wolf costume and he's trying to get into the Jeep, what is his incentive not to try the door handle? I mean, he can do it.
Well, wolves don't know how to use. It's like really staying in character. He knows that wolves aren't great at doors. They're like velociraptors.
Yeah, it's not like he's some supernatural being that's feeding off the fear of the people inside and he really needs to sell it. He just needs to kill them, get it over with, and then make off into the night so he doesn't get, captured. He's a method actor,
yeah.
But he's like a very lanky guy. Like, I couldn't rock a car like that if I tried.
I'd love to see you try. That'd be fun.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't go over too well.
I'd like to see you try to rock a bike.
Yeah, probably.
No offense.
I probably couldn't. But that's the thing, and that's my beef with movies like this, because
all right,
a movie that has a twist ending, the twist is only fair if all of the foreshadowing beforehand adds up. It is not fair to lie to the audience and then to feel as though you've successfully deceived them with a twist. You have to make all your pieces add up for it to be effective.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. Or at least like the pieces that don't add up need to be minimized. I mean, there's a lot of movies that are still good, still have maybe some loose ends that don't quite wrap up perfectly. Like that's a very difficult thing to do. And as a sophomore filmmaker, maybe it's not fair to expect that, but, we both were just sort of like, okay, this was sort of a weird mess. Like we definitely didn't again, we didn't hate the hour, and we're doing a show about it. We were sort of intrigued enough by it to talk about it because it was really interesting. But really what made me want to talk more about it, and what kind of like normally I one of my skills is letting shit just slip out of my brain. Is happens often without my knowledge. I don't even realize it's happening, but I'm pretty good at just being like, yeah, I don't have time to think about that movie I didn't like. So what? I'll move on. Big deal. But then when I saw the Rotten Tomatoes score, and this is usually something I don't necessarily get hooked on either, the fucking 89%. People love this movie.
Yeah.
The Rotten Tomato scores were just stunning. It was so weird. Like, as I felt like this is like the Trump era personified almost. Not. I mean, I'm not saying the guy's not. That's cruel to compare anybody to that. I'm not saying the dude is. I'm saying like I felt like my whole understanding of reality is being twisted around here. You know, here's one on Rolling Stone. It's the personal demons rather than old-fashioned monsters that get you. One of the central tenets of Cummins' genre exercise portrait of a screw-up mashup. The Wolf of Snow Hollow is a pleasingly quirky outing that has fun with the mythologies of both monsters and men. It did a bad job of the mythologies of monsters and men. Yeah. Like, what?
It felt like they had a bunch of ideas that they cut from the movie, but they didn't cut the connective strings that led to those ideas or led to the fruition of those ideas. Mm-hmm. So you have all these loose threads hanging everywhere that never really go anywhere.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, and the tone part, the comedy mixed in with the horror, mixed in with the strange montages, and all none of that rang consistent or accurate, or like you kind of said, it's like a whole bunch of different parts of different movies. So it was like a Frankenstein, but if they'd used birds, ducks, geese, lizards, fish, humans, rhinoceros, like it's like it's Frankenstein at least was made out of other people. This was like a Frankenstein of all kinds of other stuff. Terrible analogy, yeah. Hank, you fucking idiot.
No. Speaking of analogies, Butternickles asked, is it maybe an analogy to drug use? Like, is this a meth thing? Do you think in any way this could have been like a larger discussion about, alcohol abuse or substance abuse, because the sheriff is going through that himself? Is it like the demon within or the beast within? Turns out that man is the beast.
It occurred to me that might be the case, or that man has to conquer his own demons and that there's a beast inside. I thought that's where they were going with it, in terms of him either being the wolf or him having to convert back. I actually predicted that his alcoholism was going to be the thing he needed to go back to unleash the rage that he obviously had, because he would blow up at everybody. He would freak out. I had that shot of him. Okay, hold on. Right. This one guy, he's yelling at his own guy here. This moment here, like, look at it. Look how he's just screaming at him. Let me turn the volume on here. Do your job. Oh, what the hell? Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yeah. So this is emblematic. He does this. Let's just pick this little. I'm activating. It's not. I'm not used to working on the timeline. So dinky ass. I can't get. Motherfucker. Hold on. There. Okay. I gotta click off of it in order to click onto one of them. Okay. So. This is emblematic of how he treats almost everybody around him. Oh yeah, the coroner was a whole nother weird ass part of it too. So I don't know if this loop will work here. I don't usually do the loop. Do your job! 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 So he just, in this scene, the guy was like doing his job. Look at him. He's literally doing his job right now in this shot. Yep. So sorry, what was the answer? Oh, the alcohol. Yeah, is it a metaphor? I thought like maybe they were getting the point where, so this mythical wolf creature, or whatever its origins may or may not be, if they're going to explain it or not, that sometimes they don't have to explain it, and that actually makes I think that's a perfectly defensible decision in a movie. But that, like, in order for him to defeat the wolf, he was going to have to like activate the demon inside of himself, which is his anger, and then in doing so, maybe propelled by a relapse into bad alcoholism or something like that. And I've my own personal story. I've mentioned this in some other shows. I had an issue with alcohol. I'm not unsympathetic to people who struggle with alcohol addiction, because it's something that I struggled with too myself. So I do have an honest and genuine understanding of that demon itself in my own context. So that's fine though. And I'm very, very much, and one reason I'm okay saying that publicly is I'm not alone in that whatsoever. I know there's lots of folks in the world who struggle with this sort of thing. But that would have been a compelling use of like a tragic way to have to like sacrifice himself in order to save the town. But it didn't really play that way at all.
And Jim Cummings became famous for another movie that was highly acclaimed, which I've not seen, called Thunder Road. And do you know what character he plays in Thunder Road?
Like an alcoholic cop or something, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess if you're good at one thing, you stick with it. But
yeah,
you kind of need to wrap that in a story that kind of makes sense.
I agree. Yeah, it just I didn't get the reviews. That's what really tripped. I got into my head about it.
It felt like we had just walked outside and saw that the sky was purple, and we were like, "Oh my God, I can't believe what's going on with this purple sky. This is really distressing." And then we go online, and there's a news story saying people are amazed by the green sky. And it's like, what? Are you seeing something different than I saw? I mean, what the heck?
Yeah. I know, it was so strange. Like, well, at least like, here's a review, like, or one of the negative ones, these blurbs on Rotten Tomatoes, that I thought made a lot of sense. Wolf actually does a thing we all hope second features won't. It reveals that idiosyncrasies of an unproven director's debut weren't quirks so much as weaknesses. Another one, a novel blend of action, comedy, horror, and mystery, undermined by Cummins' peculiar off-putting performance and other eccentric choices. Yeah, it just was very weird.
And the thing about the prosthetic teeth. Yeah, those aren't prosthetic. That's just what the dude looks like.
I know. Yeah, I had a shot. Oh, shit. That's one of the shots I was looking for, too. Okay, got him flying around. Yeah, right here you can see his teeth. Is this what's still playing? Yeah, okay. So, wait a minute. Oh, God. What the fuck? Oh, it's jumping to this. Sorry. Okay, hold on. It's trying to loop. I had to loop. You'd think I'd never used Premiere Pro before. Clear in and outs. Okay, now it'll work. Yeah, right in this shot, you can see his teeth. Kinda. There's one moment. We're going for it.
Of course, it cuts to a long shot right
Yeah,
before.
that's okay. These trailers are just, you can see the tooth.
Yeah, there's a lot of scenes where he has like these big smiles and close-ups where it's jarring enough that, I mean, if it wasn't a movie about a werewolf, you might not put so much stock into something like that.
Right. Yeah. And it's not even trying to like, we thought that was a deliberate choice to, for the character, not.
Yeah. And like you just saw on the screen, the woman in the red hat, one of the victims or potential victims.
Well, I think she's the one that gets killed in the car later.
I think she survives the car. I think that the cop they really scare him off, but because she had red on, I was like, well, clearly she's one of the targets.
Yeah. The wolf paw. Yeah. See, here's the red hat.
Yeah.
No, this might be the first killing. I think this is.
I thought that the first.
No, yeah, you're right.
In front of the house, it was the red coat, the red ribbon, then the red hat, all of which manifested into nothing.
So there's a shot of the wolf. You can see the foot behind her.
Yeah, how it's bent in a weird.
I know there's a shot of the moon in the wolf print, which is also very like. It looks like such horrible special effects that I could do.
On the first viewing.
Totally. Oh, there we go. This is the paw shot that I. Like, what is this? Is this a pearl? I think that's the reflection of the moon.
That's a bit odd. If that's, I wasn't really sure what that was, but yeah, that's.
And what does a real wolf print look like?
And even thinking about it again, if somebody says, "Oh, I saw a 7-foot-tall wolf going around messing with people," wouldn't the first place you go would be to the local taxidermy guy?
Do you mean the local 7-foot-tall guy?
Yeah, I mean, and say, "Hey, dude, you know animals. Has anyone brought in any large wolves lately,
right.
Or have you seen any? Or could you take a look at these bite marks and tell us if you think it's consistent with maybe a wolf?" Their local expert, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. One would think. Hang on here. Let's. Here's some wolf prints. So this gives us an idea of what a wolf print might look like. That's pretty actually okay. If these are real wolf prints, those are pretty cool though. Those if you could imagine one of those things coming at you. Wolf tracks in the snow. Here's a person's hand.
Fresh prints of
pretty darn
Snow
big.
Hollow.
The fresh prints. So nothing. That's pretty impressive. Now, if we go back to Premiere, there's the wolf print in the snow in the show here, which we can turn up the brightness there. I mean, I guess that's close enough, I suppose. You know, so they made a whole thing about how it being realistic, like wolf bites and wolves. Like they never suspected it was a guy in a costume until they went to the dude who cuts up animals and turns them into mannequins for people to put on their walls. Who also must work out at the gym, like everybody, like because he's obviously the strongest person. Butternickles confirms it's the moon. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, one thing I forgot to mention is when he first got wounded with the knife wound, through his chest, and he was like gurgling and spitting up blood everywhere. By the time he was rolling around in the snow and he was saved by his deputy, not even the slightest speck of blood on his face or his mouth.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
Come on.
That's quite a bit of that. That's what ruined the Last Action Hero for me.
Yeah, and the fact that he survives that? Come on.
Yeah. It was silly. Here's the hand going after the. So, I mean, I guess if anybody's going to build a good animal suit, it's going to be a taxidermist, right? Like,
yeah,
they spend all day playing.
This tall, lanky guy, is he going to have the strength to rip someone's limb off, to remove most of your pelvic region and get off with it in about 5 minutes time? Because the attack, these are not, he doesn't have enough time to do all this stuff for extended hours. He comes in, he murders brutally, and in the span of like 2 or 3 minutes, the boyfriend can hear screams from outside. And by the time he gets out there, her arm is already ripped off. She's in pieces, and giant chunks of her body are missing. There's those teeth right there. You can see in a bit.
Yeah, there's the teeth.
So none of it adds up, and I feel like a broken record saying this over and over. But I guess in summation, the movie tried to do something. I didn't really get it. The pieces didn't add up. And I ended the movie wondering what the point of all of this was. Indeed.
I kind of wondered too. I felt unfinished, and it felt like it made me to me it was easy to dismiss, so because again, the Rotten Tomatoes thing is what made me like undismiss it or whatever. But Hollywood makes so many shitty movies where you're just like, oh wow, if you could get lost in the maze of thinking, man, how do they always just make crap movies? Like why are most of them pretty shitty? And like why is it such a difficult art form to hit well, to be within the small part of the bullseye dartboard? Like you don't have to be perfect to be a good movie, but it seems like an art form that is so difficult to really get right. It's very collaborative, it's very expensive, it takes a lot of faith, at least in the future. You have to trust that there's a process that will pay off. You have an uncertain outcome. It's a very difficult art form, but yet at the same time, with all the money and all the reputations on the line and the mass of Hollywood, and I don't know, I mean, this is Orion, I mean, is that the distributor, the producing company or whatever, but like, how does it still get to be like so many movies seem to be clumsy and messy and bad and poorly made? And I don't know, maybe that's just the nature of the industry, is actually that they don't all have to be that good. It's just like food doesn't all have to be, sushi with sushi eggs, like delicious, perfect food.
Yeah.
Here's the wolf. There's the wolf standing.
To answer the question in the chat right now, yes, it did at least accomplish that. It kept my mind off of things I'm gonna have to go through for at least an hour.
Did you spend an hour or so not thinking about your surgery? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's there's some value in that.
Yeah. Look at him. He drives by and fires the shotgun like that. Right there. This is a shot. Yes, that's true.
He felt, and the thing, and I feel bad saying this, but when I was watching it, I was thinking, these lines don't make sense. This writing does not make sense. And then I was thinking, like, certain shots. I was like, well, who wrote this? Who directed this? And who in the world cast this man as the leading actor?
Yeah.
And I was like, none of these, whoever directed this probably doesn't have a lot of experience directing. Whoever wrote this doesn't seem to know what they're doing. And whoever cast this guy probably should have thought otherwise.
Yeah. Like you think like, oh man, we really screwed up. We shouldn't have put that money into that pile.
And then after the movie was over, I looked it up and I was like, oh, it was written, directed, and starring the same guy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, well, that's how he got the role, I guess.
It's fine. Yeah. And a writer-director actor can be really good. Like that can work.
Yeah,
in the hands of the right person.
You know, I didn't want to say that because it sounds so contentious and arrogant and condescending, but still, I couldn't have done this. I couldn't have done a quarter of a good job as he did. For what it is, it's pretty. You know, it's a movie.
It's a movie.
I couldn't have done it. So more power to him.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. He definitely did something. I mean, when you score Rotten Tomatoes that well, you're probably going to get to do more of that.
Yeah, and I'm not one to look down on another person's success. I wish him the best. I hope that he has a chance to make many more movies with that may be better than this. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. I agree.
I am not going to look at his name in a movie and say, oh, I'm not going to watch that. It's that guy again. No, I'd check out something else by him just to see what his thing is.
I would do the same. I'm with you 100%. I'm trying to do this here real quick. Get back to, I see what's going on. Yeah, I would give the guy definitely more of a chance to see where he goes with it. But a lot of directors don't get to do that. Like they get one or two good movies, right? Or one movie try, and then they don't really, if it doesn't take, I don't know, maybe I'm bullshitting. It probably.
Yeah, I mean, I worked with a guy for a couple of weeks who we were shooting a pilot for the FX network. And he's not a huge actor. I mean, if you Google him, you'd see he's got a name.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, in the industry. But he had written the script and he was directing it and he was starring it. He was doing everything this guy was doing, and it was so interesting to be next to him and watch him work. Where he would just jump in front of the camera, do the scene, and then jump behind the camera, rewatch the scene, and say, I was a little bit off there. Let me go back and do that again. And just to see how he could critically assess himself in real time. Some people, I imagine, are really good at that, like this guy was. He was fantastic. Others might not quite have that skill set down yet. And I'm not saying he's one or the other, but I'm just saying it's a lot harder than it might look.
True. Definitely harder than it looks. The short films I've made, it's not even close to comparison, but I did make one that I wrote, directed, acted, edited. I did everything with some friends, and that was like a bunch of stupid comedians running around Chicago for a month in 2011. It's an old movie, but I don't know. I still think whether how hard it is, the difficult part is getting the funding and getting the organization together.
Oh yeah.
Whether you have taste, like isn't there that phrase? There's no accounting for taste. Like that's the real thing. You still should be expressing your taste, and there's always limitations to budget. Maybe they only had so many shots. Maybe they lost some footage. Maybe they ran out of time. I mean, there's all sorts of when oftentimes when a movie seems weird or an editing or directing choice seems terrible, it's because they just didn't give themselves enough options during the post process, so they screwed that up.
Orion is a low budget movie releasing house.
Okay. All right, so they probably don't have the same kind of thoroughness where they run it through the Steven Spielberg, George Lucas at Industrial Light and Magic Bot, where they get some notes from some masters. So okay, cool. Well, I think we've hammered this enough, right?
Oh yeah, and Butter Nichols mentioned that I should get hospital Wi-Fi passwords. The one thing that worries me about that though is when I found out about what was going on, I had to go to the emergency room. And in the ER, which hopefully won't be the same as like the actual surgical center, there was no cell phone signal anywhere. There was like, my phone was just dead, no bars whatsoever. And the nurse there was like, oh yeah, we can't get Wi-Fi or anything down here. So
oh man.
Like, oh, wonderful. So I'm hoping that wherever I end up is going to be different.
You'll be on God's Wi-Fi. Opium.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be all fucked up on painkillers, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah,
there was I experienced like some of the weirdest stuff ever. Like, have you ever had an IV in your arm?
Yeah, when I had my penis surgery.
Oh, yikes. Okay. But did you get like that weird sensation like your arm was suddenly cold in just your arm?
I had that on my penis.
You had a weighing
IV? I literally did. As a kid, I had to have a thing fixed.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to see pictures?
Maybe next time.
I'll bring them to you while you're in the hospital.
Yes.
Yeah. No, so I was actually, I will tell the story someday. I used to be very ashamed of this story, which is ridiculous because I was like a 4-year-old. It was a side effect of a botched circumcision How's that for you, huh? James, your response.
Yeah, no. I am just reading what Butternickel said.
See, she had it on her penis too.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's very common, I hear.
Yeah, you get a needle in there and you go, ow. So no, what? The needle in your arm felt what? What were you just gonna say?
Well, no, it's just that weird sensation that, just like this weird cooling sensation in your arm. And there was another weird thing, because when I got there to the hospital, because the urgent care took me in, did some tests, found out that it wasn't COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And then they listened to my heart and immediately said, you need to go to the ER. So then we had to go to the ER, and I step up to the front and they say, why are you here? And I was like, I went to urgent care. They said I needed to come here, that to have my heart looked at. And the second I said the word heart, someone ran out with a wheelchair, and I stepped off to the side like, oh, excuse me, I must be blocking an elderly person or something. And then they're like, no, this is for you. I was like,
yeah.
Really? It was the craziest thing. It's like, I can walk just fine. What are you doing? This is unnecessary. This is no need for drama. And they're like, no, you have to sit here. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's liability stuff. They just like the wheelchair thing is just that's just they ain't gonna let you walk as long as
I wasn't
you
even
might sue
thinking
them.
along those lines. I was like, this is crazy. Don't make a. But yeah, and then they wheeled me over into a wheelchair storage room, and I had to sit.
Did they take you out of the wheelchair before they folded it up?
Well, I was wondering about that,
Oh,
but
I stepped in a joke. Sorry.
And no, the only thing in the room is like 30 different other wheelchairs that are like up against the wall, and there's a little TV up in the corner between them all playing General Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I'm in a hospital. The last thing I want to see is bad dramas about hospitals. It's like, why would you do that? That's like being on a plane and having Con Air or Snakes in a Plane.
Alive.
Oh yes, that movie.
Jeez,
that's so much worse.
I was
like, why?
Yeah,
Lost. Yeah, Lost would be way horrible too.
Oh, I did tell this story before. Yes, I do think I've told that story. I'm going to tell it again. It's my crowning moment. Yeah, I was on a train once. We were taking a train from Chicago to Denver for a thing with my dad and both my brothers, and I was sitting with one of my brothers, and I decided to draw two trains colliding in a very like fiery ball, just in pencil. I didn't have any colors with me, but it was just a pencil drawing, and it looked pretty good though. And the train conductor came by and like saw it, and my brother said he saw the guy make a crazy face, like a disgusted face. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I was a disturbed child.
And did he say, I will never let that happen again?
Yes. That's what are you referring to something? Did I miss?
The conductor. Yeah, I know. Is that okay? Implying that he's wrecked the train before.
Oh, the again part. Okay. I thought you meant like letting somebody draw something. I was like, what?
No.
Is that is that part of Polar Express? Okay, cool. Well, what do you think, James? I think we did a decent job for the first Twitch attempt.
Yeah, and then I'm probably going to try and rewatch this at some point and be like, oops, I missed an entire scene that pulls it all together. It makes it all make sense. And aren't I a dummy?
Well, if we do that, I think the only journalistically ethical thing to do is come back on and correct the record.
Yeah, or I could just apologize to Jim Cummings now.
Yeah.
And say, whoops.
Yeah. Well, eventually he's only going to get so many attempts, and then he's going to have to change his name to Jim Goings.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I did know someone whose last name was Goings.
Really?
Yeah.
Where did they go?
I don't know. I haven't seen her. She moved away in kindergarten. Her name was Shermikia Goings. She was a very nice person.
Shermikia Goings. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She was a good friend of mine.
Sounds fun. All right. Well, fantastic. I was actually going to feed the shrimp. I think we'll do that. And I'm going to play some Hades, at least one round. Honestly, I'm kind of tired. So we'll see how far I get. James, you're off, right? You're welcome to stay and chat if you like.
Yeah. No,
what do you feel
I
like
won't
doing?
distract you from the gameplay. I will gladly hop off this, and I will watch you throw discs at monsters.
I'd rather you stayed on.
Oh, I mean, I could if you want.
No, I want you. No, I want you to tell me what to do. No, I'm saying you're not distracting, but you're welcome to do either one. Whatever. I think you've worked your ass off all day, though. You probably would be just happy to go. I honestly don't feel like talking to you the whole time I'm playing it, to be honest.
Okay, no, that works for me. I mean, I'm happy to sit back and watch.
Yeah,
I'm much better that way.
It's not you. It's more like you. Why would I force you to do 3 or 4 hours of content after you've put in a long ass day doing your thing? Like I would feel like I am sapping you of energy, like the Dementor that I already am.
Yeah. Can you imagine like trying to play like, what are you doing? What's that?
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, don't get hit. Don't get hit. Oh, you got hit. You suck.
But not, and that's just tonight. Like maybe another time, absolutely, it'd be fun to do that. Or maybe if we play other games, or maybe you and I can play a 7 Days to Die playthrough, like on SuckProfessor, and or even I want to do like a community 7 Days to Die server someday. I think that would be cool to have like a thing. Wouldn't necessarily be able to have it open to everybody. It'd have to be some sort of like Patreon thing or something like that. Yeah, unfortunately, that's. Go ahead.
A couple of days you could, play some PlayStation 5 demos, see how the new controller feels.
Yeah.
And it comes with like a full-fledged game, so, there's something there.
What are you most excited about the PlayStation 5, if you have a moment to chat about it?
I was most excited to see how Destiny 2 would play in the PlayStation 5 environment, and I have, in the last day, been horribly disappointed by news that I've been told, because the PlayStation 5 apparently will run the game at 4K resolutions natively 60 frames per second, which is fantastic. But apparently the Sony PlayStation 5 does not natively support 1440p resolutions, which is ultra wide, which you use and I use. I don't game on a television. I game on a PC gaming monitor, which runs at 1440p. And it's basically going to take the 1080p signal and stretch it and distort it to fit that ratio, because it doesn't support that natively, even though 1440p is effectively 2K resolution. So if it can run 4K native at 60, why in the world would they overlook 2K at 60?
I don't know. That's crazy.
Yeah, and their justification for it was, well, people are playing this on TVs, and TVs aren't 1440p.
Right.
But you look at the Xbox, the new one that just came out yesterday, that supports 1440p.
True. Yeah.
So
what the hell?
They need to get on this. They need to patch it. They need to fix it.
Yeah, I'd say so. That sounds lame. Other than that issue, though, is the PlayStation 5 going to be a major upgrade over the 4? I mean, in how many years has that?
Jeez, it's like, it's got ray tracing, RTX technology, ultra fast SSD. It's night and day. It's like, it's 10 times plus faster than a PlayStation 4. So it should be pretty interesting to see the generational leap. Now, the problem is that you have a new console out. The console is not launching with like any killer apps, so to speak. There's no like game that people have been waiting and dying for that's only available in the PS5. The opening launch lineup is pretty milquetoast.
Okay.
So there's really nothing in that respect that's going to blow me away. I'm just going to be really excited to see how responsive the menus are, how certain older games perform in the better hardware atmosphere, how games that I may have played in the past and enjoyed on the PS4 at 30 frames per second, are they now running at 60 in the new environment? It's stuff like that. It's mainly, can I re-enjoy content I've already played in a more favorable environment? That's what I'm looking for.
Wow. Yeah, sounds good. Are there any big games coming out next year? Like, what are the big titles that are on the
one
way?
I'm looking forward to most would be God of War Ragnarok. Because God of War is an absolutely beautiful, well-crafted story with characters that you genuinely care about. It's just so good. Okay.
A great question from the crowd. Is PS5 worth it if you have an older TV?
That's a tough one, because the thing that makes the PlayStation 5 so great is that it handles higher refresh rates, higher frame rates, higher resolutions. And if your television doesn't support more than like 60 hertz, or if it only goes up to 1080p, I think the returns that you would get from the console are more de minimis. But having said that, a lot of people who have their hands on the console already say that it's not just the graphical improvements, but one of the standout features of the console is the new controller. Because the new controller has much better haptic feedback. It has much better grip and a much better hand feel. and it has a new feature that has dynamic resistance on the back triggers. So, for example, if you're playing a game in the past where you have to pull a trigger on the back to fire a gun, if it's a pistol or something, maybe you got to pull the trigger and it just fires the pistol. But maybe you've got this big shotgun. When you go to pull the trigger, the game is going to put in resistance where it feels physically harder to pull that trigger to accomplish a more difficult task. So you feel more immersion. You feel the weight of what's in your hand as you're playing it.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. My only experience with that, you were telling me a little about that earlier today, but with the VR controller with the Arrow game, and that's like the HTC Vive from like 3 years ago or something. But just I'm very excited to see where that haptic kind of tactile and resistance stuff, because in that one Arrow game, when you knock the arrow and you pull back the string, it just gives you a little bit of a touch of it in your hand subtly, but your brain is so in tune with the arrow, and that might be also related to the immersion factor of the VR. But I'm super interested in that. And then I think they should also extend to like spikes that punish you, that shoot out of the controller and stab your hand, and maybe even like an odor thing that squirts odors up your nose and in your face.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah. Great question. Audience.
And if you are into VR, where you're talking about like the PlayStation VR, that apparently will be a better experience as well, because in that instance, you're not piping the signal through a TV, you're piping it directly into your VR headset. So you will be able to enjoy the added fidelity that the PlayStation 5 hardware can provide over top of the PS4. But having said that, not every game that you pop in is going to play more fluidly than it did in past generations. Developers do need to come in and they do need to patch their older games to take advantage of the extra horsepower of the new system. Right. So I wouldn't expect everything to start running better out of the gate. You got to wait for those tweaks.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wouldn't expect nothing less, as all game consoles go through that kind of life cycle. Is it going to put PCs out of business?
Well, right now, out of the gate, when it comes out, it's going to be pretty comparable to like a mid to high range PC. Of course, you are never going to be able to touch a high end PC. If you got like a 3070 RTX or whatever it is with ray tracing and an SLI configuration and 64 gigs of RAM, I mean, a console is not intended to match that. Mm-hmm. But if you're talking like a mid range computer to a high-end but not super high-end, I would say that at launch date, a PlayStation 5 could hold its own easily with one of those.
Okay.
I'll tell you this, to put perspective to it.
Tell me.
The computer that's sitting next to me right now, I built this thing a long time ago. It's got a 1080 Ti GTX graphics card in it. I believe, and don't quote me on this, but I believe that they've said that the GPU inside the PlayStation 5 is somewhere comparable to like an RTX 2050 or 2060 or something, which is far better than my graphics card here. And the games I play on my PC they run smoothly, high resolution. They look fantastic. Okay. So I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic. I think it'll be a great system.
All right. Well, there you go, everybody. It'll be a great system. Let's all hope. It looks like a couple of stormtroopers are like having a family, like a couple of George Lucas heads. Like
yes, and Butter Nickel said to load up a bunch of movies onto an iPad or something.
It's brilliant.
I am going to do that. I'm hoping Disney Plus allows this, because I have intentionally not started watching Mandalorian season 2 because I'm saving those suckers for my wonderful vacation at the hospital.
Can you download? How do you do that to get it?
I don't know. Yeah. I need to look into that to see and start preparing for stuff and downloading and all that. The whole thing is I don't know if I'm going to be able to even sit up. I don't know if I'm going to be so tired that I can't, because they say that when they do the procedure, they have to deflate your lungs. So you have to learn to breathe again, that your heart is like going to be like going nuts the couple of days afterwards because it's learning to beat in a new rhythm and to stabilize. Wow. So it's going to be it's going to be rough. So I may not even be in any condition to watch a movie. I don't know.
You'll have, especially in the first few days. I mean, but yeah, I mean, you're also going to need to be, you'll be out. I mean, once you're back here, you'll have no problem with getting plenty of content into your content holes. But yeah, I think she's a Pirate Bay. Butter Nichols is suggesting. A much younger me would have done that. I actually haven't done any pirate. I used to do a lot of IRC torrenting, and I used to use Pirate Bay and uTorrent and all sorts of shit. Before that, I would use local BBSs from the 90s. Way back in the early days of the internet. I used to play Duke Nukem 3D with a friend, a couple people in town, and we would call each other up and put the modem on the phone receptacle. I think I'm like the last generation of people who did that kind of thing. Like the War Games era was a little before mine. If you've seen the movie War Games, where he uses that as a way of hacking into his school. So, but yeah, she's right. 5 days in the hospital is a lot. And books, like written movies.
Yeah. I'm hoping that it's not going to be a full week. But the one thing I do know is that it has to be at least 3 days, because what I've been told by other doctors is that when they do the procedure, they also have to cut 2 holes in you lower down in your chest and stick drainage tubes in. And those tubes have to stay in you for about 3 days.
Wow.
And they've said that the drainage tubes can be very painful, but they make you stand up and walk around with the drainage tube still in you.
Yeah.
And that's the thing they say, if you're going to experience any pain, that's going to be it.
But sorry, are you trying to go? Do you have your game? Are you going to play your
No, I haven't gotten any notifications yet.
Okay, no problem. You have a baseline of pain that recently, though, when you had an accident on the stairs, right? So, and from your understanding is the injury that you suffered going up the stairs. James fell at the bottom step and rolled all the way up to the top.
Yeah, I crushed all the cartilage in the right side of my chest, and it was.
So you landed on the top step though. You tripped on near the top, right?
Yeah.
And then you crushed the cartilage. So you didn't break bones, but your cartilage between your ribs was crushed.
Yeah, and I don't like. Jesus. I'm not the kind of person that likes to complain a lot or ask for help.
I am.
So I kept going to work like that, and I was sitting in meetings and I was trying to hide the pain, but it was so intense that my face was sweating, I was blood red, I was shivering, and I had water running out of my eyes, and I was just trying to hide it, and they're like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I'm okay."
That's a survival response to a traumatizing childhood.
Yeah.
You probably could have used a couple of those sick days there when you say, "Hey, boss, I think I have broken bones in my chest."
They did convince me to go to urgent care to make sure I was okay, so I went there.
I was actually surprised you went, because it was actually your coworkers forced you to.
They kind of forced me to when they saw what I was going through, and the guy said, "Well, looks like no bones are broken. But to tell you the truth, you'd be much better off had you broken them, because the pain and recovery time for a broken rib is about half the time and half the pain for crushed cartilage."
Wow.
So I was like, okay, great. But they made sure that no liver damage, no puncture of any other organs when it happened.
Yeah.
They just said, it's going to hurt like crazy. You got to just grit and bear with it. You're not going to be able. I couldn't sleep for days and days on end, because just in breathing in and breathing out is just intense, unbelievable sharp pain. I sat up at night, maybe 5 nights in a row, just on the borderline hallucinating, just up in the middle of the night, just laughing at how bad it hurt.
Yeah,
there's no sleeping. There's no position you can lay in that's comfortable.
Right.
And even if you do manage to find a position that's comfortable and you drift off, the first little movement you make when you're asleep, you wake up to just blinding pain.
Man, that's crazy. I hope it doesn't happen again. We got to get you on some vitamins and some keto. Get some goddamn freaking nutritious, robust food in you. We got a Teddy Roosevelt, you my man.
Yeah,
turn you into a tough guy.
Yeah, but that's the thing about it, is that having gone through that, and I asked medical professionals about this on Reddit and stuff, and I said, I've experienced this. Is this more or less worse? And one person said, I work in a thoracic unit, and I deal with people who have broken ribs, crushed cartilage, and open heart surgery. Mm-hmm. And they said, I will tell you this, that people who have open heart surgery from a pain perspective fare infinitely better than people with crushed cartilage. They have it way worse. So I feel pretty good about it. Plus, I'm going to have drugs. I didn't have drugs for the other one.
Do they?
So it's win-win.
Indeed. Although, the opioid based painkillers are probably, I know those are good and powerful, but that's also a thing that can send you down a pathway that can be very
Well, that's the thing.
off, can catch you off guard. So
I was told this by so many different people who work in hospitals. They said they warned me. They said people are going to tell you to be afraid of opioids because of the opioid crisis. But don't worry, they are never going to give you enough of them to form any addiction. You need it for your pain. Do not shy away from them because you're afraid of being addicted to something. That's not going to happen.
that's not, I would never contradict what a medical professional says, but in my understanding of what drives addiction, it's not so much the substance as it is the underlying emotional conditions of the person who takes the substance. It's about coping skills for a person, that I think. And then again, there's no one answer. There's no one formula. There's no one easy, this is exactly how it happens or how it does. But if you look into the research or the writings, and there's a TED talk of this guy, Johann Hari, Johannhari. He's a British fellow. He does a lot of good communication about what drives addiction. So the warning that the substance itself won't get you addicted is, although some substances are much more higher in terms of addiction and coming off of them, like marijuana does not have anywhere near the addictive qualities as opioids, but you can also get addicted to behaviors into marijuana and to alcohol. People get addicted to all sorts of stuff. So and again, I'm not an expert at what those people told you, but the part of that they don't know is, and I'm not saying I know it either. I'm only saying this for you and for anybody else hearing this, is like, it's your psychological background. Do you have issues in it with that sort of thing in your family? That's an indicator that it might be a little bit riskier than someone who doesn't. Have you ever had any issues before? That's an indicator. Are you going through a very stressful time and you don't have great habits for dealing? Do you have other coping skills that you could lean on to deal with emotions that are heavy and hard? And heavy and hard emotions can mean short term, meaning like recent, I'm saying, like within the last year or two, or maybe within the last, but it can also mean some foundational things from childhood that increase the risks a little bit. Doesn't mean that there's no guarantees at all. So the kind of emotional calculus of that is left out in that advice. I would suggest that you should follow their advice, but keep in mind maybe finding, or at least being conscientious of the notion. I've been in recovery meetings with people who went through surgeries and got addicted to pills. So I'm not saying like I'm completely unaware or unexposed.
Yeah,
to it.
they're going to be giving me like a week supply of them just to get through the worst of the worst. I think people who fall down that slippery slope are probably people who have like back surgery, who have chronic pain, who have local doctors that will prescribe them months and months worth of opioids where they build up a dependence and then they suddenly can't live without them. Right. So it's like, if you think about opioid usage as a pool, I'm just like dipping a fraction of my big toe into it and then lifting it back out. I'm not going face first into it. No doubt. Nor would I ever want to.
Indeed. Yeah. And often, like, one of the things that Johann Hari points out when he describes this research into a thing called Rat Park, where they studied the way rats got addicted to cocaine, and then they changed their environment to something much more in line with their instincts. That is to say, like they turned it into instead of a white cage or just a shitty cage, they actually gave them like nice rat houses and rats to bang and fight. So the rats didn't have the stress of being a prisoner in a hypercube hell, and the rats didn't get addicted. And then he points out that in Vietnam, lots of American soldiers in going to war, being drafted, being forced by your country to go murder people, to murder some other poor person. That's extremely damaging psychologically, and it's an extremely stressful situation. A lot of soldiers used heroin and weed and other stuff too in Vietnam, but they didn't all come back addicted at all. Some of them came back addicted for sure, but like almost like 90% or something, even after using it fairly heavily, came back to homes where they had friends, they had families, they had the equivalent of what the Rat Park study did. I mean, it's obviously a lot of intangibles to this. Nothing correlates perfectly, but it's an interesting example of like it's the underlying social conditions that are a much more substantial factor, in my opinion, in addiction. as well as the genetic propensity, as well as the what other coping skills do you have, and the other sorts of like ways you're sort of constituted. I don't think I'm not worried about you. You busted your cartilage, and you brought cartilage to a stair fight, and you lost it pretty bad. So, and you handled that without anything, maybe a beer or two, or so. I would suggest, not that but again, why am I giving you advice on Twitch? This is fucking crazy. But like maybe the opioids, there's like better painkillers like weed, basically. Like get fucked up on edibles. You'll have a much. Well, I don't know if that's a healthy thing to do in that case either. It might not.
The problem
be.
is they're going to be giving these things to me in the hospital.
So I know.
I can say, just don't give me that. Bring me some weed.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like the longer term thing. Like if it starts to get into like, boy, I need to get another.
I'm probably not going to even need them by the time I'm back here.
Yeah. I'm talking like the warning signs are more like you're mostly past the difficult time. And then you're starting to think about it a lot, and you're starting to go, God, I'm going to. You start to panic about running out, and you run out of it, and then you start thinking, I got to figure out a way to get more of this stuff. Yeah, that's when you need to go.
That's not me.
Let's go find some fucking weed, and you live in California. Yep. Good.
But one thing I do want to ask about, but people said about the drainage tubes that our company sells those. How big are they?
Oh, your company sells
drainage tubes. Are we talking like bigger than a McDonald's straw, or smaller?
All right. Wow, Butternickles knows something going on here.
Because that's the one thing that's been weighing on my mind. Like, oh God, this sounds horrible. I just want to. Are these going to be like a pool pump going in, or is it going to be like tiny little tubes?
I don't have the chat on what's on screen right now, so let me bring it up here. Oh, it's behind. What the? Oh, I turned it.
Gauges. Like oh crap, like what people put in their ears. I know that those are certain gauges.
No, gauges is a measure of a way of like saying tubes, like wires are delineated in gauge.
Right,
and
but how thick, how wide? What is the diameter of the tubes that they use for drainage from a chest cavity?
So compared to like a McDonald's straw, which is a thicker straw, versus like a Starbucks straw, versus a coffee straw, versus a boba straw.
What is a boba straw?
That's what I used to feed the shrimp.
That you feed. Yeah.
And those are I'd say those like a little smaller than a nickel. Those are pretty big.
Ooh, that's big.
That's big. I don't think it's that. Sorry,
yeah, that would hurt a lot.
Oh, she's correcting. I'm sure I'm wrong. Yeah.
Is it as big as a pool noodle?
I'm such a know-it-all asshole. Oh yeah, no, the boba thing is the nickel size, not a pool noodle. That'd be good.
Pretty funny.
Outer diameter 2 inches, inner diameter 3/4, which is very thick material.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah. My mom had some major stuff, and I don't recall seeing... she actually was intubated in a coma for 3 or 4 weeks. That was fucking nuts. But 3 to 5 millimeters.
And when they take them out, do they just like distract you and then just like yank it really fast?
Mm-hmm.
That would be... I kind of don't want to know that. I want the surprise.
Yeah. So an inch is 25.4 millimeters. So 5 divided by 20, 24.5, 20, one of those. So roughly 5 divided by, so roughly a fifth of an inch, which isn't very big.
Yeah. If that there's nothing to drain, is it going to make like that sound when you're sucking through like a McDonald's straw and you're out of Coke?
Slurpy gurgle, if you're lucky.
That would be the worst.
Yeah. It's going to be crazy. And it'll be nice to have some time off work, even though you have to have your body turned into Frankenstein in order to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Unless Butternickles should not be air in there. Yeah, the air comes from the...
Oh, you're right. That is from air. People have said I am full of hot air, but hopefully that's not.
Yeah,
that would be
the
bad.
The moon is made of cheese. Like, those aren't literal. I know you're joking.
I should have thought of that. That is so common sense that I feel ashamed that I didn't realize that.
I don't think that's common sense. You have to know physics. People don't necessarily...
There's not air in your chest cavity? I mean, in your lungs, yes. But...
Yeah. You mean the part of the body that is full of air? The pleural cavity, which is where the lungs go. I don't think it's common. I'm sorry to disagree, but I wouldn't necessarily think about the air fluid ratio of gurgling. I don't know if that's necessarily intuitive. You're right to be dumb. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to defend your dumbness on that one.
But like the guy from The Boys, the Deep, with his gills.
Yeah,
he's got
I
air in
hate
there.
that. I hate that
I know.
fucking The Boys. I mean, I know I love the show The Boys, but the Deep is my least favorite part of the whole The Boys. If we could talk about that, I'm not going to do it right now, but that would be another thing we got to do on SuckProfessor is do a whole The Boys. We've what was the one we did before this? Which show? Damn it, we loved it. It was a great show.
Well, Westworld was the last.
In addition to
thing
The
I
Boys, we
recall.
watched it at the same time as The Boys. The mommy one, flying around mommy, blowing up people with her voice.
Oh, the Dances with Wolf of Wall
Dances,
Street,
yeah, raises
Snow Hollow.
raises with snowed
Raised
wolves.
by wolves of Snow Hollow.
Butternickel says she wouldn't have thought of it if I didn't have to work with it all day. Yeah, see, I don't think it's that necessarily like, we definitely. So James is wrapping. Go ahead.
Can I get like different color tubes, like when kids get braces and they get to pick the colors of their braces?
I'm sure. Yeah,
Because I want to be fashionable.
yeah. I'm sure that's what it is all about. You can get maybe some waifus.
I want peppermint flavored tubes.
That's perfect. So you'll be fine. It's all going to work out. I'm going to make sure that you're wherever you're going to be. We still have to talk about that. We don't know where you're sleeping. You probably end up sleeping downstairs first, right? I don't know. Whatever. We'll see.
Oh God, no!
She says order your waifu pillow.
I will. No.
Yeah.
That is horrifying.
We could get a wolf pillow. I actually think I have an animation idea of making like Joe Biden waifu pillows and doing them for his whole cabinet, just so that we have like because I wanted to make animated characters of like Trump and the monsters in the swamp and all that, but I think it'd be fun to do waifus because then we just have to basically clip them out of photos and put them on a pillowcase, which is much easier than drawing a whole fresh thing.
Yeah.
So James, you're going to be great. Everything's going to work out fine. You have, I'm looking forward to helping, meaning like, you're not alone. You don't have to suffer if you're thirsty and you can't get up, you better not sit there thirsty because you're afraid to ask me to help you. As you know, I will tear your chest open if I find out you're hesitating because I'm not going to let you be fucking thirsty. I'm not wiping your ass. I don't know what the solution is for that problem.
My plan is to be like the woman from Raised by Wolves, where if I find myself needing sustenance, I will redirect my drainage tubes into you and suck out your life force.
Okay.
And then it will feed me.
Great. This is far more intimate than I ever wanted to get with anybody, to be honest. That's why I chose not to be a mother. Nipples are just milk tubes, just short ones.
Yes.
I got to stop reading fortune cookies on the air. Yeah, no, it'll be okay. It'll be an interesting experience. We'll update people with more when we get into it and see how it's going. Maybe we'll be selling some of that opium on eBay, and then we both go to jail for drugs. James put that in the least. I think the nipple thing.
Oh, I'm going to bring home jars of my drainage fluid, and we're going to put them in a glass case in the living room. Don't you dare touch it.
Okay. Settle down there, Island of Dr. Moreau. But some shows we're going to talk about in future things, if James is willing, again, for more SuckProfessor stuff, is we want to talk about The Boys. I know the season's are way past. We don't really do much on this YouTube channel, as everybody knows, to like play the algorithm very well. 3-hour videos with just talking isn't great for that. Maybe we'll get on TikTok. James keeps talking about it. He won't shut up about how he wants to be a teen all over again.
I'm just going for that Tiger Beat magazine. I think it's my time.
Highlights is really where everything is. But I want to do what we do in the shadows. I think that'd be fun to talk about. Avenue 5, I've brought it up before. I enjoyed it very much. It's on HBO, and I'm not even.
Isn't that where we get the opioids in the alleyway at Avenue 5?
That's Avenue 69.
Oh, right.
You're thinking of it wrong. That's by the Four Seasons Total Landscaping. It's across the street from the dildo shop. In the crematorium, by the way, they cremate dildos because people don't like to use the used dildo market is pretty low. It's not something you can't be like, oh yeah, honey, Your new girlfriend? Like, yeah, those are my old girlfriends. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. Just run them through the dishwasher. What the fuck? Why would that be so bad?
There should be a recycling plant just for them.
Yeah. Or maybe they could like build them into stuff. Use them as a building material.
What if we had next to our trash can the blue one for recycling and then the purple one for
a big purple one? Yep. And but the recycling bin has two ends to it. Go in either end. What a weird world. Butternickel says, I'm so spoiled. I get you guys all to myself until others find out about this channel. No, you know, I am so bad at my career, Butternickels one, that you will never worry about. We're going to do this for years. That's very flattering. Thank you for saying that. That's actually incredibly nice of you. James, before you go, just to tell you that you're loved, I want to share really quickly. It's going to have to scroll down in my Twitter a little bit here. Don't worry, I'm not trying to trick you or anything. Someone who followed me on Twitter said something nice, and I know it's somewhere here. Bear with me. Damn it. There's so many. Hold on. It's coming up. Will they be making knockoff PS5 controllers? I'm just trying to stretch for time.
Cats will be doing that.
What isn't Xbox having something coming out soon?
Oh, the Xbox Series X came out yesterday or today.
Oh, really?
Yep. The new console generation has begun.
The Series X and then the Series XX and the Series XX4 and the Series One.
Not to be confused with the Xbox 360, the Xbox One, the Xbox One X, the Xbox One Series S. This is the Xbox One Series X.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not confusing at all.
No, yeah. Brilliant.
Oh, the base PS5, I believe, is $499 for the disc version, and I think $399 for the digital-only version.
Nice. Okay. Good to know. So I'm not going to show it. I'm still not quite ready to put Twitters up. I just feel like people deserve. I don't know why. Well, why not? This is fine. Hold on. Oh yeah. Okay. Let me see. So on screen is a tweet that someone wrote me. This is one of our a viewer from SuckProfessor. I was talking about politics, about how Steve Kornacki wanted to have a threesome with Santa and Mrs. Claus. And then, of course, Santa's wife, I was like, well, I think that's a little not with the times just to call her Santa's wife. So I wanted to find her name. And what's her name? Mrs. Claus. But this Christmas Cappers, Jax AMG wrote us, this is adorable. And I said something back. And then this person wrote, y'all really did. Hilarious duo. GOT Final Series and Westworld 3 were painful, but your vids literally made them worth slogging through. Thanks to you and James. Wow. We'll definitely be checking out the pod. Isn't that nice? Super cool. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. That's very sweet. So, James, you're beloved. Everybody on SuckProfessor's pulling for you.
I don't deserve that, but that's very nice.
You do. I know it's easy to believe you don't when you've never experienced it, but you do. Pretend to be you're a shrimp who's getting a small pellet of shrimp food. Which is roughly probably healthier than what they're going to feed you in the hospital. I don't know.
They just pump shrimp in there to clean out my chest.
Yeah. Get in there, boys. Get in there, Martin Short's inner space joke there, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'm going to switch over to Hades. I'm going to put a little music on. Definitely we'll do some gaming and stuff.
I'm not bugging you.
You wouldn't bug me. It's just like I can't consume. It's already 8 o'clock and I can't consume more of your day than I already have. It just feels wrong. And yeah, I'm also exhausted, so I'm ready to sort of chill. So, all right. Good talking.
I will be watching.
And everybody on SuckProfessor, check out twitch.tv/winners and losers. It's sort of an evolving thing right now, and I'm going to probably be on camera before too long. So that makes things a lot more watchable. I really need to either lean into trying to succeed or quit. Try, like the camera thing is important. And much love to everybody. Hope you're all safe out there. The reason I'm doing this sign off, guys, is because I'm getting rid of. I'm not going to put everything on SuckProfessor. You can watch the rest of the Hades playthrough on my in the description. There's a link. We will sign off. We'll play the Twitch. No, the not thing again. Has James already said goodbye? James, are you there? He's gone. Oh my God, there's a ghost. Good night, James. Good night, Shrimp. Good night, Butternickels. Hang out still. I'm good. We're gonna once this video's over, we're going music, and then I'll be back with Hades. So don't go away unless you want to. James, take care, buddy. Good talking.
Catch you later.
See ya. There he goes. There he goes, everybody. The James of Cartilage Hollow. You're watching SuckProfessor. You're watching SuckProfessor. You're watching SuckProfessor. Hello, everybody. It's me, Hank. I'm joined by
James.
James. Hey, buddy. We're taking a journey into deep, scary space. Sir, hello. Uh-oh. James, good sir. We had a little something went wrong. Everybody, it's me, Hank. I'm joined by
James.
Hello, James, good sir. The band is back together. Talking TV shows. Westwood. World. Hello, everybody. It's me, Hank. I'm joined by
James.
James in Wonderland. So we're talking about this theory we developed. Joined by
James.
James, my favorite film buff of all time. We're doing a shot by shot. What is this called?
Trailer breakdown.
Of
Alien Covenant.
Covenant, where the aliens become nuns.
Yeah.
We're talking about Lady Bird. Joined by
James
Kazaya. Hello, buddy.
Hello.
Welcome to Taboo Episode 7, Season 1. I'm joined by
James.
Joined by
James.
I'm joined by
James.
Oh, howdy, James.
Hello.
Hey, cowboy. Joined by
James.
Look out, everybody. He's dangerous. He's got a bolo tie. So, I'm joined by
James.
Hiya! That's the cowboy language, James. I'm joined by James, my favorite handsome cowboy in all the land. That's you.
Okay.
I'm joined by
James.
Hey, James, cowboy James. I'm joined by
James.
Hey, dude.
Hello.
Hey, you're watching SuckProfessor. Hello, everybody. It's me, Hank. I'm joined by
James.
What? I had fun watching it with you. Yeah. So let's get to... Shut up, James. I'm doing the intro part here. No sleeping. All right. If you start nodding off, I will poke you in the ear with a wet finger. And where?
Alrighty.
How did it get wet? Well, you'll be asleep and you won't know. It won't be my spit. It'll be worse. Okay?
God. Right. Now, I wouldn't go so far as to say theory. I would say, parallels, tributes, homages, references, little tiny tidbits that kind of sneak into Westworld that seem to be directly correlated to the world of Alice.
All right. Calm down, Pat Sajak. It's a fucking theory. Okay? Here we go. Looking pretty good with your mustache there, big fella.
Yeah.
I say see Lady Bird. Oh, by the way, James, your bandolero, you're looking fucking intimidating. Have you been combing your mustache? Because it's looking really good. All right, Anchorman, Zoolander, Dodgeball 3. Terrible. Is it hard to drink your morning cup of Ovaltine? Hey, everybody, welcome to... You want to hear what it's about, James?
I am all ears.
All right, spoilers.
Yeah.
You okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So Lady Bird is about a teen girl who is trying to figure out where she wants to go to school.
And what kind of mutant powers does she have?
Are you excited?
Oh, yeah.
You ready?
Yep.
Are you sitting down?
Yes.
Right where I want you. We'll probably talk about that later, too, because James and I are a couple of big, soft, cushy tushies, aren't we, James?
I wouldn't use that word, but sure.
Lying. Why am I feeling like I want you to be mine? And I want you to be mine.
Oh, whoa. Hello. All right, we're back. Hello, guys. It's Hank. Music is playing. Let me turn it off here. Hades is launched. We got music. All right, good. Yeah, that was fun. Big thanks to James for being such a great communicator. We had a channel, if anybody hasn't heard of SuckProfessor, like 7,000 something viewers or subscribers. We had a little Patreon community for a time. We started it in like 2012-ish. There's a lot of video game, a lot of dorky shit. There's some Rocket League stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff. And a lot of Grand Theft Auto, a whole bunch of... It just sort of evolved over the years and became about shows and movies and video games and talking, and mostly kind of these days it's just sort of podcasting. So incorporating it into Twitch is actually going to be really exciting to kind of figure out how to make that. It'll be kind of like we'll just do what we do on SuckProfessor, but we'll do it live. And I loved that Butternickles, who is sort of like our founding angel here. Otherwise it would just be me talking to James sometimes, but actually I've been seeing some people watching the numbers on the YouTube archive, so that's cool. In this phase of it, the vast majority of people who are going to listen or watch are going to be on the archive. Already seeing emojis. That's a new thing. What the hell was I saying? With what we just did with the Wolf of Snow Hollow, and then talking about even like PlayStation 5 and other stuff, and it was really cool that Butternickles could ask us questions. James has great answers. I have terrible, impulsively annoying comedic attempts at answers, and that's okay. It can work. So I'm really looking forward to it. This was actually, I'm feeling a little nice energy. I feel like, I love the interaction. That's missing from so much of life. We're all cut off from each other, and the best we can do at this point is these goddamn internet interactions. And then maybe phase 2 will be human contact somewhere around 2024, maybe 2023 if we're lucky. So good. Let's play some freaking Hades. Okay, so here we are. We have I've already bypassed my original start. Is there a way to delete this? I don't even care. Yeah, there you go. That's a delete box, I guess. Since we've moved on. Hold on, I just want to make sure. Okay. Suddenly you realize I was just thinking I was doing the wrong one. Delete. Good. I feel like I'm cheating if I play it offline. So everything I want to do is going to be streamed and then archived. Total darkness 4076, escape temp 17. Good. The location is the House of Hades. I actually never looked at that. Just the fact that they mentioned location there makes me think that maybe there's a phase where I move on, and like maybe once I finally escape hell, I start living with the gods folks who are like my rich parents or rich family or something. Although Hades here, this is a awfully opulent home, one could say. I never actually noticed this floor. Look at that. That's cool. I wish we could zoom in. I wish there was like a nice, easy way to like kind of just like tighten in on some of the artwork, because the artwork is so good. It's really great. Green guys, you must be talking about, they're called shades, if that's the word you're trying to remember. Let's see. So, okay, everything looks good on the stream there. I don't think the volume is up very much. Let me turn that up just a little bit. That should be better. Yeah, you could really tell they worked on the details. I know, yeah, it's really nice. Like the flickering of the candles looks cool. Like the little emoji kind of facial reactions that you get out of these shades when you walk by them, like right there. They like, I didn't even look at the wall here. Straight ahead of me. There's like a Hades god face poking out of the corner there. I like that. So let's talk to this guy. As usual, like I find this part all very tedious.
It's the look of someone just incinerated by a snake stone, am I right? They spit a whole bunch of those white-hot, flesh-burning beams right at the same time there, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Indeed.
Thank you. I like that his advice is basically just the most obvious thing, or just describing how you got killed. What? All right.
You're getting somewhere with that codex, lad. I'm pleased to see it. My duties to the house have meant that lately I can't travel quite as much as once I did.
All right. Flesh burning beams.
I'll try to travel for the both of us, Achilles. I've seen some.
Okay. All right. I went a little quick on that one. Hey, no dog.
Cerberus is still at work, I guess.
I thought, look at this whole mosaic. Oh, actually, here, let's learn about it.
A vast and intricately crafted mosaic depicts the underworld king presiding over the enormity of his domain, whilst its chthonic residents look on in awe of him.
He's not really that great.
Keep it down.
Keep it down. But see these purple bits, the pink little things coming out? I was thinking there's actually some on this side too. I'm just curious. This could just be atmosphere, but I also wonder if over time we'll see more. This wall is so intricate and cool. It almost seems impossible that they wouldn't want to use it as maybe like the circle. See the circle on the floor that I'm kind of running along? It goes under the wall. And what's this chair? Oh, I can. No, I can't. Hold on. So I feel like there's something going to be. I'm just picking up on that. I could be completely wrong. There's a lot of detail that's probably not that relevant, but all right, whatever. Hang on, one thing.
Say, Orpheus, I ever tell you I once single-handedly slew a multi-headed bone hydra within the magma fields of Asphodel without so much as breaking a sweat?
My, that is wonderful to hear, my friend. Another in a litany of such heroic deeds, more noble than the heroes of our verse, and even great Achilles over there.
I'm glad you think so, mate. These tales of my valorous accomplishments do seem to cheer you up, so I will keep reporting back once I rack up some more.
Okay. All right.
Nix, this may be an odd question, but do you know what the fates may have in store for me? They are your daughters, right?
He wants a threesome.
The three fates are my daughters, yes, my child. However, I am no more privy to their workings than the naive mortals living up above. Not even the Olympians can know the weavings of the fates.
Who doesn't? Yeah.
Oh.
I think it's becoming much more normalized these days. At least the willingness to be like, maybe it's like saying, I want to win the lottery. I'm like, yeah, don't we all want the fantasy version that we all think in our heads? I've talked to people that have had their experiences, and well, most of them were pretty good. It can go south, but so can fucking twosomes, you know? All right. Let's see. Keys, or I could buy 3 keys. See, my whole thing is, so I'm trying to save up these purple things. This is probably like a good deal, though. I should probably do that
special,
one.
Please.
All right. 5 keys. Yeah, that nectar.
I could use that.
That's what gets you. Would you like some nectar? I love this animation. Now he's gonna fling it up in the air. Okay. Speaking of vegetables, I had to spend a whole damn Saturday. It's the new, that's what she said. Yeah, that's right. Frickin' clearing a piece of cauliflower. There must have been something else in this pipe that causes this clog, because we went at it hard. One thing people don't realize you can do to clear sink clogs is plungers. It is just a closed. It's a closed system. There's a vent. If you have 2 sinks, air vents out one side and the water goes down. There might also be a vent poking up by the sink at the back or something like that. Sorry, let me focus here because I'm just rambling like an idiot. Razor boon to be rare. Even though it's only 1%, that's still like when we start climbing. Or deal bonus damage versus foes afflicted by at least 2 status curses. Let's do the bottom one. Oh, I'm already at 12. Okay, 12%. I misread that.
I have no more darkness.
It's a 17% chance. That's
all right,
almost 1 out of 5. So, you have a sink. You don't always have to just put Drano or
What's going on, Skelly?
some kind of mechanical removal. Have I given this guy a gift? Let's see. Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna start giving out gifts too, but
that nectar bottle from before. Stuff just goes right through me like you won't believe. Though I hope you're not going around giving that stuff away to every bozo you know.
What, Skelly? You worry something bad is going to happen if I express a bit of generosity from time to time through our somewhat illicit gift-giving custom around here?
No, I'm worried you'll be wasting your time. If you give that stuff away, don't expect to get anything back. Well, not after the first time, anyway. Usually. I'm just saying, don't get your hopes up.
Usually, that's how they make you think.
Maybe I
Well,
just
yeah,
want to show
but
thanks to my friends for its own sake.
all right, guys.
Sure.
Okay, so we don't want to do that one yet. Starting out here, we have we could do a Zeus play. This is 25 encounters. As much as let's do that. I feel like that one's probably gonna pay off eventually. Whoa! What the fuck?
Serious here, pal? You brought
I didn't-
that all this way for little old me? That's real nice.
I
of you.
swear to God, I did not press that button. This is the same thing with the God
Yourself,
calls.
mate.
That
Thanks for always being here for me to savagely attack without a second thought.
all right? So we got at least another heart out of him. I disapprove his reckless advice, and I'm certain as to who he was in life to be so self-assured in death. I'm uncertain of what he is here. Okay, great. All right, before we jump through, I just need to jump into and change the category. Not that anybody coming by is going to want to stick around long, but... All right, good. Okay, James is getting some advice from Butternuck. Look, guy's chatting about his heart surgery. That's good. Giant wedge pillow. Okay.
You know I would do anything to have you here among us, don't you, love? Oh, I just hope my blessings are enough.
All right, your special deals more damage. Your dash deals damage where you end up inflicting. Yeah. I've done this one here, and it's probably really good when it's strong, but it does change the way you have to play it. All right.
All right.
Okay.
The charms of Goddess Aphrodite are upon you unmistakably. Although I shall be curious to see if her command over one's sense of love shall...
All right, so do we want to get one more thing? Do we want to have a better attack? This one basically is like, so what? You just don't get to customize yourself that much. Or for the next 4 encounters, no casting. Huh. I think getting one extra one. Actually, this one probably pays off more than that.
Let's see what happens.
Whoa. Oh, yeah, duh. I was like, how come I can't tell which one, what it is? Hold on. I just need to jump into OBS real fast to check a thing here. My audio filters. I don't know if I turned it off. Okay. No, I think it's fine. All right. I'm really looking forward to having everything working the way I want. I got this electrical audio hum that's happening right now. I know I can buy some parts for it that might work. I'm going to try to fix it without having to spend any money first, but someday I'll be much more confident about all the audio shit, so you're not going to have to listen to me yammering on and on about audio issues. Although I know even experienced streamers still have to juggle all these different little inputs and stuff, so it probably never fully goes away. All right. Oh, so yeah, instead of Drano or a mechanical thing, like they make these plastic inserts that have little barbs on them, which are really good for clearing drains, like hair out of a sink, a bathroom sink or something, or a shower drain. And of course, any kind of sink, it works. It's all just physics. Then you can also upgrade to the snake, which are those metal, wiry-looking bit thingies that spin around and kind of bit of a process, but actually pretty easy. But before you do that, a really easy way to fix this a plugged up sink, and it didn't work in our case because it was too jammed, something it just wasn't going to work, but we sure tried, is a plunger, a toilet plunger. You can go buy a clean one. You can clean the shit one in your bathroom with some bleach. That's what I did. I had some Clorox bleach spray, and then I also ran it under hot water. And you clean your damn sink all the time. I mean, come on. So anyway, you can just hammer away at your drain with a plunger because you're pushing pressure down the tubes, and that often is enough to dislodge a food clog or something. And I've done it several times in the past, and it works really well. And this time, what you have, the trick is to seal off your sink, your vents. So if you have two sides to your sink and you plunge, you're not really adding pressure because it's all just going to come straight. I'm trying to escape down this hallway. So you have to either like fill it with like a towel and push down on it with like you could put a silicone like if you have one of those silicone hand trivets for protecting your hand from heat. You can cover it with a bowl that like fits snugly. They also, and you probably already have. This is interesting content, isn't it? Plumbing tips while playing Hades. An air pressure gun. If it's specifically for plumbing, no, but I could imagine some sort of device that would be pretty good. I can't afford that one. So, but the trick is to block the air venting. So that's what creates the closed system that allows the pressure to work. So you have to just sort of be a little, if you don't have a plug, like if you want to fill your sink up and, that's why we had one. We were jamming a thing down in it, and then I realized we had one sitting there, and I was like, wait a minute, why aren't the fuck, let's use that. So that was funny. But
not yet.
We also had this air vent thing on the back that was like it's so that the garbage disposal doesn't ever get completely unvented, and we had to like wrap it with plastic and kind of squeeze on it. So I don't think we had a full perfect seal, but when we were plunging deep and hard on our sink, pushing this disgusting water back and forth. By the way, we took a video of it all. We're gonna play. Oh, yeah, that's what we should have played. I totally forgot. Not of the entire process, but there was one or two key moments that we got on camera. That's actually, yeah. I'm not even. I'm teasing it, but actually, it will be worth watching.
Has evolved.
Yeah, where's that video? I know, I screwed up. Oh, hold on, I gotta fight this crystal monster. But, we plunged the hell out of it, man. Like, we had that thing pushing, it'll fight back. It'll try to unplug itself and that means that you've sealed it well enough. Or at least enough to actually try, if you're handy, it'll all be pretty obvious when you do it, if you haven't done it for the first time. And same with the toilet plunger, like, people don't really think about what the physics are happening, is you're just literally, like, making, like, a pump that is changing the pressure down the tube, and you're just jiggling the shit wad, the toilet paper shit wad that's blocking your thing, or if you flush something stupid like a diaper or a tissue or some paper. Oh man, I should have gifted.
So Aphrodite reached you first, did she? Sounds exactly like something.
Oh yeah, denim shorts. Those are maybe someday. Maybe I'll put on a pair of Christmas shorts. I got to draw some Thanksgiving decorations. That's my next. That's one of the things I want to do after I make a Joe Biden waifu. Is it pronounced waifu or waifu? So Aphrodite, sorry, I don't really care. I was hoping for one of her. Your cast seeks foes. Any damage. So 3 out of 100 times it'll be critical. I know I can upgrade it, but we'll do that. Yeah. See? Butternickles is confirming. Blocks events. You could probably, I mean, if it's a really like weak ass clog, you might not need to block the vents. Just a plunger run. If you have a garbage disposal, that also sort of changes the pressure differentials. You might get away with it, but blocking the vents, the other sink, because that's a vent too when it's not being used as a sink. And oh man, I'm not playing this well. I'm not thinking. So it didn't work. We tried hard too, and so I had to take the whole drain off, and or the P trap, which is the curved bit below, and still couldn't quite figure out what was going on. We knew that there was a yeah, I need health. A blockage somewhere, and so we were still upstream from the blockage. So I went to the hardware store. We bought a snake, which is the metal thingy, and so can I get both of them? No, either health or health. More health. I'm gonna do more.
I'll take it.
Hi. I know.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
It took some time. I think the chunk was kind of a big block, but also there was other crud in there, and managed to get it back together, and it worked, and then there's no leaking. And I used to do aquarium design professionally, so I know I say that a bunch, but like I mean, I know people have heard that already, but so I'm like pretty confident with plumbing stuff. I'm not a plumber, but I don't have any hesitation to do basic plumbing stuff, since I used to install super expensive aquariums inside very expensive Chicago high-rise mansions and apartments. I am not using... Gotta use that. We're just gonna try to be a little more patient. Let's work on just sort of being present, standing still, or at least being aware.
Of Olympus.
Passion dash. Cast seeks foes. Yeah, I want this one to be stronger. Wei Fu. Okay. Yeah, that's probably right. I'm not sure it really matters if we get it right or wrong. Meaning, like, who like, if someone corrects you pedantically or whatever, that I'd be like, I don't care. I don't give a fuck if. But yes, in case the snake did work beautiful. Well, I didn't do it hard enough the first time. We put the P-trap back together and it stayed clogged. So I actually wound up going under the building, since all the pipes are exposed in the parking garage, and just sort of mapping out where we were. And it looked like I was pushing it further into a much bigger pipe. That's, but I have like a neighbor's sink drain comes through ours, in series line with ours. So like if we didn't get that clog blocked, there's a good chance her using it might have filled up our sink too. Because living in a city is a delight that never ends. Yeah, it was cauliflower. It's a funny video though. I really wish I remembered that we did that. That's funny how it just traveled. Oh, why is it running? What is that? I really gotta get rid of this controller. James has a few PS4s that I'm gonna try out. Didn't realize. The seeking really takes the guesswork quite nicely.
Let me see.
Jewels. All right, or why not? I know I do need them.
Get your hands off my trove.
Do that.
Where are they? How many did I get?
You lived through all of that.
15. Lame.
Mine now.
Oh, okay, grab it.
Good.
Since I don't have any money, what is the LB update? Hades found in his realm a naturally occurring motivator for whatever must be done. Jewels. Okay. Alright.
One Fury Sister coming up.
Oh, if you like the green guys, Butternickles, look around. You'll see a lot. You can see the heads kind of carved into these pillar things, but you'll also see them on the... You might have already noticed this, so I might just be telling you something, but... There's a lot of like little shades. They're not always green, but there's a lot of shades like spectators in these arenas, and I think that's a neat detail. It feels like the place is inhabited. No!
What?
Problem is, you gotta wait for those friggin' things to come out of her. I know there's boons that make them come out faster, but... So basically, I only get 450 points worth of... Taking too much damn damage. For some reason, I was just standing there. Yeah, I took a lot of damage, but I don't know. It's still pretty early. But I like watching the playthrough because this would be too stressful to me to play as a last time. I hope you're able to keep up. I mean, obviously it's not that complicated, but it is a bit of a button mashing kind of attack fest. Have you guys tried roasted? Never tried a whole cauliflower. How's that go? Work out? I've roasted tons of veggies, like on a baking sheet.
Which to choose?
All right, let's keep this one still. I've done cauliflower mash with garlic butter and parsley and make like a mashed potato. I love that. It's something else. Like it doesn't. I don't know why. I thought it was equally as good as mashed potatoes. I think the cauliflower rice for like keto, because I did keto, is kind of like it's whatever. Just keep going and make mashed potatoes. So I get health. Okay. But no, I haven't done a whole one.
Up we go then.
James had to, I think you might have to get over your allergy to healthy food one of these days there.
Love that sulfur smell.
Heart surgery boy. Well, not unless they come up with medicinal McDonald's. Cauliflower is just like it's one of the veggies that fights back though. There's no way to, at least none that I've learned, to not make a giant mess. Like opening like a box of packing peanuts and they just all go everywhere. Like the little white ones, those tiny little bits. It's freaking annoying. I forgot to hit him with my thing. You can't miss. That's also great. Okay, money. Actually, let's do this guy. Oops.
Steady now.
Yeah. James could make a mayo and cauliflower smoothie. Although, it probably would be still too healthy.
Can't do that.
Oh, I thought that I was curious if it would all get them, no matter where you shoot it from. It does travel nice and far.
Yum.
I can't.
Okay.
Sometimes I have to wonder, man, what's going through your head. I mean, I know you hear me and the others, but it's so damn dark down there, I can't hear you at all.
All right. You're drunk. Okay, so your call inflicts hangover on all foes around you for 1.5 seconds. So 15.5, so I get 30, I get 45. But I can get more. Gain that when you pick up a heart. Receive one now. Your attack inflicts hangover. I mean, I'm going to be doing that every time. And it lasts for 4 seconds. So I get 8 per second. 8 times 4, so 20. Can't do that one. It says I'm doing constantly. I probably should go with the call, but... I mean, yeah, calls, right. Uh-oh, whole cauliflower recipe. Is it kind of like a roast? Does it sort of have a...
I'm empty.
I would try it, though. It's probably good. You ever done it just roasted a whole garlic? A whole clove or head or whatever the hell the whole damn thing's called? And then it turns into like this garlic butter that you can just squeeze out of it. Turns brown. It's beautiful.
Not yet.
Okay.
Darkness.
Look around for stuff. All right, so we got Dionysus. What is that one? Hey, it's Poseidon. Which one do I get deflect from? Honestly, don't know. But yeah, he's the party guy, right? He's just he's like the dude who has like the rich party boy. Like he gets the party. He just has the cool apartment in the downtown. He has the vacation place. Has the Tahoe. He does the whole boat thing. Okay. Gregarious.
May I help you?
I remember being like a teen weird kid and being like, oh, I want to go to a party. Everybody always talks about parties. What did something? And it seemed like the thing everybody had to do. Like you were nobody if you didn't go to the party. And then I finally went to a party with the cool kids, and I was like, this is fucking bullshit. What the fuck? What is this crap? Standing around talking? That's what a party is? It's ridiculous. We were pretty young. I don't even think it was one of those drug-fueled parties, but how about an activity? Badminton, maybe a board game, maybe an orgy, maybe a hot dog eating contest, something. Not just this standing around talking about Saturday Night Live.
I'm empty.
And that's why I dedicated the rest of my life to never being invited to parties. Comedian parties are fucking fun. When you're one of the degenerate drunks like everybody, it's awesome. It's so fun. It's so much fun at comedy parties. Because you're fucking hanging out with comedians.
Good friend Artemis to find
I miss it so much.
It's just,
All right.
Wouldn't you know she's all preoccupied? Something about a hunt?
Mm-hmm.
That's right, Lord Dionysus.
Uh-oh, these two are
A
banging.
hunt which requires lots and lots of total quiet and clear-minded focus. So if you'll excuse me.
Is there a cigarette god? That's the one my mom would be for. Okay, hangover, afflicted foes are more likely to take critical. Yeah, kind of hard to turn that down.
Cheers, you two.
53.
Should be useful.
Okay. I don't need all that health quite. Plus, I want to save 150. So here's more Dionysus or Demeter. I'll do Dionysus. Exactly like a roast. It's like to respect a turkey that's lovely. Yeah. Okay. I want to give it a look because I, as I was saying, like cutting them up is the most annoying part. It's so annoying. This is crazy. Man, I forgot I can do the blocking thing. Oh, I'm standing in the lava. Okay, I just do this forever? God, it can't be. Ah, get out.
Can't do that.
Good, got a critical there.
Let's do this again sometime, all right?
Okay, so special inflicts hangover. Hangover inflicted flows inflict on other foes. Wow. Using a fountain restores all. Okay. So 5 every 0.5. And I haven't picked it yet. They want you to pick all of them. That's part of the completionist stuff. So let's try that one.
Phew, that's good.
Okay. Is this the singing lady? Your dad was a Dionysus adherent. That can be tough. That can be weird. I should be asking mine to peruse your ancient tomes of the teachings of Dionysus would fill my Sprite bottles with vodka so as not to arouse suspicion. Wait, is that true? I know it sounds like something you would make up, but also considering the stories that you've shared. She would put vodka in... Yeah, that's good advice. Yeah, there's the goddess of the hearth, kind of like smoking. That's funny. Good one. I like that. She's got a nice voice. Look at all the cool stuff. I just want to zoom in and look around her room and see the...
What's the latest, hon? Anything been happening down in your fancy house lately?
Got any acorns?
Well, you mentioned Orpheus. My father had him locked up for a little while for refusing to sing.
Oh my god, Nutella?
And all. But he's out now and doing okay.
Oh, that's James stuff. First, I gotta... You just, why don't you just wrap the Nutella in Nutella?
Not following instructions, huh? Sounds like Orpheus, all right. Well, if that's the most exciting thing you've got going on, then I haven't missed much being out here.
Yeah, the heart. I would think that the inside of the thing would be rare. Next spoons have upgraded rarity. I have 3. Let's do it.
Uh-huh, I knew it.
Wow, that's good.
Nice. That's very good.
Thanks again.
Careful, hon.
No, yeah. I took the Nutella seriously because I thought that was Butternickel saying that, not you. I know that. Alright. 230, so I have enough for both of these.
Always a pleasure, Charon.
All right. Sweet surrender. Wow. So hangover effects can... Wow, this hangover stuff is against weak foes. Weak afflicted foes are also more susceptible to damage. But do I have anything that causes weak? That's the whole thing. Okay. The dash inflicts weak. Okay. Usually I think it doesn't offer it unless you already have it. I don't know. This is good.
Duo power.
And can't. Alright, that's pretty strong. So the yeah, cauliflower in the middle. That's why I asked if it's like a roast, because I was thinking like the
have your head.
To get an even cooking with it. Maybe cutting it in half. One thing I do, like for roasting meats, is this is nice. We're just playing games, sharing recipes, roasting meats. So I don't think I've encountered this lava fella. You know, like you need a rack to keep unless you just put the meat straight in the pan. Usually you use foil or something. But actually, yeah, no, you know what, I don't. Well, it depends. It depends. But if you have the meat down, what's going on here? What's this thing glowing? You can, it gets all soggy if it's soaking in the juices or if you have veggies and other stuff in the pan. But, I mean, this isn't that much of an innovation. But I use the veggies as like a rack instead of a rack. I don't have a rack. Well, I do. I haven't been doing my push-ups. No, I'm joking. Yeah,
Shields down.
I could see that you could probably use like 2 halves of a cauliflower as sort of like structure to rest a chicken or pieces of chickens or turkeys. The other day I cooked, I deboned and cooked turkey legs. Totally forgetting to use my special. I bought a couple turkey legs. They're super cheap, first of all. And I love turkey legs, but they're such a bitch to eat. They've got these little bones throughout them that are really annoying. But there's a deboning process, which is pretty much what you'd expect. You gotta really get in there and just do it I know that I did a fine job. I watched a couple YouTube tutorials just to see if there was any like super easy tricks. A sharp knife is probably the best thing. So I'm definitely gonna do more of that. And you can make a thing called I want to say remoulade. I don't know if that's the right word, but you basically roll another type of meat up with the thing, with the turkey, with a deboned turkey leg, or turkey leg and thigh and stuff. Delicious. Welcome to our vegan viewers. I'm super lefty. I'm like really lefty, but I definitely will probably, if I ever gain any prominence, I would anticipate people being annoyed with my meat habits. There's a lot of good reasons to be against meat consumption ethically, and the whole environmental impact and factory farming is atrocious. I've just never felt better in terms of managing my depression than when I've been on heavy meat consumption because of doing keto. It's actually not that heavy. I just don't eat that. I don't even eat that much. I just don't get my whole relationship with hunger is different with this kind of eating. So I'd like to hunt. I'd like to grow my own food, catch, or I'd like to do as much of my own meat gathering as I could, and veggies. That's like my dream, is to be able to have a property, live a little bit away from a city, be able to hunt, maybe raise chickens or something for eggs. That would be fun. I think that'd be really cool and entertaining. And yeah, and I'd be willing to kill them and stuff, because I feel like even though I'm a pretty sensitive person and I know I wouldn't enjoy killing them, I've killed a few animals in my life. It doesn't feel good. It feels pretty shitty. But fish, I've killed so many fish. My God, I love to go fishing. Well, come over to my Twitch channel, bro. Just tell you about all the animals I kill in my life. I killed a dog. No. pants. Why did that come out? This guy's a little bit of a little fussy pants over here. Are they trying to make this harder for me? They know I can't be defeated. But I feel like the emotional cost, I believe that that's part of the ethics. My friend Kyle Tierman is a dude. He's a pro surfer, a journalist guy, does the Motherfucker Awards, which I edited for, and he's really gotten into like hunting and doing his own kind of ethical food sourcing and I heard him on a podcast talking about it, and it's something I very much agree with. That's why I'm bringing it up. Is that he feels like the process of hunting doesn't end until you cook it and you share it with somebody. Like that to me, that's I mean, not that it's about any supernatural, but that's the communing with nature that I believe is important. Is the part where you don't waste the animal, and you maximize it, and you are grateful, and you show respect, and you try to kill it as fast and as humanely as possible. Yes, you're killing something. Yes, you are. That is 100% true. So, all right. What the hell? My 37 encounters. So have we leveled this one up yet? I still have a pretty good amount of my death defiances, so I don't think I need to switch over to my tooth yet. So I think we're gonna keep the acorn going. Alright. So these two, see this spot here, and then this one over here, these are the ones I want to figure out. I know these are like the gods and shit but... Alright, we'll keep the acorn going. I'm curious to see. Actually, this might be why I'm doing so well. Because you don't take damage 3 times. Okay. That's a good idea. I'm sorry, I'm backing up on the chat. I bet you're talking about my rack using Nutella and cauliflower. There's no way that's good. I'm just gonna tell you right now. I mean, go for it. Please let me know. Keep us posted. The texture won't work. It's not even a taste thing. I think that's just a nasty. It'll be sweet and ugh. But yeah, like just big mushrooms, cut a onion into quarters, basically. Onions are mushrooms too have a lot of moisture, and onions can be kind of, but I'd like to roast a whole chicken just on like a thick bed of vegetables, and then your vegetables you're basically making soup with all the chicken juices, and that's part of what the keto diet is. You don't really have to worry about the fat that's in there. Not that you could be reckless with it, but if you do it properly, your hormones are working better, so you don't have you get full properly. You get chemically not chemically, that's not the right word, but you get hormonally full as opposed to mechanically full. Like, it's not like a Thanksgiving fullness where you literally filled your stomach up and your stomach stretches. It's like your hormone signaling is functioning, so it's hard to overeat. One of the reasons why it's why it works. Okay, so because we descended from animals who did that. Okay, so all right, attack, steal more, gain more life with hidden previews, and then more money. I can't attack if I do that one. That one feels like I'm gonna screw that up, so I'm just gonna do this one. All right. Butternickles has a mission. She's down. Oh, I drink tons of water. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, I'm down with that. I've been doing it like 3 years, and when I go off of it, I feel like shit. I mean, I love a nice night with a pizza and ice cream and stuff, no doubt. But God, when I go back on keto, everything just fits. I just feel good. I feel better. My energy's better. I mean, I still have some kind of depression-related energy thingies. I think there's just this year particularly though. There's a lot of wow. I'm just mopping these dudes. A lot of stresses and stuff. It's obviously complicated, but yeah, there's no worries there. My brother just got on keto. He's I was so happy when he told me because I was a little worried about him, and I think it's wonderful. I'm so happy for him. All right, instant restore, yes,
Here, then.
and sure. Let's do this one.
What do I get?
Well, paleo and keto are grounded in similar thinking. Keto emphasizes the low-fat nature, or sorry, correct that, the low-carb, high-fat nature of it. So paleo will allow for more, I think, more of a carbohydrate to fat ratio than you might otherwise get. And some people do great with with carbs. It's not even, let's just do this for the hell of it.
How bad could it be?
It's not even necessarily like a universal thing, but they're both grounded in the similar notion of our ancestors did not have the dosage of carbohydrates that we do in this world. The abundance, we didn't evolve with grain, and we didn't evolve with rice, and we didn't evolve with noodles, which it's actually wheat. We didn't evolve with any of that. We evolved with some carbohydrates. This is my understanding, is the rough outline, and I'm very willing to be wrong about this, but I've seen some of the studies and research. But like everything, we don't know for sure because we weren't there, but we can infer. I'm going slowly. So I gotta come up with a faster way to take these dudes down.
Enough, I've better things to do.
26. Training for new competition zone design and alternative preparation. I'd like to work for a video game company and just write shit like that. I could crank crap out all day long.
Cheers, father.
It's not that I'm a good writer, it's that I have great taste. Okay, let's buy whatever the hell this is. Okay. I think the bigger, see that one's bigger? I think that means it's a fight thing. I think paleo's great, though. I mean, anything that where you're reducing the amount of factory processed, overly processed sugars, and the more ingredients on the list that are unpronounceable, just generally the better, the worse off you are. So when people switch over to keto or even not even vegan, I mean, it's that like vegetarian, vegan, and they feel like a pretty substantial increase, especially if their baseline was just a standard American diet, SAD for short. They've been poisoning themselves with chemicals and all sorts of additives and non-nutritious crap. And like one major thing that I learned that seems to be pretty grounded in good science is oils. I don't want to medium chain triglyceride oils. You can buy straight up medium MCT oil, but coconut oil is very heavy in medium chain triglycerides. Now, why that's better for you, I don't know. I know I'm veering into Joe Rogan territory. Not that he doesn't understand what he's saying, but I just don't. I know I haven't done the science myself. Anyway, but seed oils are actually really bad for you. Exactly what goes wrong, I can't quite say. I know that they contribute to inflammation and stuff like that. But when you learn about how they make seed oils, like vegetable oil and canola oil, also known as rapeseed oil. Those oils are all heavily factory processed. They go through numerous stages of heating, of chemical additives to get rid of toxic shit. They're nasty. It's like styrofoam in oil form. They're not good. And so apparently, and this is something you can, if you just Google seed oil versus, and it'll tell you what other kind of oils are. It doesn't mean automatically all seeds like coconuts are, like coconut oil is very good. Olive oil is very good. MCT oil is very good. Butter. I don't worry about cholesterol or any of that shit. The research on cholesterol has been very misguided for a long time from what I've been understanding. I follow a bunch of nutritionists and dietitians. There's a whole war going on in the nutrition world. Obesity is spreading rapidly. America has exported it. So your cast seeks more, your dash deals damage. Hangover. Yeah, that one's good. I don't know. Maybe not. So it's really interesting, though. I really like learning about it. And everybody's different. Like it's not about universal truths. It's about probabilities, and so.
Pleasure doing business.
let's see. Your brother's a doctor of his. Yeah, my brother's a neuroscience professor. Doesn't make him an expert on nutrition, but it does make him pretty darn good at assessing scientific studies. That's what I've asked him to do, and he's actually the one that introduced me to keto way back like years ago. Not that I started years ago, but he said something. I remember him telling me about it. I forget to use the cast, and it was interesting. I didn't really, I didn't do anything that. I love Chinese food and burgers, and I knew that you should eat salads and shit like that. And I kind of understood that if you stop eating carbs earlier in the day, like if you have carbs at dinner and before bed, that's worse than having you should front load your carbs to your day so you burn it off. Like I kind of had a mild grounding, and it's not necessarily even bad information, but after a very stressful work experience, and I was feeling really down, I'd animated a thing for this. It was a pretty huge project. I worked really, really hard, and then I got kicked off of the credits. I didn't get any credit for doing it. I didn't get paid. It was really, really difficult. Just, yeah. Anyway, so that was like a turning point, and I was like, I gotta get my shit. I gotta get. So that's when I went to keto. That was about 3 years ago. I was like, oh yeah, my brother told me about that keto thing. So that Google, and then boom, I'm off and running. It's fucking butterflies. It's so funny that they make these butterflies menacing. They're so persistent. I gotta hit him. I gotta keep the shield flying. It's pretty much. I'm just gonna watch the. Oh, let's get this guy. 50? The fuck is? So here, let's see. Oh, stupid. There's a whole adjustment. I mean, it's not a simple thing, and it shouldn't be taken for granted. Whenever I've given advice to people about it, and I always tell them, learn. You need to learn. You have to learn. It's not magic, and it's important that you know how to understand it, and you can only do that by learning. Reddit has a great keto community. There's a great site called ketoforums.com. Again, it did the thing. I didn't mean to give them. What the fuck is? You have to educate yourself on how it works, especially on the power of insulin.
Your gift is mightily appreciated.
And the various ways that insulin management is what it's all about. So that eventually I came to understand that it's more of a hormone management approach than anything else. And I first started doing it for weight loss, but the main reason hold on, let me see here. No. Which one does? Who gives me a deflect? That's like that's the one thing I think is like the biggest. Okay, Athena. So there's the deflect. Deflect or deflect? I don't know. All right, well, let's talk about learning, I think.
Good for nothing fury after all. I
Okay.
that old crow nephew. If she troubles you again, you just remind her who's in trouble.
All right, fine. Thanks. Gain a random. Call. That's pretty good. I don't have that.
The sea god's might.
As much as I could use the jewels. We had enough jewel DVDs.
Of chaos has been
I meant
lifted.
to say CDs. What the hell was I saying? Oh, so yeah, then I'll answer a couple. So weight loss, yeah, you lose weight really quickly. You not to say that it's about like a cheat. Hold on, does he? All right, we're gonna gift him. Let's get a gift. Give me something back.
You're struggling right now, and maybe this isn't the way to help you through it all, but I want you to have this.
Okay.
Ah, so you are taking pity on me then? Well,
yes.
I've no pride like
Patroclus.
others here, so I shall take it.
A broken spear point.
Sir.
Alright. We'll eventually learn what that is.
You again. I told you to stay clear of me. Your father's quite the big shot around here, but that means nothing to me, understand? Go, and tell him he can cast me in the pits of Tartarus for all I care. It'd be a welcome change of pace from being put to pasture.
Okay, very good. Alright, so let's see. Replenish all uses. I haven't used it yet. Restore 30% when you enter a chamber. That's actually probably pretty good. Your attack deals more. So, is it 30% of 206 or 30% of what you have? Or just be a stronger attack person? I think I could be a smarter attack person.
There. Now leave me be.
Oh, so anyways, may his name yet live. May his soul bask forever. Okay. So weight loss, I could get into some of the mechanics of how that works, but I stuck with it because it helps with other things. Like I had a skin condition completely clear up. Like I always had it's called chicken skin on the back of my arms. I still have a little bit on my thighs, but it was always there and kind of ugly and annoying, and it's a sort of a thing that never goes away. But I was reading about how it helps with skin, and this was like a moment, like an aha moment. I was about 2 months into keto, and I was like, oh, I hadn't even touched the back of my arms in a while. So then I did, and it was smooth skin I hadn't felt in 25 years or something. I mean, not that I remember the last time it was smooth, but it was like 98% gone, and it's probably 100% gone now. I mean, nothing's probably 100%, so it's probably 99. I mean, it's amazing. My fingernails grow really quickly. It's like annoying. Like that's like a downside. Like I'm always like again, Jesus, I thought I just did this. But I stick with it. Other than when I go off of it, but I stick with it because my whole relationship with hunger is different. That's what I really love about it. I don't feel compelled by. And I've had body image issues and I've been heavy and used food to treat emotions in an unhealthy way. And to some degree, I'm not saying I'm by any means perfect about that now, but it really is more in line. It just feels intuitive and in line. You eat salty, meaty meat foods. It's kind of like...
That one's regenerating.
I gotta be a little smarter about this fight. Like run away. Oh, not into the spike, guys.
Not now.
Alright, so let's not just go diving straight into the pile. As far, yeah, oh god. With my brother, yeah, like I don't send him every study or by any stretch, but like if he thought it was bullshit, he would have told me for sure. And he is very, very, very qualified to tell me if this is research that you should care about, or if this is not something. So
damn, he's recovered.
And there's a massive amount of studies and research and information being generated by various communities, because people, doctors and nurses and dietitians and stuff are fighting this obesity epidemic and all the other downstream effects of it. And it's there's kind of a battle because the current health guidelines are mostly carb based.
There's quite a feast though.
Someone who I really recommend if you're at all curious is a writer named Amy Berger. Her Twitter's Tuit Nutrition, and her blog is great. TUIT Nutrition. She's a good writer. She's smart. She has a YouTube thing too. I find her to be very like down to earth and like practical. You can dash more in a row. Dodge, force drop. Yeah, that's all.
Faster than ever.
Faster than ever. That's what she said. I mean, I'm heavier than I want to be right now because I was dealing with stresses this year and was eating shitty foods and stuff. And it's not all just about, like, yeah, there's just a lot of other factors. Like, stress is just is a huge thing, according to what I've learned. Oh my god, I'm just taking beatings. Oh. Why did it do it? Don't.
Not now.
These. Isolate and destroy.
Can't do that. More coming.
These things blow up and then they spread everywhere. They're annoying.
Not yet.
Okay.
I can't.
Oh yeah, but so like paleo and keto share, I think, a pretty rational foundation. Not that I've done a ton of research into the nuances of paleo, but just basically founded in the idea that you should eat the fuel that your body is evolved to eat.
Not now.
Like that doesn't seem like a crazy, oh, for fuck's sake, a crazy notion. We didn't evolve with Mountain Dew. We didn't evolve with pie. We didn't evolve with sugar. We had honey. There was probably there was fruiting trees occasionally. Dates and figs, maybe. Nothing like the fruits that we've developed as an agricultural species. So there was sugars around. And we definitely are omnivores that can eat plants. But the primary calorie source was animal products, was shoreline meats and foods gathered along the shores, and big game. The human brain uses like 25 to 30% of your body's energy. It's a supercomputer, and it needs a lot of calories. So as a group animal, leaving the trees and the forests and becoming more upright, becoming more collective in action, we started to exploit. And this was old animals. This wasn't like the rare deers. Not that we have a shortage of deers right now, but like there was plenty of big animals around, lots of meat to be had, and humans were incredibly effective hunters and gatherers too. And women and men were hunters. No, it wasn't just men. That's a misnomer. Okay, yeah, I need that. And so, in accordance with our development of language and communication and cooperation and all the social, I think that's one of the reasons the brain is so big. It's just the social calculations that we do. Like, because I think that's really what our empathy thing is. I think it's just like your mind is just constantly simulating other people's perspective. That's what empathy is, in my opinion. And so you need a bunch of energy to run that supercomputer, and well, the most calorically dense food of the three macronutrients is fat. And there's a... I'll if I remember, I'll do it after this. Sorry, I jumped right over that. Whatever you said. Alright, so how should I be smart about this? Because like, I'm being kind of stupid. I'm getting distracted. I'm going to try to hit him with my thing. And then keep him hung over.
I can't.
I think I got him there with a good one.
We owe everything to our audience.
That's what I say.
I'm out.
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, getting these things back quickly is nice.
Not now. There goes my shield.
See how quickly I'm getting the... And I'm getting the occasional critical on him, which is really good.
Not yet.
Oh, that's my first wound.
Ready yourself.
I can't. I'm empty.
Empty.
The feet has fangs.
Can't do that. I'm empty.
Ah, took a hit. I'm gonna focus on the dude. I feel like he... Oh, good. Oh, good.
Goddess
Yeah, this is the shit that gets me.
You assist me.
I can't. I guess they're testing me.
Yeah, I think they're testing.
I'm out.
The roaring of the crowd fills me with strength.
Not now.
No.
I can't do that.
How about you? Oh, stand and fight and quit it with your writhing there, Hellspawn.
Not yet.
Damn it. That looked like it was a pretty decent shot. I feel like I got a death on the way. I was doing a good job dodging all the... No!
Not now.
I got a god power. No.
Well, Hellspawn.
Okay.
Not ready to admit defeat as yet. Just listen to that, friend Asterius. Take this.
That's my line.
Not so fast. I'm out.
Okay.
Bullhorn.
That little corner. Or whatever. Okay. Keep hoping to those criticals. Okay.
Why you?
What do you mean, why me? Alright, that's not bad. I died once, but that's...
It's dark, all right.
See other guys standing in the wedding cake? And all the people in the stands?
We got them, my good Shade.
Where's the red one? Isn't that my fan? It's nice to look around and see the details. Vanquished, yeah, it is a good word.
Performance soon.
You're in this state because of butterflies. Is that you like a family works in the chrysalis business? Okay. No. Sure.
Should come in useful.
And special deals. Yeah, why not? So let's see. Oh, I still haven't upgraded it. So close. By the time I use it again, I will... Well, I don't know. 38. So I know I'm coming up on the area I'm not that familiar with the poison stuff. And with all the spike things, and I just don't know what would be the best one here. Deal 100 times. This is like the strategic part of this game. These guys. Alright. Oh yeah, what's this one? After taking damage, become impervious for 1 second. Wow. After so you... And it refreshes. I bet that's great when it's leveled up. Sorry, hang on. I just want to see. So I need to find an Athena. That's the thing I want. I want to get that deflect. I don't know if that's good for the next stuff, but definitely for fighting those witches that throw the purple blobs at you. Oh, you did. Yeah, I already did.
Got through Elysium.
Your grandfather? Oh, really? An entomologist from Chile? Wow. Was he at around back during the Allende era?
Just got to get through Cerberus.
MC's name is Theseus. Noise. Checking the back of your arms. It's not. It's a fairly common thing. It's basically like the hair follicles have there's a little protein bit in there. I don't know. I mean, like the hair is keratin, it's some kind of protein thing, and it's just not growing right. There's something about the way the hair follicle is like just constituted, and it forms a small little bump. It's just kind of unsightly. It doesn't mean you're sick or something. It just doesn't, and it doesn't feel great either. You want that nice, smooth supermodel skin, you know? Because we should all follow standards of beauty that are unachievable. Otherwise, what's the point? And then capitalism can sell you everything that you can ever hope. 1,000. So this is where being like a money player pays off. Some of those boons will give you a whole bunch of money. Starting to get it. These like papers and stuff. I think it'd be fun just to draw a world like this. Just fun. I just like to draw.
If I were a satyr sack, where would I be?
A satyr sack? What the hell is that? Yeah, we'll do this one. Oh, so he had some experience with the whole Pinochet and American... If you haven't boned up on America's manipulating and violently intervening to stop leftist governments in South America and Central America, you got a lot of interesting reading ahead of you in terms of what we did to Chile. Allende was doing a lot of good for the people.
Tasty.
And America didn't like that because that's you don't want a government that cares about its people too much. Governments are supposed to make their people as labor populations for corporations. And anybody that doesn't do that is a threat, and they will violently fuck you up, which is exactly what they did. And they installed Pinochet, a dictator who was a brutal, terrible person. Yeah, your mom's terrified of socialist politics. I wonder if she's terrified of her socialist security check or going to the doctor under Medicare. There's a little more nuance to it, of course. But yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of anti-socialist messaging. I was terrified of it. I was raised in a capitalist world in America, and I bought the propaganda that they teach about history when you're a kid. I went to capitalism school. I fucking have a business degree, you know. I interviewed with the CIA. They recruited out of my major, which was logistics. The woman said it was the funniest interview she'd ever done. That's a good story. I should tell that story someday. But yeah, the whole America, and like in Europe, you know, like Bernie Sanders would be like a center-ish, center-left politician in Europe. He wouldn't be a socialist. It would be, he's a socialist. He's a whatever. Like, it's just like, he's pretty reasonable. Whenever they do studies where they depoliticize the questions, where they don't say, are you for government? No, are you for, you know, there's a way of framing questions that removes the political bias. And people always love the progressive and socialist policies because they're reasonable. But the incentives to demonize socialism come from a capitalistic mindset, a capitalist dominant culture that has a lot to gain from keeping people in precariousness and desperation. Doesn't mean that anything that calls itself socialism is automatically to be trusted or believed. And I don't even give a shit about what we call it. I really don't. I don't give a fuck what it's called. I started learning about some of the policies, and then I learned that people apply the term socialist to them. There's actually a quote, I think it's Harry Truman, in the post-New Deal era. I should say maybe the early New Deal era. The Republicans are trying to give us a post-New Deal era. Okay, I gotta be smart about this whole. But there's a great, if you're googling Harry Truman socialist quote, and it's just it's a scare tactic. The anti-communist, anti-red, like the McCarthy era. What we're living through right now is very much an ideological evolution of that. On the right, this notion that anything that they don't like they call socialist, anything they don't like they say you're communist. They're terrified of the Russians, even though the fucking president's in bed with Russian oligarchs. He's been a money launderer for Russian mafia people and oligarchs for many years. I'm not talking about election meddling, that's a different topic. So I don't even think about it in terms of like, oh, you should be scared because they say so. It's like, well, what are their incentives to scare you? What did they gain by you agreeing to work for less money? How do they propagandize regular people into believing that they're freer because they get to pick their doctor who they can't afford, who they can't ever go see. They'll die from lack of, like all that stuff. It's just, it's monstrous. Take that, rats! Okay, I gotta focus on stuff. But yeah, read up on Allende in Chile. It's intense. And in America, and then read up on the United Fruit Company, America. And I should post a video. Yeah, people. That's exactly right. Socialism leads to communism. I actually am ignorant about communism because I was educated about communism in America. So I don't even really trust my feelings on it. I know that people who I trust are cool with it, and people who share my socialist views are every employer I've ever had has fucked me over. Even the ones that, like, even just the nature of you work, they profit. That's you getting fucked over. I think there's a lot of, it's not a switch. It's not a flip. You don't just turn it on a toggle. Sorry, let me focus on this for a minute. Blocking a foe, gain 20% damage. I probably should do that one. Although I run into those spike things, I just get myself killed. Armor. I gotta do something smarter here. I'm gonna do this one. And I'm gonna try to remember to protect myself. But the propaganda that has emerged from, who controls the media? And this isn't like a conspiracy thing, but it's profit-driven business owners. And it's gotten more and more concentrated. Don't want to sell anything. Over time. The 1996 Telecommunications Act passed by the Clinton administration was devastating. It allowed, it removed a lot of rules that prevented too much media concentration. So the fewer and fewer hands that people who own media properties, the more and more they're able to train you, manipulate you, and manipulate beliefs. And they're very incentivized to make you think that the word socialism is to be feared. That's why they fought Social Security. If you've already looked up the Truman quote about socialism, you'll get a good sense for what they're up to and why. They don't want to. They want to keep taxes low, and they want to have populations of pliable, obedient workers. That's literally it. It's because slavery, even though there's more slaves now than there ever were in absolute terms, because this world isn't regulated properly, and plus it's legal to have slaves in prison. Let's see. Resist some damage from nearby foes' attacks. 10% when foes are slain. Special deals more. Oh shit, I meant to do the top one. The button just didn't take the push. But yeah, so anyway, on communism, like I even as I say it, I have this little part of my brain that goes, "Ooh, be careful. Ooh, I was raised in the 80s, But I know it's nothing to be scared of. There are historical examples where, like, Stalin was a totalitarian, genocidal murderer. It's not, throughout history, it's not a clean picture, and nor are the capitalist countries that slaughtered millions and millions and millions of people in the service of profits and profit-seeking and resource control. One of my favorite podcasts I recently discovered is, my brother actually introduced me, is called Behind the Bastards. Robert Evans is the host. And really great historical dives into, and they're like an hour, they're quick. It's an easy listen, very detailed, and the guy's like a journalist, but he's also a really good communicator. Next boon is good, cast deals. All right, I got to remember to use it. They did a story about, or a two-part series about the guy who formed the De Beers Corporation was a Danish dude and a European, obviously. And so, like, the way that colonialism is throughout Africa from European nations, and all the ways that people were just brutalized and forced to work, and they were prevented from
Lots of coin there.
enjoying any of the spoils of their own labor. The whole magic that they've tricked us all is to believe that it's an appropriate thing that you give up your value in exchange for a wage. I'm not okay with that. I want control. I want democratic control of where my value goes. That means unions. That's why I tried to start a union at the Young Turks. I mean, I helped start one there. That means board representation. That means worker co-ops. Because I believe that if you give people democratic power, that is to say collective decision making, because that's different than authoritarian single person. Look who we pick as leaders in this fucking world. Look at the abilities. Like, look who we choose to be leaders in this freaking scary planet. Trump, these psychotics all over the world. Sometimes there's good leaders, but we're always rolling the dice on whether we're gonna get these maniacs or not. So, democratic decision making over where your value goes. You bust your ass at some job. You have schooling, you have training, you have a past, you have inherent human value, you have your time. Time is a resource that they take. And your all your value is sucked up. You get a little bit back, which is what we call a wage, but the rest of it goes to investors or to your boss. When you see your boss's nice house, that's your value they spent. That's not theirs. That's their employees' value. It's so obvious once it sort of clicks into place. Like, oh yeah, that Lexus logo, I bought that. You didn't fucking buy that. That's you. That you did that with wages that you didn't give me, that I deserve. I mean, I'm making it simple for illustrating it, but that's how it works. And it ranges the amount of abuse and exploitation. But anyway, listen to the behind the back. I'm not expecting it. I mean, who knows? But just rambling while playing a video game. Behind the Bastards, though, is really interesting. The recent story, just for people in the future, this is around the eve, although it's probably already obvious, but it's in the October, September-ish of 2020, in case this is like 2027 or something. Like, I don't know why I think people are listening. But yeah, so the whole story about the De Beers, the formation of the De Beers Diamond Corporation, and the man who brought that to life. He's just a real scumbag, and a smart person though, like a real villain type. But Behind the Bastards is a great podcast because they get into like really interesting looks at both contemporary figures as well as historical figures. The L. Ron Hubbard stuff is really fascinating. What a grift. It's so interesting. Oh crap, I thought that was it.
I'm empty.
So anyway, yeah. It's okay for us to insist the world gets better. That's what they've taught us to not believe. That's depression thinking, actually. One of the tricks of depression that I've discovered in my time and my years of trying to make sense of it, and I know I've probably said this and I'll definitely say it again, it teaches you you're powerless. You think and you believe it. You just don't have any. That's the death of a lack of hope is a lack of power. I can't influence my surroundings. I can't influence my future. I can't influence anything. I don't have power. And that's hopeless. That feels hopeless. And capitalism wants you to be powerless. That's why there's I think it's partially why there's an epidemic of depression. And these kinds of type of psychological stuff. Sorry, I'm totally not looking at the... I know you're playing Hades, but I trust your political knowledge. Can you explain to me in a way I can express to my mom why socialism will not lead to communism in the States? Well, America is, first of all, very guarded against communism because it has a very strong individualistic bent that's going to take many generations to undo. I don't feel comfortable giving you too clear stuff on that, only because, as I was saying earlier, I'm ignorant on what communism is because I was educated on it in America, which means, that is to say, like, my evolution from a kind of independent... I grew up in a conservative household. My dad gave me a gun for Christmas when I was 13 years old, a shotgun, a 12-gauge Remington pump action shotgun. Great gun. God, sorry, how did I guard gauge charges up? So I grew up not like... And it wasn't even in a particularly political house. You know, like some homes, like where people take their kids out to protest and stuff. It wasn't anything like that. So, critical chance... but you know, you kind of internalize the sort of perceptions and values of your. And my mom had no political leanings at all. She had some struggles and stuff that totally understandable. But I was always kind of a bullshit detecting kind of person. You know, I was always the kid that would ask questions of the teacher and be like, I don't think that because I don't know, I just sort of intuitively sniff out bullshit. And so over the years, I've always had this like curiosity that has led me to be like, yeah, I don't think the conservatives are making much sense. I used to be in the NRA. My dad signed his boys up for the NRA. Junior members. Got to do a big favor for the guns. Get them kids in early. And even, oh crap. To my dad's credit, by the way, he was a little uncomfortable with some of the NRA's actions in the 90s, although since then, I think his viewpoints have shifted on that, thanks to Fox News and Facebook and stuff. But I told him to take me out of the NRA. I didn't want to do that. I wasn't comfortable with that. And I was just sort of yeah, I don't know. I like the second, like I definitely was raised in a world where, not even overtly, but just like that sort of patriarchal mindset. The way that jokes kind of teach values. Can't take the heat, get back in the kitchen. Like the sort of women. I never really understood that. Like it always was weird. I never looked at women as being, and not that you're asking me about women, I'm just sort of speaking to my construct. Like they just seemed like victims of existence, just like me. It's not, I just was always like, I've
only heard the tales of the gigantic, vicious, flesh-eating vermin up there near the surface.
So my politics evolved from that into progressivism, basically. Like, I'd say I was a liberal. I started paying attention to politics when I was like 14, 15 years old. I would watch the McLaughlin Group.
Hail, Prince.
You know, and the media available is different.
Out there.
Achilles
didn't really hit it off. Meg said they're not permitted it.
They have not earned the right, lad, nor expressed any desire to exist here with the rest of us. Your father has assigned them to specific roles that suit their dispositions. They're not as sensible as Megara, in my experience.
That's what I was afraid of. Although fear is for the weak.
Okay. Let's see.
I just wanted to apologize because I think maybe I didn't act very appropriately last time you spoke to me. But I just really like this job, and I promise I will always do my very best, so
See, she's afraid that I'm going to fire her because I know that she's replaceable.
Deucer, please, there's no need to apologize. You've been doing a wonderful job, really.
What? You really mean it, Prince? Thank you.
Alright, hang on. Let me, talk to Daddy here. Hey, boy.
Wait for dinner. Or breakfast.
I do keto, dude. I do one meal a day.
Meals next.
That's all right, Father. I'm not feeling very hungry at the moment.
I've asked repeatedly for the construction of a sundial, but every time they tell me no. Can you believe it? Your impertinence with me inspires awe.
It just took forever to say that. What's up with the construction?
I can't afford any of this.
Yeah, I can afford some of this, though. This stuff is basically just to check off some of the, like, completionist sort of stuff. But I think you do unlock things with that, so it is worth doing. But I should be saving up for these here. Underworld, each Inferno. I need to be buying some diamonds. I really don't know what the fishing is. I'm looking forward to finding out.
Hey, Orpheus. You know about the
this
time I
whole
vanquished
thing.
7 legions of bloodless warriors with both hands tied behind my back while hopping on one foot? Lord Poseidon dared me to do it, you know.
Why, that is a spectacularly vivid tale, Zagreus, and most deserving to be chronicled in song. Would that there were a poet here still willing to commit such deeds to verse.
Would that there were, mate. Nix, I ran into Thanatos out there. He aided me, although I think he's rather upset that I...
Thanatos is worried for you, child. I hope you understand whatever anger you may sense from him is not the feeling at the source. Please forgive his rudeness.
Okay, hang on.
What's up for barter?
Oh, a diamond. What? Okay, yeah, that's definitely... So I think I can maybe... Hold on, I'm going to respond to what you're saying. Yeah, shrimp are having a nice little party in there, aren't they? I haven't had a chance to mess around with the sign. It probably looks dumb that they're walking in front of it. I did try to do a little key thing where... Ooh, here's the shrimp thing. Okay, yeah, I definitely want to go fishing rather than go some freaking music stand. All right, it's a big deal. What is fishing? All right, I gotta do another push through
Positively
here.
cannot wait to see what sorts of foul creatures I'll dredge up with this.
It takes a while, though.
From Poseidon on a stick and nothing more.
Okay, well, actually, let me just check in a little
Something's
bit here.
added to the fated list.
Okay, seasons. Oh, that's Demeter. All right, divine pairings, primordial banes. That's chaos. So there's only 2 of those. That's good. So if I come across him, I should definitely try to get those 2. If I can. A simple jump. Okay, yeah. So I get a diamond if you get a few more. So that's a bunch of jewels. Let's see what we can spend our 393 on here. Raise your chance for a boon to be rare. Money goes up. I think this is actually... Oh, okay. That's the last of that. I don't have any of that. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's a big jump. And then we'll do the rest on here.
Can't afford that.
Wonder how much higher that
Good to
goes.
go.
Okay. Rest.
Who needs sleep?
My butt is getting a little numb, though. Hey, let's talk to Boyle here. Hey there, Boyle.
Hey, you're getting pretty strong there, pal. Though I am being paid to tell you that. But not being paid to not tell you that last part.
All right.
I have to ask you something, mate.
Like flirting with a stripper.
What do you need to pay for anyway?
That, pal, is nobody's business but my own. Besides, it's impolite discussing money all the time. Now back to beating me to powder.
Okay. Okay, so the rank up did give me 4 times. So that means the next one will be 5. I kind of want to try this one. Yeah, let's do this knife thing.
Should help.
Spear point, whatever it's called. I should be switching these up a bit, but it's okay. All right. Ugh, Jesus.
Blood and darkness. It's a curse, boy. Say it with me. Blood and darkness. Each available in high abundance here.
Right on. So, okay, Butternickles, the reason I'm answering your question by telling you my progression through these political phases is because I think it's healthy to change and to be open to these ideas. One thing that prevented me from changing quicker, not that I was even trying per se, but is that I had internalized the propaganda that this country taught me about all this stuff. Why did I think Marxism was a scary word? I had no clue. and only in the last 2 or 3 years have I kind of come to understand it more. It still is a long way to go. He was like an 1840s, 50s, 60s or something, like educated thinker along the lines of John Maynard Keynes. So he was an economist, and he actually, he and John, sorry, I'm getting the words wrong, I think, Keynes, shared a lot of viewpoints, already sort of understood economic theory as it was emerging in the 1800s. I highly recommend and this might be a little further along, I'll get back to my bullshit before, but the lectures of Professor Richard Wolff, with 2 F's, are great. He's a really interesting speaker. I might not be your thing, might be, but I really love just YouTube Richard Wolff lecture Marxism or something. That might, you don't have to go super aggressive, or capitalism. There's a really interesting debate where he debates a guy who defends capitalism, he defends socialism. Marxism, as Richard Wolff explained, is a critique of capitalism. He's a highly respected economist, by the way, from the Chicago School of Economics, one of the few Marxist professors in the country, and he's had a very long career and a strong pedigree in academics. So it's not just some crank who has a blog or something like that. So here, hold on. Dash is stronger. Yeah, I think this critical chance thing. Attack. All right, so special.
Time to hunt.
Look at that flying around. No, I don't want to shake your hand. Yeah, like, I mean, obviously, like, and my politics were always, like, leftish leaning, but mostly just because I thought for myself and saw a lot of the bullshit around me. And as I got into, like, my 20s and stuff, there's not a lot of outlets for lefty viewpoints or progressive viewpoints, even. It's very rare on TV. Like, on Sunday morning talk shows, which is sort of like this kind of... it's less important than it used to be because of the internet and media, expanding into different mediums, more and more outlets. But it's still extremely important because it's very central to Washington, D.C. and stuff. The ratio of conservative viewpoints to liberal viewpoints is like 4-to-1 or 5-to-1. They're always reflecting kind of like the daddy who has something to say that is, oh, well, we don't want, American people don't want freedom. They don't want to be told to go to whatever. Like, we don't have freedom when you can't see a doctor. You don't have, like, there's all sorts of, like, it's all this manipulative bullshit, but their viewpoints are heavily weighted towards business interests. Guess why? Because businesses own the media. It's not that complicated. But there were some emerging shows and a few radio shows that I started listening to in the early 2000s. Tom Hartman was one. The Young Turks, when they were starting out in the early, like, 2005, 6 or so. I wound up working there. Wound up working there twice. Did a lot of freelance. I mean, that's a long story. Anyway,
you found me.
The Sam Cedar Show, the Majority Report, I think, was coming around then. After you deal critical damage, it's foe. So there weren't any that many, but it was reassuring to find outlets for it. And in the old days, it's not like you never had any information to read. But it just wasn't anywhere near the same excess as it is in mainstream outlets, nor in education. So I had intuited somehow that the word Marxism meant communism, and it meant badness, and it meant socialism, and all those words sort of fit into the same category of other, something to be afraid of. And as I've come to learn, I owned my own business for 10 years before I moved to LA.
By my birthright. And I've,
worked for gig work Postmates and stuff, and all those jobs are extraordinarily exploitative. It's insane how
fishing point.
How much you're just treated like shit when you're one of those workers. Let's hold on.
For a fleeting instant, it appears as though they are able to hear your prayer. Or so I have observed.
Yeah, okay, alright. I just don't have it in me to listen to this shit. So what? Okay, for the next 4 chambers. All right, so I'm looking for one of those things that says the fates want you to pick it, which means it's one of those ones I haven't yet had. All right, so do we want to gain life? Do we want to gain one of those, or make boons better? We'll just go for the boons.
Chaos guide me.
There's no sex in the champagne room. Which one's the champagne room? Yeah, so oh, there's the mark thing. So what is that? I gotta reread what that means exactly.
I can't.
I can. All right, let me see what that stuff. First of all, let's get that. Gonna accidentally gift it away because of this freaking controller. So hold on. Marked. Marked is for 6 seconds. The victim has a higher chance of critical damage. Okay. Oh wow, 60%. I didn't realize it was that. Okay, that's huge. 6 out of 10 strikes. 3 out of 5. All right, that's really big. Damage to armor. Cast deals more damage. Health is always, especially since I only have 100. First of all, I'm very flattered that you respect my political knowledge. That's very nice. I always try to start with my ignorance. I feel like a good way to tell you that what I believe is true is to also start with my gaps and my voids. And one of the reasons I'm hesitating to try to tell you exactly what you need to tell your mom to be less nervous about socialism leading to communism is as I don't know enough about communism to give you the language precise enough to be clear about that idea. But I am trying to say it's not what you think it is, and it's not something you have to be as scared of. We know that capitalism kills 70,000 people in America every year from lack of health insurance. That's not communism. We know that that's capitalism. There are enormous amounts of suffering and death in the world because of the willingness of Western nations and the colonial history of European domination over the world. As well as it's not even like a white versus brown thing. I mean, people can make it that, but it's a power thing. It's a technology. It's an advantage. It's like, these patterns will repeat throughout history. And unfortunately, one of the most common forms of advanced quote-unquote civilization throughout the last 10,000 years is slavery, which is brutal. What was America founded on? Was it founded on a maybe slightly flawed collective idea such as socialism or communism, or was it founded on brutal, racist, rapist, land stealing, land exploiting, human trafficking, violence?
But now I'll offer you the
That's what it was founded on. How's my volume on the game? I feel like it might be a little bit high. You know what I mean? Like, look at America. Look at this place was started as. What do you think it's like living here and having a human trafficker on the dollar bill? We build monuments to these people. I come down pretty hard on the founding fathers. It probably makes people uncomfortable hearing it. Because we've been sort of propagandized to think of them as these gods, and they sort of deliberately established a religious sort of sense. The Capitol building has a statue on top of it called Columbia, the goddess of justice, who is the sorry, I'm getting lost in this menu here. The justice is blind statue where the lady's holding the weight scales of olives or something. Olive branches and arrows. I don't even know what's in that's Columbia, rooted in Columbus, who was a genocidal colonialist pillager, European power-serving person. He was looking out for kings and queens and stuff. Spanish guy. Well, Italian funded by the Spanish government. That's what I mean by Spanish guy. He wasn't, he himself wasn't. But Columbus was 200 or 300 years prior. 1492 is the date you might remember. That was 200 or 300 years before the founding fathers used him as a propaganda tool to create a hero. He had nothing, you know, he mostly went to the Bahamas anyway and delivered diseases, and if you look into the horrors of Columbus, you just see yet another example of a more advanced, quote-unquote, technology that was used to overwhelm. I mean, the genocide that happened in America, in the Americas, was utter loss for humanity. It's really tragic. Most of it was disease. And you can't even necessarily say that the Europeans did it on purpose. I'm not sure they even understood that that was happening. I imagine in a lot of ways they knew that they weren't dying while the indigenous people were dying. But I don't, you know, who knows. But let's do this one here. I feel like I'm gonna. This one's struggling a little bit here.
One thing I'll say for Charon there, he doesn't talk too much, and since neither.
All right, great. So attack is stronger with more critical. That's probably good. Critical effects deal even more damage to armor. 15% chance, because I got that thing that makes that critical. Well, just try that one there. I like those little faces.
I'll just have a look around.
Oop, 2 of them. Hell yeah. Okay, so,
What? Wretches, take him now.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you about your comment about my tweets. I'm going to talk about the guns in a second, though. I have very strong feelings about guns. Again, everything's about power, okay? That's always the kind of thing they don't want, not to say, when I say they don't want you thinking about, I mean, like, people tend to not think about these relationships in terms of power dynamics, because examining things from that lens, it generally leads you to look at unfairness and a lack of proper fair distribution of power. I'm getting my ass kicked here. Let me back off these fellas a little bit in here and just regroup. Whoa, is that me shooting that? Oh yeah, this is one of those. Oh yeah, I have this. How did I not realize I had a beam? I was wondering what that was.
Now to collect.
Wow, 10. Okay, hold on. What the hell? Critical. All right. Oh, how did I miss that I picked this up? Okay, so every 10.2, 10 every 0.2, so 10, that's 5, that's 50, so 50 times 5, 250. But I'm also understanding Butternickles of like your questions, because it's healthy to have that curiosity, and you should have skepticism. You shouldn't just believe whatever I say. That's ridiculous. I don't want that. It says you're asking questions I was asking 3 or 4 years ago. You know, maybe in a little bit of a different presentation or different approach. And my lived experience has always been like, this sucks. I hate working for somebody. This is I mean, not all bosses are automatically evil. And the other thing, too, is like in this system, bosses aren't happy either. It's not, and when I say bosses, I don't mean your manager at Dairy Queen, although that person can be an asshole, too. But just the, you know, everybody is cursed by this system. The book Civilized to Death by a guy who you might like a lot named Christopher Ryan. He's a PhD. He wrote a book, Sex at Dawn, which kind of made a big splash. It was a #1. It was a New York Times bestseller, and it opens up a lot of questions about humanity's origins and its you know, inferences regarding what are. It's not just about sex, by the way. But it is it definitely touches on that quite a bit. So he's an academic and he has a podcast called Tangentially Speaking, which is really interesting. Lots of good stuff. I actually had him on my show a few years ago when I met him at the Young Turks a long time back. And let's see what I need. I need health. So I have 50. Does he have a jar? That would be enough to get me over the hump for 2 of them. I always feel like I should run down here in case it... Is that a hand claw thing? Kind of cool. So Sex at Dawn explores like the bonobos and human evolution and our place in, how agriculture, a very strong dividing line was agriculture when human beings transitioned from hunter-gatherers to agriculture. There's also some pretty good documentaries on YouTube about it.
What happened? It runs in the family. Tiss only knows her work.
All right, great. Okay, let's just have our fight. Okay, let me be not stupid.
You want a taste of this?
Yes, actually. I kind of like strong women. Right. I'm not sure I'm using my boons to the best effect.
Get the hell out of here.
Trashed.
Ah. Alright, I feel like I'm sort of just fumbling around here.
How dare you?
It's going on a while. I mean, I'm hanging in there. I'm like,
Not again.
I don't think I'm using my boons very well. I gotta, I'm trying to remember.
You asked for this.
All right. Oh, what the, where's my, okay. If I could get her on a critical with, oh, she's almost down. Oh no. Ah. It's gonna be close. Oh, as soon as I started going the wrong direction, I felt that. I knew she was super close. I didn't learn all my stuff through Twitch. There's some pretty good politics on Twitch. A lot of it's a little overwhelming, meaning like you kind of have to already be dialed into these worlds. It's hard to. I'm not trying to say don't look into any of it, but you know, the Surfs is like a pretty good lefty show. I think like it's like a Canadian dude who's like a comedian. He does like little videos and animations, but he really focuses in on a lot of the online chatter and the kind of personalities, and it's really good work, and I think it's important. But oh yeah, I didn't even know if I'm using this or not. After taking damage, become impervious damage for 1 second. Refreshes after 7. Yeah, I want to see what the next rank is for this one. I really like the majority report, though. I think if you're looking for a show that will, it's not a well, actually they are on Twitch too. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, they are. But they're definitely bigger on YouTube. So they're not like a Twitch focused show, but every shows are all like flooding to Twitch too now. The Young Turks is trying to get on Twitch and have a bit bigger preference there. Oh, I just hurt myself for that one, didn't I? Because Cenk's his nephew Haas is a huge presence on Twitch. I've edited some of Haas's videos, and I know the guy. But yeah, he gets like on the election night, that guy had like over 200,000 people watching, and he's making way over 100 grand a month. It's just wild how much there is. What the hell am I saying here? Okay, sorry. Let me just 200. So I like to try to save a little. 50% damage. That's pretty good. Yeah, a month. It's nuts. It's really like it's got to be more than that now because he's blown up. He had AOC. He and AOC did a thing with someone else. The big gaming Twitch streamers make more than like their. Twitch does a great job of getting people to pay, like the whole paying for bits and then emojis. I mean, you probably know it better than I do. I want to make cool little animated emojis, and I'm not against it someday. Hopefully, I mean, shit, I'm putting a lot of effort into all this stuff, and I know I won't have my future is pretty bleak. I don't have any savings, so something has to work if I'm ever gonna have any kind of comfort. But I have a lot of privileges as it is. I'm not trying to say I'm not extremely lucky to be the human I am, but despite its flaws, yeah, Twitch is a really interesting environment for that. Okay, so I don't have a big long answer about what you're asking about as far as what to tell your mom. I don't think you need to find that answer right now. I think it's better to understand the approach if I were to offer advice, and I like to give advice. I give great advice. I don't live. Who's arrogant enough to say they give great advice? But I would say a good approach to this, if you're curious, it sounds like you are, is to try to understand why your mom is scared. Try to figure that out. Not to say there's any easy answer, and your mom probably, I don't mean in a condescending way, but people are influenced by forces they don't understand. That's what so much of culture does and society does, and you know, the way you're educated and the way you're, you know, information is transmitted through so many avenues that are subtle, like storytelling and like jokes and like cultural stuff and what's allowed on TV versus what's not allowed on TV, you know, all that shit. Yeah, there's I'm sure there's a substantial grouping of people who felt that from the Chile in the 50s. I'm not I'm not, I know the Allende thing was in I don't want to say 71. I think 71 or 72 was when America blew it all up. So I don't know if that person specifically was. All right, let's do this one real quick. So I'm a little bit ignorant about that. I haven't done enough reading about it. But it's fascinating to learn about the Allende versus, you know, and then why Pinochet was just an absolute brutal So, and like, you know, in Cuba, for instance, there's a community of exiles from who largely have settled in Miami and around the country too, but they're sort of heavy in Miami, and they tend to be kind of conservative, and they tend to be anti-communist and anti-Castro, and a lot of that messaging emerged because there was also a, you know, Europe, South America and Central America and the Caribbean and North America were colonized by all of Europe. I mean, sorry.
Clean all this up.
Not all of Europe. I reversed that. All of the Americas were colonized by. See, I was hoping that I'd get enough to justify my investment in that battle, which I didn't. Here's the sales. I haven't really sold anything. So there were forces at play throughout the Western Hemisphere that were abusive and exploitative European influence. One of my favorite people in the world is Abby Martin. She's a journalist. She's super smart.
Let's get out of here.
She's really cool. I met her once. She was so nice. A friend of mine made a documentary for her, or with her, very good, called Gaza Fights for Freedom. She's a brilliant person, and her channel is called Empire Files. And I highly recommend the searching for content on her channel specifically, but in general, although you definitely have to be careful with YouTube. I can vouch for Abby. She's worthy of your respect. But her reporting on the School of the Americas. If there's any result of this conversation, which I'm enjoying, and you do look up some stuff, I would ask you to look up Richard Wolff, 2 F's, and Abby's video on the School of the Americas. As well as, if, by the way, that Behind the Bastards podcast has a really great, some really great episodes about the School of the Americas. Because it was a United States training. What they couched it in terms of like freedom, which they always do, but they were training death squads and rape squads, and mostly were applied to squelch and punish and take over leftist governments throughout the American, and put down leftist uprisings. When people start gathering to unionize, these are old stories. These trends have been happening for, let's see, I got a lot of money, for decades and centuries, really. But School of the Americas is intense. It's stunning, and you'll understand why they don't teach it. That you'll have a very good reason why they don't teach it in schools, in American schools. So here, let's see.
Should help keep me going.
Yeah, these are, I feel like I'm kind of weak in this, which is fine because I'm honestly tired. Okay, your dash causes a lightning bolt. Your attack emits a chain lightning after you take damage. Yeah, no.
Electric.
Yeah, see, like, half her family loves Pinochet. He was a extremely violent dictator, and he was supported by the United States, because he let American companies have access to their resources and labor, and he wasn't going to, do anything to help the people. It's brutal stuff.
Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
Yeah, exactly. But people like, and I don't know your folks or anything. I'm not trying to suggest, but like, I do observe that people are pretty idiosyncratic when it comes to their understanding of politics. They tend to have their own lives, and they're generally kind of not all that up to speed on what the hell's going on, in sort of a comprehensive, analytical way. Like I try to do more and more. I'm just gonna hide here and blast them with crystals of power. This is pretty crazy. Dodge. Alright, I am being... Get her! Get her! I think I got her. Oh. Oh, I thought I was being a little too confident. Ah, totally wrong direction. Why am I not? Okay. See that one crystal? I don't know what that little circle thing is. It just flew at me. I don't know what that... Okay, those were pretty good shots. Yeah, that worked okay. I was a little sloppy, but it got me lightning rod. All right. Your collectibles strike nearby foes with lightning. All right. And it's a fated choice.
Thanks, family.
Yeah, School of the Americas on Empire Files. I've been in the largest houses I've ever been in because of people in my family who knew Pinochet. Just obscenely rich. And maybe 2 miles away, people live in shacks by whatever streams of water exist to divide between rich and poor even. That's capitalism. That's dictatorship. Like, that's exactly what it's a stable form of government. It's aristocracy, where you have a ruling king, a leader class, you have a below them you have like their administrators, and roughly within that same level you have wealthy businessmen, merchants. It's never like one and then millions of poor. It's like one super powerful, and often there's an ideological glue that kind of holds it all together, a firmament, an agar, if you will, for the bacteria. There's always a subservient wealthy class, because you need to have managers of the whole system, and so you get them to buy into it. But then you have the workers in the bottom, the people who actually do the work, the people whose labor produces the value. And you know, one source of labor that is not compensated and rare, and we only pay lip service to it at best: domestic labor, working at home, cleaning, cooking, feeding our families, caring for sick people, caring for, you know, disabled folks or children who need extra needs and special needs. And you know who that falls on? Women. That falls on women, and minority women too, in terms of like the housekeeping and stuff, and poor people all over the world. That's a labor that's completely uncompensated for. And you can do something about that, like they do in the Northern European countries generally, by, you know, a strong welfare state. Oh my God, the welfare word. Oh my God, don't use that word. You know, America has founding documents that talk about the social welfare, the general welfare. But anyway, that's just a random side point, because I think that needs to be mentioned generally when this stuff comes up.
Don't cross me again.
Yeah.
One for the stash.
But that differentiation, where you have these super rich people, these big giant homes, and they probably have armed guards, and they probably have access to their own, there's a justice system that serves them that's definitely different than the justice system the poor people have available. The cops are looking out for the rich people with a whole different mindset than they do when they approach somebody in the favelas, in the slums. And then you can control people with media and stuff too. But anyway, I was saying though, sorry, I know this is really rambly. Thanks for putting up with it. Infernal Trove. People, yeah, like people have very idiosyncratic politics. Like they don't necessarily connect the whole thing together. I think that's what I was getting at. But that super wealthy stuff is exactly what's going on in America, and it's gone on for centuries all over the world. Chile being a great example of it. It sounds like you've seen it up close. And why wouldn't you defend a system where you get to live in a beautiful big home? You know, and especially this is one of the reasons why the Trumps and the right wing And the left, not to say the left, I hate that phrase. I use it because it's in my brain because I see it so much. But like Democrats, neoliberals, like the Pelosi's of the world, for instance. There's a very strong strain of benefiting from white supremacy and racism, even if you pretend to be against it. And so you have a performative type of resistance, but when it comes down to actually changing the system,
just what I wanted,
of political funding, your attacking makes you change lightning, your special is stronger with chance for critical or critical deals more. Oh, I already have these, duh. The chain lightning stronger or okay. So like 19, that's 4 divided by 15. That is like roughly 30, 20 something, upper 28% or something like that. Because 33, if it was 15, 5 divided by 15 would be 33.333. So that's only 4 difference. So that is a 30% difference. This is a 40 to 60. So that's a 16%. See, it gets confusing.
Stronger still.
I'm not as good at math as I pretend. Oh, I do need some health, but I'll probably take a bunch of beatings to get it. This is risky. All right.
Whatever, let's try it.
Stop him, wretches.
Let's focus here.
Come and get it.
Nice of him to jump out of the way right away. Yeah, these guys are tough, actually. If I'm just not an idiot about it. I gotta keep that shield moving. That's what I don't do. Oh yeah, it runs out fast. I forgot. Get him, get him, get him. Good. All right.
Ugh, why do I bother?
That was definitely a net positive there. Okay. Whatever. Someday when I'm in the right mood, I'll read all that shit. I just don't have the patience for it. Okay. Well, I have enough for 1 health. And to accidentally give Karen a thing.
Why not?
All right.
Don't you have something to say to me?
I got something to say to you. Okay. Just looking at his, look at his hit points just dying. That's great. Once he moves. Yeah, I mean, I just got to do a few rounds of that and dude's toast. Oh, you want to be toast too, do you? Terrible placement. Oh, I thought I was behind that thing. Okay, you ready for another round of this stuff, buddy? That is really strong. Get the crystals, get the things. Look at me being all patient and stuff. Something's going wrong. I'm thinking. Oop. All right, this won't take long. That's pretty good. I'm so grateful U.S. middle class. None of them know what their dads do for a living. Rich people. Right. They're all juiced into the oligarchy. That's what that is. That means that they have cushy jobs and you know, like hereditary things work. There's ways to climb out and join the upper classes, but those are generally pretty steep climbs, and there's also not something they'll let everybody do. You know, I don't like systems where they say, look at this guy, he got out, he was raised in the inner city and look who he became. Like, yeah, that's great, but why do we need a system where the probability of someone succeeding requires an extraordinary effort from them? We can make everybody whole by simply providing them with like good wages and free time. Like, seriously, like that, and some influence over their world. Because you know what animals do when they behave according to their instincts? They take care of their children. That's it. That's all it is. And I really, and not to say that humans will automatically simply because of culture, and we're extremely complicated creatures compared to coelacanths, which is like an ancient old oily fish. Okay, hang on. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me. I got 2 death defiances. 10% damage. Am I doing? Yeah, this might be good to do because well, it's not going to rank up, but I can see why once these are all leveled up that you just get so strong with some of these. Chaos Gates automatically restores 70. That one's pretty good, and I could use some more ranking of it. Okay, we'll do that one. I got a feeling I'm going to be in for some decent fights coming up. I have no money. Oh, yeah, I don't need it. It'll come with me.
One more floor.
What's I saying?
Much nicer climate.
Yeah, it's not natural. Like, capitalism's not natural. That's an argument that people who defend capitalism, like Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, he had a debate with Haas on the show, and he was saying it's natural. It's not. There's nothing natural about it. It emerged in fits and spurts in Genoa, Italy, and in various city-states throughout European history in the 1400s to 1500s or so. There's actually a book called The Longest... Century, or The Long Century, or something like that. I've only heard 2 guys. I tried to buy it. I actually paid for it on Amazon. It was like kind of expensive. It was like $30. I really wanted to read it, and then like they didn't ship it, and it was some weird. It's not in high supply, but it covers like the early history of capitalism and where it came from, and how it emerged. And capitalism. Well, it's one thing you'll learn a lot if you watch Richard Wolff's lectures, as well as his interviews. He's on a lot of shows. I'm hoping to get him on my show someday. It's partially like why I want to get on a camera, because I want to I don't want to just be some guy with a voice. I want to be able to talk to these folks. I've been on camera for all sorts of shit. It's so weird. I think I just don't want to have to change my shirt. And he talks about how the relationships of work and productivity and the emergences of economic activity or economic relationships evolving over time. And it's not a direct. We tend to make a mistake out of sheer kind of brain processing simplicity that we think it's all a linear, straightforward progress, as if it's as simple as the human evolution drawing of the monkey leading to the bigger monkey, to the slightly bigger monkey, to the starting to stand up monkey, and eventually to a white man. Let's see. Wow, critical chance. Okay. So what causes it? I still need to... Critical effects go up. But see, the lightning will hit everybody all the time, and this will be like just a better chance of it. The trick is to actually follow through. But how much difference does 4 versus a critical, you know? Let's do that one. So let me see. He talks about the relationships between who works and who benefits. And there's more or less, there's 3 dominant, or 3 identifiable models. So of course, everything is nuanced and stuff. Sorry, let me look here at critical. Special is stronger after you do a critical damage to a foe. Oh, there you go. Okay. Oh, you have to do a critical to get it? Does that mean that is 72%? That's after I get it to him. What's my critical chance? Oh, Jesus, this is too much. Whatever. I'll just look for the green arrow thing and just start fucking them up when I see it. That's all I really can manage. So the three like relationships basically are. In fact, sorry, I'm totally. But like I have this, I was going to work with Michael Brooks on this thing. Maybe I'd been in touch with him. I don't know if you know who he was. Really great guy. I met him a few times. I really respected him, and he died of a blood clot or something. It was tragic. He was 35 or something. It sucks. 36 or something. Yeah, just a nightmare. Anyway, he had a really great show, and Richard Wolff was on it a bunch, and he had done a kind of a early explainer of like socialism and like ABCs, like the basics. And I actually have already worked on it a little bit. I've clipped out the audio, so I'm ready to sort of, and I've worked on a draw list. I really want to like work on that, and that would be something I would like to do on Twitch. It'd be an interesting kind of like educational process, because if you watched me do that edit, you'd probably hear it hundreds of times. It gets repetitive. Editing is so repetitive.
That would fully rearmed.
I mean, for the editor, that's just the nature of it, but like for someone watching it. But as he points out often, and this is sort of a beginner, like, you know, 101 level. Give me your ghost. The three things are slavery, feudalism, and capitalism.
The power of the gods.
So these have existed throughout history, slavery being probably the most common one. And then like, there's also sort of like non-governmental agrarian societies where you just are like kind of left to your own devices and stuff. But let's see, crystal beam 10, so that gets a lot. That's pretty strong though. That's a double. That's 2 up, so it's 2 times 5. That's 10 for 5, so that's a 50-point boost. Critical damage goes up there. Even more damage to armor. I've even forgotten that I had the arrow thing. And I'm also just... Maybe that was the last game. Didn't I have a thing where I like my power launch? I don't remember. Okay, hang on. Passive deals behind. I don't really know. Okay.
I can use this.
I definitely could use this. And, you know, in slavery, you have a master and a slave. And other than housing and food, which aren't necessarily the best, but they do keep their slaves alive, that's bondage. That's human trafficking. It often means violence and rape and murder and child separation, child molestation. I mean, you've othered these people. You've turned them into property that you can do anything you want with them. And it goes even further where, you know, in this country... see, I didn't even tell it to do that. Yeah, I wouldn't want to, pal. Not like a slave was an economic asset. They treated them. They would raise capital. They would use them as collateral to get loans. Like it was like having a factory. Like saying, I have this thing of value. This person. This family. And that existed for many, many years, decades, centuries, millennia. So many human beings' lives were just spent in bondage as a slave. In the Roman times, this is something I learned on the Behind the Bastards podcast.
I was unkind last time, stranger. Forgive my indiscretions there, or don't. But I wished to apologize.
Think nothing of it, sir. Though, if there's something I
Not
can
my-
do to help, you'd tell me, wouldn't you?
Okay, let's just get this over with.
Power to release me from this coil, I'm afraid. So just go on.
Okay. what does it do? So 5 chambers. I haven't used any of those yet. Attack deals 60%. But they must think you're getting killed constantly if they put this guy. He's like the 2nd or 3rd dude. Okay. Meaning it's like, how do you... Okay, whatever. Stronger attack or more health. I think we'll do the health. Okay. In Chile, there are rooms in the back of the house that are about 3/4 scale there for the servants. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I actually have a book idea. I've already written about 10,000 words. This is in my early 20s when I was like aspiring. My creative generator was mostly sort of directed at writing stuff. The Demeter is the cold. This is Poseidon. We'll do Poseidon. Alright, hang on. This will be a boss fight here.
There you are, gigantic soul catcher.
So just hit him, and I'll try to kill these dudes quickly. You can prevent them from forming, because those are souls that are about to be a fella. Actually, I should put those on the other side. That way there might have a chance of blasting.
There's no end to these guys.
That's what I was thinking. Oh, I gotta pick them up first. Oh, the hell. What was I saying? I just, I know some of the slavery thing, but there was, oh, the Roman times. This warrants further research, so, you know. But one of the ways that they imposed the ratio of citizens to slaves was 1 to 7. You can imagine that injustice of 1 out of 8 people, or 7 out of 8 people had no freedom and could be murdered and killed. I mean, they had to be protected because if you killed some other guy's slave, he would be mad at you. But like, you were subjugated, completely subjugated. And one of the ways that they imposed order to prevent uprisings. This is pretty effective too.
You shall soon forget about all that after a taste of this.
Yeah, appropriate. Let's see. Your call makes you surge into foes. Yeah, we gotta do that one. Was every year they would kill the strongest and the smartest slave. They knew, they could tell. So you can imagine the regime of terror that must come along with knowing that if you do anything, first of all, if you fight back in any way, you're dead, obviously. But
I can't.
What the hell? What is it, shooting the bush? Okay. All right, well, let's not do that again.
I'm empty.
Get him! Oh.
Can't do that.
Oh, those things are zapping me on the side, is it? Right? Or no, I don't know. Little discombobulated here. What the hell is that? Oh, that's that.
Haven't you learned your lesson?
I wish there was a thing that made the crystal things fly to you. I bet there is. No.
Not yet. Can't do that.
Okay. It's a little challenging, but I feel okay. Bull rush fires piercing shot. Your next 2 attacks. Okay, we'll do that because I'm always using the special.
My shield grows stronger.
All right, master himself. Yeah, I mean, just think about that. Like, if you know that if anybody starts to show signs of being smart, or someone seems to be getting strong, that they're going to be killed. So I'm reading Butter Nichols' comment. Yeah, I mean, you're picking up on some of that. You know, the way that people are conditioned to either not fight back or at all, or, you know, and every once in a while, of course, a person. And I think I would probably. I'm very anti-authoritarian, meaning I really don't like being told what to do. Like, it fucks with me real bad. I mean, I'll take a job if I have to because you got to get money. But I would probably. I mean, this is just a silly guy saying something stupid. But, you know, I can't imagine I wouldn't be. I would rather like kill the person and then just let them kill me. I don't know how. That's just. I don't know. That's kind of a throwaway thought. But
good enough to eat.
Yeah, they would just kill the. They would kill the strongest and the smartest. So no one knew. Everybody knew you don't show any sign that you might be that person. So you keep out of the way. Oh my God, the shrimp are off. Hold on. I didn't even notice that. This is gonna traumatize them. Actually, let's leave them asleep. I don't want to fuck with them too bad. It kind of screws them up when you turn the light on like that. They all freak out real bad. Get those little heart attacks, and then one of them has to go have surgery with James. So let's see, but their sign is still nice and bright. I'm gonna figure out better ways to integrate. But okay, your critical effect deals more damage to armor. Do I? Oh, I already have these. Okay. When it is marked. Yeah, we'll do that one. That's a big boost.
Too bad I can't bottle this stuff.
Yeah, I'll say. And so then, okay, that's slavery. Obviously, that's a huge topic, of course.
You dust.
What the hell, Ed? All right, that was good use of the call.
Not now.
So then there's feudalism, which is essentially a mafia protection racket. So you have a king or a lord, and these European societies, and I think this is also similar to feudal Japan. And I know that the I'm ignorant about like Chinese culture and Japanese history. Those go very far deep. Obviously, I'm a little bit European focused, not because I choose to only look at the Europeans, but this is American culture and stuff. So I hope to expand on learning more about all that stuff, because I know these threads all sort of link together. Yeah. Where a king has like little mini kings, so and that's what these kings are always fighting about. Okay, the call's probably good. Critical chance goes up, or lightning damage. We'll do lightning damage. It's got to build up over time. And so the Lord gets to slain foes have a 15% chance to drop items you do. Okay. I actually like that one. And then alright. Give me some jewels. You pretend to be less smart like women do. Huh. Yeah. Like yeah, maybe. I know what I kind of think I mean, I'm not saying I've never heard of what you're saying, but I just don't want to speak about that as if I know. I don't want to mansplain that to you. I do a lot of mansplaining. I do a lot of Hank-splaining, as it is. Actually, the universe is going to expand, and the rate of expansion will prevent molecules from being attracted to each other. So no, actually, not all molecules will find each other over there, of course. I'm a big astronomy mansplainer. Yeah, maybe I could imagine some of that. I do have certainly a feminine, and I don't mean that in a simple, dumb kind of binary sort of way, but more in a human gradient kind of way. I definitely think I've got a good lean into the feminine energy, nurturing qualities and sensitivities and things that we have decided are feminine. I don't think necessarily those deserve to be called feminine exclusively. I really resent the constructions of masculinity that exist in this world. And I also fully love my I think I'm a pretty goddamn masculine feller. You know, when it's time to throw down, sex or fighting, I'm there, baby. Let's do it. But also, yeah, like, you know, come on. The guys who claim to be masculine are the ones that cage babies. They cage children, and you're calling yourself the manly dudes, the Republicans? Are you fucking kidding me? Let's see your woodworking videos, fuckface. So yeah, I definitely have some of that conditioning. Thank you for saying that. So all you gotta do is say, make one little comment, and I will just go on it for. Okay. I'm getting my ass kicked here. I can't. All right, we gotta be a little. Oh. Jeez.
Need to press on.
Yeah, I'll say. Press on some nails. Oh yeah, so feudalism is basically like you produce mostly agricultural goods. There started to become more and more division of labor, which is sort of what drives market development, and markets aren't necessarily bad. People make the mistake of thinking that socialism means getting rid of markets. It's completely ridiculous. A lot of people misunderstand what that means. A market is basically just a way of assessing value based on scarcity and access to skilled labor. That is, like if I make, Richard Wolff will use examples like baking or making shirts or something like that. Like if I make shirts and you bake, well, I don't bake and you don't make shirts. So we have to come up with a way to get you a shirt so I can have some bread. And that's a market. And it's a simplistic idea, but that's at its core what it is. Supply and demand is a thing, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But not everything should be necessarily subject to a market. There's a market for labor. I'm a video editor. I compete with other video editors for price, but it's a downward pressure. Bosses choose who they hire. If I don't like the wage and I quit, well, guess what? I gotta compete to find work against people who are going to work for less because people are desperate. So there's downward pressures on markets that also exist. Things like electricity generation and utilities and stuff like that. Healthcare administration. I don't believe those should be. And another term for market is commodification. It's turned into a good that can be traded, a commodity. What's my health at? Oh yeah, definitely. Okay.
I'll pay for that.
Okay. Do we go for the rando or do we go for the up? Let's do the rando.
Care to hunt with me?
Yeah. I don't know why I like this one.
Hi there, Zagreus. I was just failing to persuade Lady Demeter to ease up off the snow.
I gotta stand up. My butt's killing me.
Some of the mortals are quite weary of it now, and it sure doesn't make the hunting any easier.
Alright. That wasn't much of a stand.
The mortals are resourceful, Artemis. Their one redeeming quality, perhaps. They'll find a way through our long winter here. They ought to, since they brought it on themselves.
I meant as a slave. Oh, you're talking about what I was talking about, right? I meant as a slave who doesn't want to be killed for being smart. You might pretend to be. Oh, yeah. That's funny. I was thinking of that thing where women are sort of conditioned to protect men's egos by pretending to be dumb. I thought that's what you were talking about. Because a little part of me was like, yeah, but I'm a little bit of a show off. I'm definitely a know-it-all. The mortals are resourceful, Artemis. Their one redeeming quality, perhaps. Okay, whatever. Ooh, crystal clarity. Okay. Actually, hold on. After you cast, your cast is stronger and tracks foes more effectively. All right. Okay, hey, let's just do that one.
Let's go, team.
Let's go, team. Go fight, win. So the relationship in feudalism is that basically if you don't give up a percentage of your goods or your crop, what you produce with the land that you live on, you will be killed or you won't be protected. And this shit because there's competing interests, so that you have to join up and fight, or you have to give up some of your sons to the war, or your women are, you know, your daughters get raped and killed. And I mean, there's a lot of violence in these disputes. There's also periods of peace. They tend not to write long books about the time when it was not so bad. Doesn't mean everybody lived in peace per se, but you definitely weren't calling the shots. You didn't have a lot of influence over your world. So feudalism is pretty brutal. People don't want to go back to feudalism. Capitalism grew out of slavery and feudalism. Capitalism emerged as not so much competitive, but as a sort of evolutionary outgrowth of both of those. Richard Wolff does a much better... Oh god, let me just focus here. I'm screwed if I... This is a tough one. Did you say pervert? I'm the only pervert here. How dare you? Ooh. Okay, I got 2 blue colors there. Keep my shield.
Uncontrollably, you monster, for there's naught else you can do against my might.
Tower uncontrollably. That's kind of interesting. This is actually an opportunity to hurt this guy though, because he's not defending himself when he's That was good. Actually, I did that pretty well. I'm hanging in there. Oh, stay in. I knew I was in this. It's already too late. Oop, shit. Not being smart here.
I can't.
I've been on... No. Saw that coming. Ooh, he's got the crit. He's gone. All right, now I only got to worry about this big bastard. Okay, pal. Oh, are you real confident, are you? Yeah, well, you should be, because you're pretty scary. You'll notice a theme of violence throughout history, too, by the way. Like, that's one of the things, like, and I didn't really answer your question about guns. I hate guns. I hate machines that kill being so easily to get. Lawn darts are illegal because they killed about 3 people. We lose 35,000 people a year to guns, which is also a capitalistic sacrifice because the NRA funds is funded by and for gun manufacturers. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing to be. It's a horrible society to have. Preventing communism, as you were saying, again, like I'm ignorant about what that means, but people I trust and people whom I respect are not afraid of it at all. I'm not afraid of an idea. I think if you've been taught to fear an idea to the point that you think you need a gun to prevent it, then you've been misled. I don't want to live in a world where that's the way of order. Now, violence is a form of power, though. I'm not suggesting I'm naive about that. The people who benefit from society have used violence primarily as their tool. You know, I mean, government violence is sort of or government powers, in some ways, conditioned on violence. The violence of
Can I get some applause or something?
taking away your freedom. What do you think being caged is? That's a person with a gun and a stick coming at you, a whole bunch of them, and putting you in a cage. You fight. You can choose not to fight, or you can choose to fight them, but they usually win that one. So yeah, it's definitely complicated, but I think there's a better answer. There's a more thorough answer to that question that doesn't involve the assumption that you need to have a weapon in order to feel safe in the world. That said, in the direction the world's headed, yeah, they're way heavier than you think, aren't they? I'm sorry to hear that about your brother. That's sad. I don't know if I would be alive if I had a gun around. I've had some suicidal periods, and it's really fucking scary. It's 2/3 of the people who die every year. I mean, why do we tolerate that? We're a Christian nation. Give me a break. Like, what the fuck? It's such nonsense. Okay, hang on. Let me, what do we got here? We got one more. We got Skelly's Lucky Tooth. Unless is there that thing where I can reboot? No, I don't have any money though. I mean, I get, like, in the world we're headed for, like, if it becomes dystopian. I never noticed this. It's actually like a pool. See the skulls and the ripples of water? I never even looked around. I like discovering these little... Okay, I don't have any money. Alright, so let's keep Skelly's Tooth, because that's the only one we got. Plus, it's good to level it up.
I'm almost out of here.
Yeah, it's easily by far the most effective way to kill. I mean, the reason is because that's what they're designed to do. They're designed to end life. They're designed to do two things: intimidate and end life. So I think that's far more power than any one person should be given. And the way it's been manipulated is our God-given constitutional right. And you get all these little limp-dicked fucking losers running around with their open carry giant guns and carrying weapons around, and even seeing it more. Some candidate who just became a congressperson, I think she's one of these QAnon nut jobs. Her picture is I don't even know if it's like an official portrait or something, but she's like dressed up for a photo. It's like a photo you take, like a headshot kind of thing. And she's got a holster on her leg, like a fucking Fallout character. I love the video game guns. I mean, I think they're cool tools. I've shot a lot of guns. One reason I'm afraid of guns and I respect them is because I've shot a whole bunch of them. I've been around a gun that went off accidentally. Hold on, my thing is missing here. My dongle fell off. I fired lots of shotguns. I've, fired rifles, a few handguns here and there. Nothing too huge or crazy, but I've fired enough guns to be like, Jesus, this is something else. And to feel the power. I've done a lot of skeet shooting, actually. 21 out of 25 was my best. I think they're hot, but I don't have one because... I get you. I mean, we're all cultured and conditioned to tolerate them a lot more than we should be, in my opinion. But there's a lot more to say about that topic. Obviously, people want to feel safe. It's an emotional thing, and understandably, why wouldn't you feel as scared in a world where you're always on edge? And but. That kind of oh man, hold on, let me. Okay, time to fight crystals with crystals. Wow, if I die in this, Jesus, what the hell went wrong there? Okay, we need to do a post-mortem on that one, a debrief. I really got chewed up. All right, let me just be a little smarter here. Okay, trying to be a little careful.
No need.
Okay. Oh, I thought it was attacking the wall. I was like, what did the wall do? All right. Okay, let's be a little smart here too. I got one death defiant, so I'm coming back. Is it that poison shit that gets me?
Nothing.
Man, they really flood the whole field with it, don't they?
Not yet.
No, I can't go through the thing. So either I feel like I'm not putting out enough damage. I feel like I need to really crank up my power. They seem to take a beating. I can also do the defensive thing. That's probably smart. Yeah, why don't I just do this? Let's try this. And then put up a wall. Oh, taking hits. Something's going on. Where's the... I knew that. I mean, I just started running around like a fool. Here. Dang it. Okay. I thought that was it. Oh god. I'm out.
Rewarded.
Man.
God's grant me strength.
I can tell you I'm not going to last much longer in this area. Okay, so critical damage, critical effects, armor. There's probably something I could use. It's a Laura Croft. Yeah, she does it well. She has a she certainly knows her way around a thigh. Yeah, like the thing about the guns thing is like I think I could argue why they're bad for people, but I also think that any rational, honest assessment of it also should come with understanding the need for feeling like you need one and trying to comprehend where that emotional comes from, that emotional thing, and as well as like the usefulness of fear as a sort of nutrient in a society that benefits from people being irrational, because fear makes you fucking irrational. Yeah. Okay. So sorry. Let me just since I know I'm going to be dead soon. Feudalism is also deeply exploitative, but then as markets develop and societies became more complex and things kind of evolved, capitalism emerged as a way of concentrating power in the hands of the lesser over the more, or the few over the many, and you end up with a smaller group of people owning the means of production. Therefore, they have control over who gets paid what. They get control over what gets made, how it gets made, when it gets made, what it's sold for. Now they're subject to some market forces on the price maybe, but the people who do the work have nothing to do with it. They just get their wage, and then the product of their wage is taken from them and given to the owner of the business or something. Therefore, and human beings kind of have an instinctive drive to have, like, one reason woodworking is so soul fulfilling is I'm making something. I build something with my hands, and it's a beautiful thing. It's my own stupid little project, and I'm looking at working on it, and I want to make a business out of it. But people like to feel like there's something, that their labor connected to something good, and that they built something meaningful. In capitalism, you just give it away, or you have to do some city service job, or you do bullshit with medical equipment, or maybe like answering the phones and all that kind of nonsense. All right, we got to focus on some health here. I'm so screwed. And so the fundamental relationship in a capitalist economy is an employer and an employee. Is that better than slavery? Of course. No shit. Is it better than feudalism? Yes, definitely. Are there incentives to keep people stressed and tired and overworked and precarious? Yeah, because if you have time to organize politically, and if you have time to learn new skills, or maybe if you have healthcare and you can go start a business because or maybe you can take some time to travel, go have sex with the person in Norway. I mean, Jesus, go to Japan, fun nightclubs. You know, if you have time to explore, to have a more enriching life, you might start demanding that the people who run things do a better job. And that's kind of the battle of politics that we have these days. And that's why I rail against the Democrats almost as hard as the Republicans, is because they're working for the same abusive system. And in order to improve capitalism, you have to be able to criticize it. That's what Marxism offers tools to do. And that's kind of something that I've gleaned from Professor Wolf's lectures and stuff. So there you go. That's a decent little way to end on that. It's an abusive system, and it's exploitative. And even in the best conditions, you are not. Well, I shouldn't say that, because you can improve conditions, but like even the people who make $200,000 or $300,000 a year are victims in a sense. If you're working for your labor, if you're a surgeon or a doctor, and some profit-driven hospital gets your profits from and some, you know, and not to say that that's an injustice that is on the order of a gig worker working for Postmates, but you still have to, you know, the capitalists are the billionaires, the ultra millionaires, and their wannabes, and the people who defend it, the people who control investments and move, like when you hear venture capitalists and you hear like about capital flight, which is basically when a country or a state passes a law that might threaten their profits slightly, meaning like in the form of taxes or maybe increased social services for people. Capital flight is where they say, oh yeah, well, we're moving our headquarters to a different state because fuck you, we don't want to do business with you don't believe in freedom, you're killing jobs. So they have a lot of control. And that's why wealth concentration is bad, because you end up being someone like Jeff Bezos, who can just buy a newspaper, the Washington Post, own TV networks. I mean, there's all sorts of other ways that it is bad. I think a good metaphor is gravity. Like, if you understand how mass works. I love science document. I love snake. Like, I don't think I got hurt in that one. That was kind of remarkable. Space and stuff is like one of my jams, but you know, gravity emerges as a result of concentration of mass, and it starts to warp the curvature of time around it, time and space, and so you end up with a orbital dynamics. Like that's what the curve. That's why you're still traveling in a straight line even when you're traveling around a planet. And I know it's weird because you're traveling straight along a curve. I'm not sure if that straight stuff is actually what it really means, but okay, let me. So like, and the reason I'm bringing that up is that that's kind of like what I gotta hang on just in case I can get too much concentration of money and wealth and power. It doesn't make them happier. Not that that's even a justification for the abuse of it anyway, but Jeff Bezos doesn't do the deliveries. This is a sentence you'll hear me say for the rest of time if you watch this show. Jeff Bezos is not knocking on your door with a box, okay? It's not his fucking work. It's not his money. The value comes from money. One thing I want to do, though, is like push harder. Like, again, I'm a nobody. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody, you know. But if I ever raise a profile slightly enough, I want to talk about things from a little bit more of a nuts and bolts perspective in terms of like, what does it mean to actually start to shift the gears a bit more, as opposed to just the theoretical stuff. Not that I'm some expert at it at all. But like, I think there's different approaches to it too. I think maybe we could make profit a human right. I think that's an interesting concept. I don't know exactly what it means. Yeah, I got the same thing you got there, pal. And I actually think, like, I don't know. Again, this is not all that thought through. It's obviously sort of a vague concept, but I think if profit were a human right, you might insist on keeping yours, meaning why should an investor whose only skill was already having money,
Not bad.
why should they get my work's value? That's my profit. I exist. That's why I try to end my podcast with, like, you are worthy, you are of value and stuff. I say shit like that because I think that's kind of like the movie Good Will Hunting, where, like, I think there's a lot of just fucked up people that have never heard anybody tell them that before. It's kind of nice to hear. It took me 35 years of my life to figure it out. I had a really difficult, like, time.
In the name of Hades.
Meaning, I don't know, difficult is not the right word. Oh, we got 2 greens. Is this that rarity thing that is kicking in? Because I got a bunch of boons that make my rarity go up. Okay. When you knock foes away, they're struck by lightning. Your cast fires a second projectile. I use that a lot. We're doing that one. But I would love to I would love to ask Richard Wolff what he thinks about that idea of, like, because I think there's different approaches that can illuminate these concepts. So anyway, all right, let me hide. Oh, you, Hank, seem very smart. Thank you. That's nice of you to say. I don't know. I think I'm intelligent, not smart. Which is like saying I think I have a fast processor, but I'm not sure it always comes up with the smartest things. Yeah, I do think I don't think I'm dumb. I think I'd be trying to pretend a little too much humility to be like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I'm dumb. I mean, I will definitely call myself a fucking idiot all the time because I do that. I do fucking idiot behaviors a lot. I just think here's like the joke version of it. I have thought about this quite a bit. I can't not think about everything all the time. That's a fucking problem. But the joke version of it is like, it's not that I'm smart. It's that I'm just dumb faster. I'm dumb really quickly. And so like that's where comedy kind of comes from, is sort of understanding how people will interpret what you're going to say. And then you can, which requires empathy. Like a football stadium with cameras surrounding it. You can see things from different angles, different human perspectives. And then, yeah, perfect for comedy, right? Like that's, yeah. Like everything made sense in my life. Well, let's not say everything, but nothing ever made any sense to me until I found comedy. When I finally did stand up and I was like, oh my God, this is it. This is my thing. I have to be one of these fucking weirdos. Man. Okay. Just got to be patient and trusting. They really don't give you much chance to get it in there, do they?
Problem solved.
Problem solved. Okay. Yeah, so I just think of possibilities. My brain is just it's just always calculating, simulating new potential possibilities. And that's also, I think, where imagination kind of plays a role too. You can't really invent anything that hasn't already been thought of or you've been exposed to, but you can piece things together in a way that turns into what appears to be a new idea. And imagination is just sort of it's, we all have a version of it, but a creativity and imagination definitely go hand in hand. And I think that requires, empathy and stuff. Yeah, defining dumb is also, yeah, you're right. But I don't know how you define dumb. I mean, obviously a lot of that connects to like self-worth issues and stuff like that, which I could be, and I'm in the oh man, I'm trying to get to the healing puddle. But I mean, it's not unique. That's the other thing too. There's a lot of just really amazing brains in the world, I think. Even the people who don't necessarily meet some societally accepted role of smartness or not. I definitely, I kind of like think that I have a kind of a engineer brain, but also I like to use it for emotional analysis. For me, that sort of makes sense. Like okay, I gotta get to the thing. Look at these little weirdos running around. You know what I mean? Like I kind of have that like mechanical sort of like video editing is a very technical thing, woodworking, all that sort of technical stuff that is really easy for me to understand. That's why I'm not I don't know. A less generous version of me would be like critical of people who don't get it, but I like, hey, I get it. Like it's not that intuitive necessarily. It is completely intuitive for me how water flows through a pipe. So, but it's just not that specifically. But all right, I like how they kind of try to get the next one. Take that. Oh, it really slams them out, huh? Oh, shit. Oh, there we go. I saw it as I was about to land on it. Yep. Damn it. Oh. All right. Yeah, well, we covered a lot of ground, Butternickles. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. This is going to be on the Twitch. I hope you're okay with like you being like the... you're speaking of unpaid labor. You're putting in a lot of hours with me on this. So, I'm grateful. And you'd like to thank you for obliging me. I've asked me questions. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to... I like to ramble about this stuff. Obviously, I've chosen this career, right? And based on the assumption that I'm interesting and funny, which are arrogant things to say, but which comedian doesn't think those things about themselves? And I have been accused of having the gift of gab. It's really honestly what this whole show, and I know I've said this before, but this whole thing, me doing podcasting, is just writing. It's just my writing process. I'm not writing it down, I'm speaking it, but it is basically just trying to connect my thoughts to my mouth in a way that I do want to actually start writing more, like essays and things like that. That's what I used to do a ton of in the past. So yeah, I'm very flattered. But yeah, I think brass knuckles are hot myself. I'm more into melee weapons. So okay, cool. Well, shrimp are already to bed, so we're not gonna do any shrimp goodnight. They've got the eerie blue camera, the overwatching eye of God staring at them while they sleep. And if they open their tiny little shrimp eyes, they'll see two blue wings of a mysterious angel who wants to monetize their labor. So, Butternickles, you're a dream. Tiny shrimp eyes. I know. Little glasses. And I appreciate your attention. Thank you, everybody else watching this on the archive. Thanks for making it through a 5-hour Twitch stream. This really went long. It was really nice having James on. He's such a smart guy, and he's such a good communicator. Like, he really does know how to like describe stuff in an interesting way. So that's fun. It kind of, some of those old SuckProfessor days were really that shit took a lot of work, but we had a little audience that really loved it. And it seemed to be one sign of that is like they get angry when you're not on time. Like on a Monday morning, like, where the fuck is your Westworld? Fuck yeah. Like, I know, I know, computer failure. I got horny. I didn't get it done. All right, see, I'm still rambling. Jesus Christ, this is my thing. I'm going to click off. We're all going to have a good night. I got nothing funny or clever to say other than to take care of yourself, which isn't funny or clever. Just be good, be okay. Forgive yourself. A good default position is to not expect perfection and to forgive yourself for struggling. If you don't have to forgive yourself. Okay, my God. Okay. That was the brain fart right there. That was like one of those really loud, hard farts. Man, ruining it. All right, Butternickles, love you. Take care. Be well. Be safe. Love everybody. Love you all. Much love. Oh, I love the shrimpies. Kisses for the shrimpies. Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Good night. Good night. Bye-bye. See ya. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Stopping.